This is the Londonderry Town Council meeting from Monday, August 17, 2026. Everyone please rise for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilor Bouchard has a proclamation for Londonderry Trailways.
Can we have the Londonderry Trailways folks come up here, please, and stand up?
Oh yeah, please.
And I think it would be good for the work that they've done that we all stand while you read this.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Next to my tea towel. I think that's all we have here. Oh, no, John's here. Come on, John. Yep, apparently. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
This is Resolution 2026-13, a resolution relative to recognizing Londonderry Trailways for outstanding service to the community. Whereas Londonderry Trailways was established in 2000 as an all-volunteer nonprofit organization dedicated to developing safe walking and bicycling routes in Londonderry, connecting neighborhoods, schools, businesses, conservation lands, and community destinations for people of all ages and abilities. And whereas for more than 25 years, Londonderry Trailways has expanded public access to outdoor recreation and alternative transportation by building and caring for conservation area trails, neighborhood connections, and the Londonderry Rail Trail. And whereas the organization work includes trails at Kendall Pond, Adams Pond, Moose Hill Orchards, and the Musquash Conservation Area, as well as the school pathway, the Kings to Laffa connection, the Laffa Loop Trail, and ongoing maintenance by dedicated volunteer trail stewards. And whereas Londonderry Trailways has helped complete 4.5 miles of the town's 6-mile rail trail corridor, transforming a former rail line into a highly used community asset and an essential link to the future Granite State Rail Trail and the broader Southern New Hampshire Regional Trail Network. And whereas, through sustained partnership with the town residents, the Conservation Commission, businesses, and charitable foundations, Londonderry Trailways has leveraged substantial support to take the lead in raising the funds necessary to create and maintain these resources for the entire community. And whereas these achievements have been made possible by the leadership of Board President Bob Rameau, Vice President Sandra Legou, Treasurer Rich Engler Jr., Secretary Mike Baylor, and members at large Josh Cook, John Daly, MD, and Paul Marglione, together with the enduring service of longtime volunteers Don Thompson, Mike Eaton, Jamie Staten, Colin Creed, and Megan Rameau. And whereas the volunteers of Londonderry Trailways have strengthened community connections, encouraged healthy outdoor activity, improved access to public lands, and created lasting public infrastructure without paid staff, exemplifying civic leadership, steward, and service. Now therefore be it resolved, the Town of London Town Council of the Town of Londonderry, that Londonderry Trailways, its board of directors, its longtime volunteers, and all who have contributed their time, expertise, and resources are hereby recognized and sincerely thanked for more than 25 years of exceptional service and for creating a safer, healthier, more connected, and more welcoming Londonderry for present and future generations. Thank you. Sandy. Oh, sorry, yes, it's not.
Say that's our presentation.
Thank you so much.
That was lengthy.
All right, up next, Patrick Cheatham had a few words. Thank you, sir.
Hopefully I don't unplug myself. Chairman Dunn, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Members of the council, Mr. Town Manager, and my fellow residents here in town. For the record, my name is Patrick Cheatham. I'm a police officer and a captain with our police department, where I've proudly served for the last 24 years and 12 days. The anniversary was a couple weeks ago. I just wanted to offer a few observations I made about Old Home Day. Having participated in 23 of the last 24 Old Home Days since my employment back in 2002, I know at the beginning of the year there was some consternation and there were people that were concerned we weren't going to have an Old Home Day this year that was consistent with what we've come to expect in years past. When I first became a police officer, again, 2002, I only recall, and Dan remind me, I only remember like fireworks on a Friday night, a charity softball game between police and fire, which back then the firemen always whooped our behinds, but not anymore. and I'm here to help you, support you, and your other stuff too. But I'm just saying we won this year, like the last 5 years. and then there was the Lundgren 5K on a Saturday morning, followed by a parade and then a festival. And that was all I remember of Old Home Day. And now we have Old Home Days, right? We call it Old Home Day, but it's really 4 or 5 days of events because we've added things over the course of the last 24 years to recognize different groups. So we don't have to all fit it into one afternoon because that'd be too much for anyone to bear. And again, going back to some former comments about, some citizens were concerned we weren't going to have that Old Home Day like we've had in the past. I'm here to say I think this was one of the best Old Home Days I've experienced in my career. Perhaps second only to our 125th anniversary because we had significantly more funds and we had to roll over money from COVID because we couldn't have Old Home Day, right? We couldn't congregate. But if you were the average parade goer or participant or observer in any of the events, you would not see anything but smiles, laughs, and happiness at every single one. They don't get to see the red flags that happen, the fires that get put out, the emails, the phone calls. And while we had a committee that work was divided amongst, there's one person who made sure that committee followed through on everything. No detail was overlooked. Having seen received the text messages and the phone calls, and I thought it was just very, very important to recognize our very own Churston Hildenin, because she is an unsung hero, not only in the town of Londonderry, but also for everything that she did for Old Home Day. And while on a week ago Monday, I called Churston and I said, I cleared my schedule for this entire week. I can be a runner. I can do whatever you need. The only thing she asked me to do was get her a nice coffee. That's the only thing she asked me to do, and I happily got her a nice coffee. And I threw a couple wrenches in her planning as well with some safety equipment, and Churston really rolled with the punches. So I just wanted to report back as someone who helped minimally in the organization, the setup of things, but as a person who attended every event with my children, we had a wonderful time, and that doesn't happen by mistake, right? It doesn't happen overnight. It's months and months of planning. It's support from our town leadership, financially and and metaphorically as well. And Old Home Days is everything that is great about Londonderry. It's our time to shine. We don't do one day because we have too much to do. We can't get it done in one day. Most towns do one day. And when people come to see what we do here in Londonderry when it comes to Old Home Day, I'm very proud to have attended as many as I've been fortunate to, and to see the smiles and the laughter. And that's what it's all about. I have now a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old, and to be able to experience that with them. Our police department is a young police department, much like the fire department. We have a younger generation of officers. I'm perhaps not that demographic anymore as at 45 years young, but to see so many families, police, fire, DPW included, attending these events, on duty, on shift with our families, that's what Londonderry is about. It's about family. It's about community. It's about participation. So, Chairman Dunn, thank you very much for the time you gave me. I apologize if I spoke longer than I should, but I had one heck of a time last week. My kids had one heck of a time, and I'll tell you, they slept exceptionally well Friday night after the fireworks. And my daughter Hannah said to me on Saturday at like 3 in the afternoon, "Daddy, can we just have a chill night tonight?" So, needless to say, thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Churston, for all that you do, and especially Rick Pierce, the president of the committee. I thought he did an exceptionally good job. And the last thing I'll say is Steve and Julie Lee, who run the Concert in the Commons for the last 24 years. Again, I'm not here to promote myself, but as our community engagement officer, I was able to attend 9 of the 11 concerts this year. I haven't been able to do that in the past. 9 out of 11 were outside, and I think we estimate about 500 people in attendance, probably more, and many of you were there yourselves. You saw firsthand. In our last event during Old Home Day was probably more than 1,000 people. 1,362. No safety issues, no disorderly conducts, no, intoxicated, not that alcohol is served, but, we're not checking cups either. And, and people, use the crosswalks. The alert team also deserves recognition. Without those folks, again, another group that we are very proud to have here in our community. So at the risk of rambling on anymore, thank you very much, and hats off to everyone that helped. And of course, thank you for the weather, because that is a big determinant of how much fun we can have as well. So thank you for your volunteerism. Your faces were present at nearly all the events in some capacity. And for that, I say, as a resident and as a police officer, thank you.
Thank you, sir. With those nice... Yeah. With those kind words, I will open public comment. Good evening.
Hello, I'm Jane Cooper, 73 Winterwood Drive, Londonderry, New Hampshire. I only have 2 things. First, after that wonderful, wonderful speech, I have to say all of my neighbors perhaps behave better than some of you do here, maybe. The other thing is, I have the money that you're spending on lawyers, that's my money, and I have no idea what you're spending it on. I know you're looking for right of requests, however you pay that. And my guess is if you need lawyers, something you're trying to figure out how not to have to do. And whatever else investigations you're doing, it's our money, and we have no idea what you're doing. And so anyway, I'm not very happy about that. The second thing is, I'm from New York, so I went to kindergarten, and I'm not sure if any of you were brought up in New Hampshire, but if you were, you missed something that you might have learned in kindergarten. So I'm giving you a refresher course.
Thank you. Well, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pardon? What's the book? Oh, what is it? Everything I needed to know I learned in kindergarten.
Good evening.
Martha Smith, 38 Chester Drive. I want to just echo what Patrick said. And my favorite event this year at Old Home Days, I think was the first time that they ever did it, was those cars that were lined up on Pillsbury Road down by the church and the Historical Society. I just loved seeing all those people that restored those cars, drove those cars. I asked a million of them for rides. It was really a fun event. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
To be clear on that one, because Martha called it out, I have to acknowledge Kaylee Esposito, Brian Carpone, and Darcy Lefebvre. The 3 of them handled that from soup to nuts, and they did a phenomenal job.
Good evening, Richard.
Good evening, Richard Polinsky, 89 Hall Road. Back at the 7:20 meeting, I came up here and spoke about quite a few things and asked questions that I wanted to get answers for. And at the end, I said I probably wouldn't get any answers. And lo and behold, no answers. Big shock. So I'm going to reiterate these again. And if I have to, at the next meeting, I'm going to come in with a stack of 91As, if that's the only way to get it done. As we know, the LEA contract was changed last year on the second day of the contract by the town manager, who says per the charter he can do that. I don't think that's true. That was a warrant article item. And my understanding from when I've talked to the state is warrant articles can only be changed by another warrant article. I asked when the town, the new fire chief was going to make a commitment to moving to this town. Are we looking at 2 months, 6 months, a year, 5 years? The vehicle use was another problem. We're wearing out a vehicle, the expenses of the vehicle, the liability of the vehicle. The $131,000 in salary adjustments that were done, what was it, in December, I think, and I asked about in February. I asked what line items those came from and how much came out of each line item. Haven't got an answer. The veterans credit, as we know, still hasn't been answered. Who decided to put the kibosh on that? And it seems like we're, from what I found out in the last couple of days, it looks like we're trying to draw this out because the paper that came from the town's attorney is looking for a trial date of August 2027. So we're going to draw this out another year? Is that the game we're playing? We're now in year 2 of the Leah contract, started 1st of July. So what I want to know is, were there any compensation changes to the fire chief's contract because of the July 1, 2026, going into the second year, such as a COLA or a pay increase, because there is an increase in that line? So these are very simple things to answer, but there is no transparency, as I was told there was going to be. It hasn't happened, and I want answers. These are answers that every resident in this town has the right to have. Yet they're not getting, they're real simple. So if I have to come in here with a stack of 91As, which gets you 5 days to answer the 91As, at least acknowledge them, that's what I'll do. Is that what I need to do? All we do is get bitching and moaning about 91As. Well, this is why you get so many 91As. Simple questions don't get answered.
Ron, excuse me. I just would like Mr. Belinsky to repeat. I didn't get it all, and I want to make
Okay.
sure I got it right.
The Leah contract change,
No. You said we were going to trial?
I didn't say we were going to trial. I said there was a paper that might have got filed today,
A paper.
a legal paper from attorney.
I didn't see this.
No,
so
that's fine. That is looking for, there's a bunch of stuff on it, arbitration, different stuff, but the trial date they're looking for is, I think it was August 8th, but it was August of 2027.
And it's for the veterans?
It's for the veterans, the one that's been going on, yeah. So a little concerning, not picking on you, Deb, a little concerning, you're not aware of this.
Well, this is the first I'm hearing of it.
Okay,
so-
no, I'm not picking on
It's
you.
not uncommon, Richard. in
No,
this
I know.
So,
So we need to start getting some answers. This stuff is not hard. It really isn't. So, people can tell me right now, I'm not going to give you answers, and I'll just write up all the 91As and hand them in. I'll hand them in at this meeting, so I don't want verbal answers from anybody. I want written at this point, because with a verbal answer, that leaves plausible denial. Not what I said, you didn't understand what I said, I want it in writing. And one last thing, at least until the end of the meeting, you're talking about the agreement between Litchfield and Londonderry for the fire department. In theory, I don't have a problem with it. My problem is I've seen numbers that don't add up. And what type of an exit strategy is there for these extra employees if this should go down the drain for whatever reason, either side? We can get stuck, the Londonderry taxpayers going to get stuck paying for all these extra employees that are being put on for this. So if you're going to okay this, I really hope you have numbers that work, a minimum of a 3-year projection on this, hopefully 5 years, as to the revenues and such, as best as you can get it, because it won't be an exact science, and an exit strategy on if this doesn't work for whatever reason, either side. Because when we had the SAFER grant with 3 firefighters being paid, and that should have gone on the ballot whether we're going to keep those 3 people, it was just rolled into the default budget. Not what you're supposed to do. All right? So they were put in the budget and nobody knew the wiser. I'm not saying we should have got rid of them, but it should have been on to the people who want to continue at the town's expense, the taxpayer expense for these firefighters. And I'm not going to argue how many we need and how many we don't need, because I'm not in that business. They know what they need. But it seems like we never have exit strategies. We don't cross our T's and dot our I's, and it's a mess. I don't know who's negotiating this stuff,
Time.
Okay, but they really need to learn how to negotiate a contract.
Thank you, Richard. Good evening, sir.
Hi, John Farrell, 4 Hancock Drive. So I've been contacted by many people about this ambulance thing for Litchfield. And in concept, I think we should absolutely help other communities. But, at the last meeting, Ms. Paul tried to ask a whole bunch of questions. And had somebody answered her questions, I wouldn't be standing here tonight. She tried to get answers, and she wasn't getting answers. So I'm going to lend some clarification here, because had that been a follow-through and when the presentation was done, I don't think any of these discussions would be taking place. For me, it's simple. Londonderry is 42 square miles. Boston is 48 square miles. Disney World is 43 to 44 square miles. Litchfield is 15 square miles. If you increase the coverage, we're looking at 57 square miles of coverage. Hudson is 29.3 square miles. You're dramatically increasing the service area and the call volume. One person who I have a lot of respect for confirmed that if we needed to go from the Auburn Road Londonderry line to the far end of Litchfield, great scenario, best scenario possible, maybe it's at midnight, 15 to 17 minutes. That's a long time. My opinion, as a 15-year town councilor, they need 7 full-time firefighters at $150,000 each. They're up to about 4 towns for dispatch. They need 1.5 dispatchers. That's $175,000. This would ensure that there would be no decrease in services for the town of Londonderry. Full labor cost, about $1.25 million. Pretty likely at some point you're going to need an ambulance and maybe half of a paramedic fly car, to cover this huge area. Think about 57 square miles. Think about how big Disney World is. It's larger than that. In order to continue the excellent service levels provided today, in my opinion, the minimum goal would be $1.7 million a year. And if the town of Litchfield wanted to do this on their own, they'd be looking at probably closer to $3.2 million a year. Really curious about why Hudson is just saying whatever they're saying, they're not interested anymore, whatever that may be. The current proposal, in my view, is not going to make service better. It needs to be properly funded. All for it if we spend the money and we do the right thing. The average response time in town I got from talking to a lot of the different people who are in the command staff is about 6 to 7 minutes. Many of you may or may not know this, but we had put defibrillators into all the different vehicles in town because for the best results with the defibrillator, you need to be hit in 4 minutes. It's simple. Pay your fair share. Keep the service level as it stands today. The next statement I'm going to make was came in as among about a dozen different texts that I received. This one was sent by a person I have a great deal of respect for and has over 20 years in the fire service. Found it really interesting. It said, if adding a handful of firefighters to our own department is considered significant enough to go through the entire budget season and ultimately be decided by the voters, why would entering into a long-term public safety relationship with another community require less scrutiny? If staffing creates a lasting financial obligation, doesn't regionalize, and also creates lasting operational, financial, legal, and political obligations, if we were to believe that the voters would have a voice when we add personnel, what is the principle that says they should have less of a voice when we begin sharing personnel, resources, command responsibilities, responsive capability, public safety infrastructure with another town? What makes this decision smaller? If 5 people on the council can commit the town to a significant regional public safety model without a town-wide vote, why have we historically asked thousands of voters for permission to add firefighters to our own department? Those two standards seem difficult to reconcile for me. It's from a person who sent that to me, not my words. Much more to share, I can share would be needed, and I would need an hour to go through all the different texts that we went through. What's the emergency? This came up at the last town council meeting. This appears to have been done in a vacuum and only presented to the council at the last meeting for the first time. These are serious matters. Yes, we should fund the fire department correctly. Yes, I'm in favor of helping other communities. They need to pay their fair share. And the service in Londonderry cannot stand any type of decrease, because in speaking with the different people in leadership in the fire department, the comment is always, we're really busy now. Please do your due diligence. Don't do this in a vacuum. Support our fire department, but we need to fund it correctly.
Thank you. Anyone else in public comment? Oh.
I'm stuck. Patrick Cheatham, 79 Stonehenge Road. Clearly, no one here cannot see me as a police officer, as a captain, but my support of looking further into the Litchfield contract are solely my views and my opinions. They do not represent the police department, Chief Bernard, or anyone from the town of Londonderry. They're solely my own. And I just wanted to say, having served as a police officer in Litchfield some 25 years ago, I was actually sworn in on 9/11 itself with then Lieutenant Sean Mulholland from the Allenstown Police Department. I believe your swearing date was a week or two before or after mine, but Sean and I were one of 3 officers hired in Litchfield back then, so I've actually served in that community. And I would argue that for the most part, other than maybe population growing and a few other businesses, the community itself is primarily the same. So I think my knowledge back then and my relationships with the town of Litchfield, which I've maintained, still hold true today. Doug Nichols I've known for 25 years. You were the only full-time firefighter back then, and you've been chief now for a very long time. And I think it's important that if you're going to engage in business with a community, you know with whom you are dealing. John Brunell, who serves on the council, helped us with our IT here at the police department and in town some 7 years ago, and helped us find Tom Roy. Although Tom was providing services as a private contractor, we ultimately hired him as our IT manager at the police department. So again, someone else who has intimate knowledge of the workings of the town of Londonderry and the Londonderry Police Department, and I would argue the town of Litchfield and its fire department. And I think it's a source of pride that they're coming to us asking for our assistance. Londonderry Police, we say it all the time, is a destination law enforcement agency. Nearly 2/3 of our full-time staff come from other police departments. Speaking with my brothers and sisters over at the fire department, Londonderry Fire is also seen as a destination fire station. And while I can't speak to the numbers, I know you guys have information maybe that I haven't had a chance to look at. I just ask that you give the concept the attention that is due. Not that you're not, I'm not implying anything otherwise, but I think the idea has tremendous merit, and it has to be a good deal. Mr. Farrell is absolutely correct. It has to be a good deal. And I need to fact check myself. I sent a few text messages, but I left my phone at my seat. We've contracted, or we've provided law enforcement services for the Manchester-Boston Regional Airport for the last 20 years and 6 months. Some of the very same questions that people on the council have asked and in the audience, what are we going to do if we lose the contract? Every employee that we hired said, your employment is conditional upon this contract. Should we lose it, your job could be in jeopardy. We never wanted that to happen. We could absorb a few officers if we had, some openings, but we would never have been able to absorb 25. And we weren't on the hook for that. That was a condition that we made upon their employment, and people through attrition and retirement and things like that, you gain seniority. And I'm happy to say of those 25 officers, I think there's probably still 10 or 12 that are still employed by our police department. I would imagine, I can't speak for Chief Young or anyone else from the fire department on both sides, but those are things that could be worked out. And while we don't ever want to have to lay someone off, right? That's bad for business. That's bad reputation for the town. I don't know that things are going to change in the next 3 to 5 years in our surrounding communities where, if you come with training as a Londonderry firefighter after 5 years, that person can get hired anywhere, just like a police officer in Londonderry, I believe. So while it is a concern and it's a valid question, I would imagine that no one would be on the hook for maintaining personnel. And I'll close with this. The town manager commissioned us to study an emergency communications center about 18 months ago or so. And in that, I was the team lead for the police department. I worked with Phil LeBlanc, Fred Heinrich, and others. And I got an in-depth study of how Londonderry Fire provides dispatch services for the towns of Pelham and Hampstead. And I spoke to those folks. I toured different regional dispatch centers. And I found that while as public safety professionals, we're not in the business of generating revenue, right? It's a foreign concept. Yes, we write tickets, the money goes to the state, it doesn't come to the town. The fire department found out that, They can provide dispatch services to other communities that don't even border us, and they do it exceptionally well, and they bring in revenue that can then be used to buy equipment, provide training services, or things like that. And I think the Litchfield model is very similar to that. And again, we have a history in our community, 20 years of policing services, contracted services. It's an in-depth contract. It's dozens of pages long. I've read it. And we have the ability to work through the nitty gritty. And of course, that's your responsibility, right? Making sure it's not, conceptually it's a good idea, but making sure it's financially a good idea. And I hope that there's time to work before Litchfield, their contract severs with Hudson. But if things need to be worked out, I wish we just give attention to those matters. And if it doesn't work for the town, it doesn't work for the town, right? We have to, we always want to help others. We can't do it at the expense of our taxpayers, right? And I do firmly believe that. But I just wanted to share my brief experience as a police officer in Litchfield. I still talk to the folks over there. I have a tremendous respect for Chief Nichols, John Brunell, and also members of our fire department leadership team. And I'm happy to answer questions offline as well. No doubt, no contract is perfect, and perhaps there are things that need to be tweaked, but I'm just hoping that in the next few months that the opportunity presents itself without running out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Good evening.
Good evening. Chris Schofield, 86 High Range Road. A couple things with the 3-year contract. The town of Litchfield has been with the town of Hudson for 38 years, so I don't think this is going to be a change of scenery overnight. And while we were sitting here, the town of Litchfield went for a medical, and they sent a Hudson ambulance from one end of town, basically the Dracut town line, to the Manchester town line. It's a 27-minute response. So the 16-minute response from Auburn Road, you're still getting service at 11 minutes quicker. But I'm here to ask you guys for support in the ambulance contract, not only as a member of the fire department, but as a citizen, a father, and someone who lives with the consequences of the decision the 5 of you guys make. The town paid for an MRI report, a pretty substantial amount of money. In that report, it was identified that we're understaffed. Now we have an opportunity to address the staffing need for both firefighter staffing and dispatch while generating revenue for the town. So what are we hesitating? Why are we hesitating? The citizens spoke at the polls. We trust the 5 of you to look at the facts, put politics and personalities aside, and make the decisions best for the community. I watch these meetings every other week and watch roadblocks I see placed in front of opportunities to move this town forward. We elected the 5 of you guys to lead, not to allow outside influence, politics, or personal agendas to prevent progress. If this opportunity were sitting in front of Hudson, they would pounce on it. They would recognize the chance to add staffing, improve public safety, strengthen emergency response, and generate revenue without simply asking the taxpayers for more. Councilor Dunn, you're running for state rep, and what's the slogan on your sign right now? Let's get it done. So let's get this done. Why are we hesitating? We have an opportunity to develop a great marriage here, to generate revenue for the town, to add increases to our staffing that we've already identified. You guys, what was the cost for that report? It had to have been $60,000. So we spent $60,000 for an outside review to tell us what we can accomplish with taking on a little bit of extra work for our guys, but adding that ambulance to this community. The ambulance is going to be servicing this community far more than it's going to be servicing the town of Litchfield. We can't commission a report that tells us that we're understaffed, acknowledge the finding, and then hesitate when we have the opportunity to fix it. This isn't about politics or personality. It's about staffing, public safety, our firefighters, our dispatchers, our families, and the citizens who trusted the 5 of you. My kids deserve better, our firefighters deserve better, and the citizens of this town deserve better. Please support the Litchfield ambulance contract, honor the trust and the voters placed in you. This is an amazing opportunity to improve staffing while also helping our neighbors and helping ourselves. It's time to lead. Let's get this done. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with public comment? Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Sherry Farrell, your town clerk, and I promise this will be a 2-minute elevator type of speech. So some really nice news. We donated from our rabies clinic to the Animal Rescue League of New Hampshire, and we received a really nice letter back thanking us and explaining how the money is going to go to shelter many animals. So that was the first thing. Second thing, our absentee ballots are in. They've been in for a couple weeks now. So if you could help us spread the word that residents can come in, they can even by email requests with an application, an absentee ballot. The key now, though, is they do need to show a driver's license or some type of identification to get that absentee ballot. And it's been working well. Our residents have been great about it. I think they really appreciate it. So if you can help us with that, going along with the idea of driver's licenses, if we can help spread the word that every motor vehicle transaction that we do in our office, you have to show an ID. And it's not our rule, it's a state RSA that we must follow. And recently we've had a couple little disgruntled people about that because they didn't have their license on them. And we have to send, no matter who it is, if it's all of you that I know well, we still have to send you back for that license. So no exception, and it is a law. And then we had a phenomenal Old Home Days, and Patrick, you said it incredibly, and it was just amazing. And thank you to everyone, all of you who participated in it. Just an exceptional job. Alert, fire, police, can't say enough. But it's kind of like, wow, now it's done. You know, I can't wait till next year. This coming weekend, we have something else very special happening in town on the Common again, and that's our Blues Festival. So Dennis Martin has been sponsoring putting this together for 12 years. It's the 12th anniversary. It's on our Common 12. It starts at noon and it goes until 4 o'clock. And it's a great event. Kids are welcome. There can be dancing just like at concerts on the Common. And it raises money that goes directly to our veterans. So I think that's my, one last thing. The Senior Expo is October 3rd. We had some great participation on Old Home Day with a table that Kirsten had to find for us, which we really appreciate. A little mishap there on my part, but Kirsten pulled it together. We had a great spot and lots of interest. So if you can help us October 3rd, it'll be right at our high school gymnasium, and I know you'll all probably be there to support us too. But that's it from the town clerk's 2-minute elevator speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with public comment? Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Jason Carasquillo, 12 Ashley Drive. I just want to address the topic that's going to be addressed later about the cul-de-sac on Ashley Drive. We spoke about it on July 6th. I just want to say that the neighbors and I have reviewed the new easement proposal that I think you guys are going to address. And it's basically the same exact policy that they have right now. Is they said no motorized vehicles for kids, no bicycles, no scooters, no skateboards, etc. I believe that we all agreed last time that we said we'd want them to rewrite the easement, the proposal, and include that in the proposal. We did not see that in the proposal. We please like you to address that. Also, the house is now up for sale and it's under contract. So there's going to be a new owner taking over the house, and we'd like you to not make the decision tonight, but make the decision when the new owner comes in and they can address it with you guys, especially since the town agreed that they're not going to be plowing in the wintertime of the circle. So that might be something that the new owners might want to look into first.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else with public comment? Yeah. Seeing none, I will close public comment. I've got a few town council issues to address here before we move on with the agenda. First, I need to address an issue with the legal bill that was printed in the Londonderry Times. On August 12th, the Londonderry Times published an article concerning the bill for legal services received by the town of Londonderry. This bill was in possession of the town manager, 2 town employees, and the town council. The bill was privileged, and on August 7, 2026, the town asserted that the document was exempt from disclosure under 91A in response to several right to know requests. The Londonderry Times is owned by Councillor Deb Paul. Providing the legal bill to the press under these circumstances is a violation of the duty of loyalty to the town and 91A, and could place other privileged documents in jeopardy of disclosure. The town council has approved the investigations and the protocol concerning how best to address these investigations. Leaking privileged documents is not an appropriate response, and we want to remind all town councilors and the employees that their duties to comply with the law. As we have repeatedly stated, when the investigation is complete It will be presented to the full town council.
Excuse me, Ron.
Yep,
Excuse me. I'd like to make
Yeah.
a statement.
sure.
And I'm glad you said that because this leads into what I'm going to say to you.
Okay.
Ron, I want to schedule a meeting next week with Sheen Gordon, including all of the counselors, to get the full status and update and get the information that both you and Sean have been being provided with. I am requesting this meeting to be held virtually, so there is no there is no cost in the traveling for the attorneys to come here. So I want it virtually. I want it here. And I'd like everybody on the board to be here. I want this meeting because I want to clarify, I want clarity on the scope of the investigation, whether the town councilors are being investigated or not. When did the investigation processes start? When are you expecting them to end? I also want to know the approximately, about the cost when all said and done, when it's going to be completed. Did you think about putting a cap on it? I believe I said it at one of our meetings. We're not going to go over X amount of dollars to be smart for the taxpayers. I also wanted a timeline as to how much longer these investigations will go on. Ron, you said previously that the subcommittee would not cost any more money. Wouldn't cost us anything to have this subcommittee. Yet we now have a bill exceeding $21,000 for one attorney. But if you read the bill, there are 3 attorneys' names on there, the one that we just paid and 2 others, which we all still have to pay and have not received those bills yet. And that, mind you, that over $21,000 was for approximately 49 hours worth of work. The full council has not been informed about all of these Zoom meetings and phone calls that you guys are having. The discussions that you and Sean are having with the attorneys are entirely just with you two, as far as I can tell. The entire council should be made aware of what is going on. Not only you two, we should all know. You don't know how I'm going to vote. Maybe I'd vote differently if I had all the information, but I don't, which is unfair. This is town business. Town business should be done and conducted publicly. The council should be approving these votes. Yeah, you guys have the control with 3 votes, but all councilors should be asked to be voting on, should we have a Zoom meeting discussing this? Should we be calling the attorneys on this? Should we be doing that? Just so we know, it's an equal playing field. I will remind you, we are all equal on this board, yet it does not feel that way. So that being said, again, I want to have a meeting next week with all town councilors, and I want it to be kind of public because it's the public information. This has gone on for too long, Ron. Too long. And how long is it going to last? I mean, is there going to be another 48 hours? I mean, all these investigations, I don't know what we're investigating. I don't know who we're investigating. I do know that we're not investigating Ted, who had the only complaint so far that I know of, besides what you just said tonight, the only complaint that was not anonymous, that actually was a violation, and yet we're not talking about it or doing anything about it. All the other complaints were anonymous and had really no validity. So I really think this is really shameful, and you have to stand up and make a decision. Thank you.
All right, up next.
Chairman Donna, I'm going to comment on what you just commented.
Oh, please.
So just one, I will not carry out illegal orders, okay? That right-to-know request was not a leak. It's a legitimate right-to-know request, and I answered that, and I followed the law, and I will continue to do that. You're spending public funds. You don't get to hide that, sir. So that information has been released. There is no privileged information in that bill at all. So I will continue to do that every single time. If you think otherwise, sir, I direct you, you should take action against me. Otherwise, I will continue to do that every single time. I will not allow you to cover these things up, sir. So let's be clear about that. As long as I am in this position, and until you can remove me, I will continue to do that. So I'm hoping I'm clear about that to you.
Are you
stating for the record you released the information?
Okay.
Yes, I did. The emails are quite clear. Absolutely.
Mr. Chair?
I'm still, I got more to go. I'm not
Okay,
done.
go ahead.
Next, I want to address the legal protocol. The town manager requested a legal protocol for authorization of legal services rendered to the town of Londonderry. On July 21st, 2026, that protocol was issued by legal counsel and remains privileged document at this time. However, we can say that the town charter vests the authority to engage the direct legal counsel with the town council, and therefore the engagement of legal counsel must be approved and directed by the town council. The town council may also initiate and direct investigations. It may also establish subcommittees. The full town council has voted to engage legal counsel. The town council has created a subcommittee for the purpose of communicating with direct legal counsel. When the review is complete, and the subcommittee will report to the full town council, who will determine what and if any measures should be taken with the investigation.
So you don't have a timeline or a cost?
I,
You don't care how much
No,
you
I-
spend?
I care.
100,000, you good? 200,000, you good?
Deb, I'm a taxpayer also, so I do
But,
care.
I put a
Okay.
cap on it. Why don't you put a cap on it? Put them attorneys to the fire.
The next thing I'd like to address is that there's been a lot of discussion around the legal bills, as it just was here. The last legal bill we received was for a month and a half. The June 2026 portion was $5,209, and the July portion was $16,379. You had said something about there's no additional costs, so that is the bill.
Well, there is, because they're talking to Liz Bailey and which we haven't seen any.
That is correct. We have them, but that
While
was
we're
not.
spending time, that 21,000, those lawyers are costing us even more money talking to those other lawyers. It's just like having the veterans thing re-looked at. We got a finding, and now you have it re-looked at by another lawyer to cost more money.
Some of the costs in that bill were 91A requests were around $2,300. Transition costs were around $2,300. Council, town manager issues requests were around $6,000, and the investigation right now is around $6,000.
Investigation.
I would also like to discuss a memo that went out on July 30th, 2026, with the entire town council. This memo was a directive that went with budget rescissions in the form of a memorandum to Dave Wally, Director of Public Works. The memo stated that the legal expenses incurred during fiscal year 2027 would substantially exceed the amount included in the adopted operating budget, and therefore immediate expenditure controls are necessary. The directive issued by the town manager, I believe, is unnecessary, and in my opinion, needs to be discussed by the entire council and rescinded. First, legal expenses incurred in fiscal year 2026 were largely incurred at the direction of the town manager and not the town council. In order to control the expenses, and legal protocol has been issued to make it clear the town manager does not have the legal authority to direct legal counsel. Rather, that authority is vested in the town council, and the town council will exercise that authority in fiscal year 2027 with an eye on controlling costs and streamlining legal work on behalf of the town. Second, the town council has created a special subcommittee to interact with legal counsel, in part to create a more efficient process and report back to the full council when the investigation is complete. Third, the town manager relies in part on RSA 37:6 for his authority to issue the directive. RSA 37:6 clearly states several times that the town manager is subject to control, supervision, and direction of the town council. I would ask that we as the town council discuss this memorandum and consider withdrawing this directive and asking the town manager to withdraw this directive that he issued.
Well, it's his responsibility to manage the budget. And if he sees expenditures that are being overly expended out there, he needs to do something so at the end, we're not caught with our pants down, I guess, is what they say. and we end up saying, hey, we're going to lay off a bunch of people. We're going to lay off a bunch of firefighters. We're going to shut down an ambulance because, oops, here we are. We've spent too much in legal. Ron, I'll tell you, I asked at the last meeting, I asked specifically about these investigations. How much money are we going to spend? Do you know? All right? And you've said it yourself that your subcommittee is not going to expend any money, but you are. And when you have a bill over $21,000, you're expending funds that this community could be using for our fire, our ambulance, our police officers, our DPW. All right? So I get no answer from you. All right? About what's going on. I asked you the last meeting. Are any counselors being investigated? I can't answer that. Okay? Like everything else, I can't answer. I guarantee you what you read, the town of Londonderry paid an attorney to write this. All right? And he paid good money.
$500 an hour.
At least. So, I don't know when this is all going to stop, but I got an email today from somebody in Londonderry, and I'm going to share it with you because I don't mind sharing stuff. He says, Dan, I'm not an attorney, but I do understand privilege. The privilege is held by the client. The client can waive the privilege. So who is the client? I think the board hired the attorney. Then they, the board, can waive this privilege and answer some of these questions. He's right. This individual is right. And I hear this a lot. All right? So I don't understand why we can't answer simple questions. How long is this going to take? I mean, did we give a blank check? I'll tell you, if I was an attorney, I'd be looking at this going, pot of gold, pot of gold. I am going to work this, and I'm going to ching, ching, ching all my hours up. And that's what's happening.
Mr. Chair.
Good.
Dan, I believe you're a police officer, correct?
No, I'm not. I'm retired.
No, you were.
Yep.
Collect a pension for. You understand how investigations work.
I certainly do.
You ever just disclose to anyone you were investigating every single aspect of every single piece of thing you could give them?
I did tell them they were under investigation. I didn't hide it from them. I don't understand why you hide it from them. You let them know you're under investigation for X, Y, and Z.
We don't even know.
We don't even know.
We don't know how
All right.
many investigations there are, what the investigations are, who they entail, we have no clue.
And Sean, let me.
One investigation, 7 investigations? Is it me? Is it the Mulholland? Is it Ted? Is it Dan? We have no idea what you guys are doing. And we're a body. To me, what you guys are doing is great misuse of your power. It's disgusting. It's misuse of the two of you. The two of you. It's a misuse of your power. And you're acting privileged because you're the chair and vice chair, and that nobody else has to know anything, and that you two know better, and you two know what is best for me. And yes, there are people out in this audience that are going to throw out there on Facebook, they won by a great amount. Well, I bet you there's a lot of people out there not very happy with the vote that they gave you. And both of you, all 3 of you really, are up for election. So remember that when you go to the voting polls.
Sean, I want to respond one more thing to you. As a police officer, when I conducted investigations, and you can smirk all you want, but when I conducted an investigation and I completed that investigation, I told them what the results were. I didn't say, I can't divulge it. All right? When I did an investigation, I told them what they were being investigated for, and I told them what the results were, whether they were, founded, unfounded, but they knew. I didn't say, I can't tell you. All right? Which doesn't make any sense. So, Ron, as far as, this whole thing with, what the town manager is doing as far as trying to curtail the budget for the spending, I agree. He has to do something, because if he doesn't, later on, when we need to cut money or we're going to go over budget, you're going to blame him. You didn't do your job. You didn't do your job. He's doing his job.
I'm struggling now. Richard brought up the fact that there's a paper out there that I'm unaware of,
Neither am I.
that we're having a trial date for this veterans thing. Is that something we're investigating? Because we had a finding and now they're saying the finding isn't right? Because when did we agree to do that? That's a violation. That's negligence on your part. Obviously, you don't care.
No, I do care.
Obviously, I mean, is it going to be that, like, I got to take out a lawyer and go after you personally for misusing your authority? Which I will do if I have to. Because this is enough. Enough is enough. You say you want to do the right thing? You want everybody to sing Kumbaya and have a good time at Old Home Day? Yeah, me too. But why don't you try doing something positive instead of all this negative? Why don't you try uniting instead of dividing? Why don't you try to be unprivileged and be one of the people? How would you feel if you were sitting out there and not up here and not knowing what was going on and how your money was being spent? Would you like it? You would not.
The other thing, Ron, is that we have the investigation where we have an attorney investigating stuff probably for 6 months now, I think, and we have not seen a bill. I can just imagine what that bill's going to be. I mean, how can you... I hire attorneys, and they send me bills as we go along. They don't keep it for 6 months, 7 months, 8 months and say, here you go, here's your bill. I can't wait to see that bill. I mean, if we think 21,000 is ridiculous, 6 months?
And what budget is it going to fall under, Ron? This year or next year? And then how are you going to adjust for it?
So you have to make adjustments. I think what he's making for adjustments needs to be done. Unless you have other ideas where he can make the adjustments.
I think that we'll be able to keep the budget in line.
I disagree. Not at the rate that you're spending on legal fees.
Can we cut the chatter in the crowd, please?
Yeah. Any conversation, if you want to take it outside, please?
So I went over the legal bills. We are already in line with what we were doing last year. We are not outside of what we were doing last year for legal bills. We are not outside of it whatsoever.
Do you know how much Varentis is going to be?
I do not know that right now.
6 months. That
It has not been 6 months, and you know that.
Yeah.
And frankly, trying to waive privilege, all five of us would have to agree on that, not a single counselor. The attorneys work for all five of us, not for one of us.
Have you talked to him, Ted? Because
You
I
cannot just do that.
Ted,
Can't do that.
I will say this to you, Ted, okay? It's easy for you to say that. You haven't been investigated, all right? I have been. I know, you know what the results are. Very frustrating that they don't come out, because now you have people going, oh, must be this, must be that, all right? So maybe if you end up getting investigated, they withhold that, you'll know what it's like. You'll withhold the result.
Investigate Ted. I asked that question. Where is the investigation on Ted? The manager called for it. It was not anonymous, and it was a violation of the charter, and yet nothing is being done. Sorry, Ted, you're a golden boy. You're not touchable. You've talked to these lawyers. I've seen nothing.
I have not talked to these other
Then
attorneys.
you know what's going on then. You
I
must
have
be
not.
talking to Ron and Sean. You've
Ted,
seen these
I have not.
You've seen the trial document?
I have not. I don't even know what this is.
So then why aren't you backing us saying, questioning them? Why are you just sitting there not
Because I'm listening
asking
to
them
you
what's
scream
going
at
on?
them instead of letting the chairman speak.
He did speak.
You're not letting him speak. All you're doing
He
is
did
yelling at him.
speak. He did speak. He's done speaking. I'm talking
you're
to
not
you,
even
Ted.
letting him respond.
You have never, in
You're
the
not
last
letting him respond.
in the last
Okay.
6 meetings,
You
Ted,
need to respond.
you
Let
have
someone
never
respond to that.
questioned the investigation.
You need to let
Deb.
someone respond.
And I'm trying to ask you a question, and you're not responding. You're just saying, he never
Deb.
responded.
Deb,
Respond.
Deb,
Wow,
Deb,
Ted,
Deb,
you're being under fire.
That's really
You don't like
childish.
it.
Deb.
I'm
You don't
sorry.
like it.
That's childish.
No, come on.
You need to let the chairman respond.
All right,
instead
guys,
of just screaming.
guys, stop.
No.
Stop. All right.
No.
You asked a question, okay?
Yeah, I
And-
want an answer.
And,
Change.
and I will get you an answer to your
When?
question.
Is Sean getting a text message about it from somebody in the audience already?
No, I don't know why he would.
I know why he would.
But I will get you an answer.
When?
So, Mr. Chair, is it possible to have that meeting?
Yeah, are we gonna
think
have
it's
that?
a
I just
simple
said
yes
I
or
would
no.
get you guys an answer.
Next
It is
week?
possible. I have to. I can't commit to anything until I check his schedule. I mean, good, Sean.
You've both had your opportunity to well speak your opinions on the subject. You know, people keep saying they don't like how these meetings are going. I've watched both of you two carry on in a completely unprofessional manner over and over and over again. In the end of the day, you have a right to say your piece, but you don't have a right to just keep going into infinity. Let the rest of us talk. We'll make a decision on what we're going to do, and we move forward. That's how these things work.
But Sean, the rest of us don't talk. They don't talk. The only people talking are you two.
It's not what I'm hearing right here in the room.
So, Deb, to answer your question, I
You
believe
talk.
that we will.
Dan talk. You.
Well, I know. You're the voice of reason and caring and compassion. Your
right.
honesty. Truthful.
Deb, I asked the question because I believe that we can control the bill, and there's no need for this dramatic.
And how are you going to control the bill? Please explain it to me.
Okay.
I mean, you can't just say that and then not
Okay.
explain it.
Okay.
Stop the back and forth.
This is
Us-
between Ron and I.
So,
and
Deb-
I think the
This is
public
between the
Okay,
entire
guys.
would
council.
like to know how we're
Okay.
going to control the bill. That's
Deb.
a reasonable question.
I read my statement. The reason how we're going to control the bill
Yeah.
is we're going to control it as a council, and that's how we're going to do it. We're not going
But
to.
how as a council? I don't know when you're making those Zoom phone calls or
Right.
you're having meetings with
Right.
these. I don't know. So how are we going to control it as a council, as one?
Okay.
There's a hole.
Mr. Chair, are you proposing certain cuts somewhere, or are you saying we're not going to cut anything, we're not going to reduce anything, and just
So
wait
I'm saying
till
that
the
I
end?
think right now, I think that we can get the legal bills under control, and that there's no need for the memo that went out. I don't think-
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please.
Ted, did you complete what you had to say?
I mean, what I was also trying to say is that I had gone through the whole analysis. People keep saying that the council had spent about $280,000 last year. That is not true. I went over all our names whenever we were mentioned in the legal bills. It only contributed about 9% of that whole entire bill. So for people keep saying that we spent all this money, no, we did not spend that money. There were meetings or calls that we had, or meetings that needed to happen, and it only contributed 9% of that total bill. So,
All right.
And then I guess.
So I'm gonna. You want to say something? Now I'm
Yeah,
gonna cut this out.
I want to say something.
Yeah.
I think we've heard from everybody
Yeah.
but me. I would say it's absolutely premature to start doing rescissions when the fiscal year started July 1st. I think that's extremely premature. Looking at the rescissions, they were designed to be the most painful, I believe, that you could be painful for without relieving staff. I think that they're, at this point, they're not appropriate, and I do believe we can control the legal budget because it is on our heads, and it should be. We can control it, and I don't think there should be it. Day one, you don't start with rescissions. So with that, I'll make a motion
Okay.
that we do what you suggested and rescind that memo.
Okay. I have a motion from Sean.
I will second that.
A second from Ted. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Dunn?
Oh, you're not part of the discussion,
Oh,
sir.
yes, I am.
yes.
The charter says I get to speak. I
You
don't
get to
a
be
vote, but I-
recognized.
You get to be
but I
recognized.
speak.
And I'm asking you to speak.
Okay. Go ahead. Right,
So
no.
I asked you folks about that. I said this is going to be a problem. I forecasted that. It's best to make those decisions now than to make them later because they do result in layoffs later. We can project that we've already spent 10% with one bill. We've spent 10% of our legal budget for the whole year with one bill. We have not received the Sheen and Finney bill for July yet. We haven't received the Veruntis bill, which dates all the way back to at least April. We don't know how many thousands of that. I've asked you how much that's going to be so I could do that, and you've given me no answers as to what those projected costs are. So without knowing any of those things, I have to make decisions now. And what I told you with the paving, it's not the most painful decision. We have money from previous years we're still using on paving. If I rescind that money until the end of the year, I can enter into those contracts at the end of the year and we'll be able to spend that money if we have it. If we have a situation like we had with the library occur again, we're going to be in trouble towards the end of the year. That's fiscal management, and I am responsible by the charter to do that. You can make whatever motions and votes you wish to do, but I have the responsibility to do that. And I am going to carry that out. Whether you say it's okay or not, I still have to make sure that budget stays within its confines. That is in the charter. It is my responsibility, and my responsibility solely. It doesn't talk about what you're supposed to do. So that I'm going to do what I need to do. And if we have money at the end of the year, I'll be able to enter into those paving contracts, and that stuff will get done next summer. So to me, that is very responsible. Instead of laying people off or running the risk of doing that later on in the year.
Well, let's
Right
not
now-
scare people. We're not going to lay anybody
Mr.
off.
Chair, I have a question for you.
Can I finish what I was saying?
Go ahead.
Well, it kind of goes into what you're saying.
Oh, go ahead.
I believe we had a presentation at the end of the year that we had quite a surplus going into the end of the year. And that was even with the supposed legal bills going as high as they were over budget. So I'm a little confused and concerned upon why we're already being so drastically cutting with our budget when last year's legal bills were over the budgeted line, and that, it seems like we're still going to be okay for this coming year when last year we still had a surplus.
Okay. Did you want to finish?
So if I
sir?
could finish that?
Yes, please.
So we budgeted, we didn't even budget for it. We were paying $290 an hour for legal. That's what we were paying. And we went over with that. Now we're paying $500 an hour to one attorney, $450 to another, and then $375 an hour, which none of that was budgeted for. None of that. We are going to go way over budget, even if we don't even maintain the same level of hours that we use in the past. And you're using a lot more. So that's just math when it comes down to it at the end of the day. We're spending a lot more because we're paying a lot more per those rates. Now you've got attorneys talking to other attorneys. I've lost track of how many attorneys this town now contracts with. But you've got one attorney, we saw it in that bill, talking to the other attorney, directing them what to do, who's talking to another attorney. They're handling right to know requests, which we normally handle. And I don't know what I pay you an hour, if it's $50 an hour, whatever. It's not $500 an hour.
It's not
It's not
$500.
$500 an hour to respond to a right to know request.
All
But
right.
you've got attorneys doing that. So we are going to go way over, especially on the track that we are on right now. It's prudent to take action now to reduce that risk. And I don't have to lay people off at the end of the year and cut services.
But we don't want to scare you. No one's getting laid off. So
Well, I hope
don't say that because.
Well, I am saying that because that's the reality. If you don't manage your finances now and you
Okay.
wait till the end of the year.
All right. As a motion
But
on the
wait
table, I'm
one
going to call the vote. Go
This
ahead.
is just,
Yeah.
Ted had said you had all these, you figured out all these documents and you had all this
I went through all the
information.
legal bills.
Could you share that? I'd like to see how you calculated it and how you got there, because you did all the work, so I'd like to see it.
Yeah, same here.
And one thing, just throwing it out there, just food for thought.
Yeah.
Is it possible to set a cap? We will not exceed X. When we hit this much spending, we stop. So in other words, we say we're not going to spend more than, I don't know, 100,000, whatever, on investigations. And then once you hit that number, you stop, so you don't exceed. That to me would be a prudent thing to do. I don't know. You
Right.
can go on with your motion
Okay.
now.
I'm going to have a motion and a second. I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
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 Chair will say affirmative. Deb and Dan opposed. Motion carries 3-2.
For the record, I will not rescind the memo, just so you're aware.
Up next, we have board appointments and reappointments. We have Planning Board nominee Brian Battaglia to the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission. Did you want to say anything? Okay? Anybody have any discussion, anything? I'll accept the motion to approve his appointment.
So moved.
A motion from Sean,
Second.
second from Ted. Any other further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative, 5-0. Up next, we have public hearing. Receive public input, discuss and approve amendment for the fire department rules and regulations. Ms. Hilden.
Yes, so this is an amendment to the current fire department rules and regulations made at the request of the fire department to allow them to expand the types of devices that they permit to communicate with their system in order to gain revenue through the fire detection and alarm system. They're just simply asking to add those words, stating that they will accept use of a cellular or internet communicating device in order to contract, to obtain the contracts with these businesses and establishments in town that are required to have these systems. This prevents them from going to private businesses and allows for better service for them, and it's less expensive for these businesses, and it gives us an important part of our revenue stream.
Any questions from the council? I'll accept the motion on public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Dan, second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative, 4-0. Anybody from the public wish to speak on the fire department rules and regulations? Come on up.
Hi, Kevin Foley, 69 Stonehenge Road. I just want to make sure those boxes are non-proprietary. They can be used by, any company can provide them, not a specific company directed by the fire department.
Would you like me to answer that?
Absolutely,
Mr.
yeah,
Chair?
please, yeah.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Brian can answer better than I can. We talked about it, but he's
Yeah.
here.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Council. Brian Johnson, Division Chief of Fire Prevention. Unfortunately, at this time, what we have added is we have receivers at our fire station. Right now, we're allowed to, our receivers will take Kingfisher or digitized radio boxes. We have updated our software at the direction of the fire chief to now include certain cellular boxes. The only box right now that is made that we can receive is a Kingfisher box. So it is proprietary right now. If somebody else comes out with a box that we can receive, we're fine with that. The reasoning we're doing this is these signals come directly to us. They're not going to a private alarm company. It cuts down on response time. It gives us more control on making sure these boxes are functioning. Every day, these boxes test with us. If they do not test, I deal with the company on the other end, make sure that those boxes are repaired. We do have dialers in town that go to private alarm companies. I have no idea if those boxes work or not. The private alarm companies are supposed to maintain them, but we have zero control. With these here, it's adding new technology because the radio boxes are 50-year-old technology. So we're allowing cellular technology that'll come directly to us. For an instance, we had a fire alarm activation at Kluberlube at the north end of town. They have radio box with us. They also have a private alarm company. The private alarm company goes to their facilities manager. We received the radio box, we dispatched the apparatus. Our fire truck was pulling into their driveway when their facilities manager got the phone call from their alarm company reporting a fire alarm activation. We're trying to eliminate that delay. We want to get our apparatus there as quickly and safely as possible. This gives us another means to receive those signals from new fire alarms. I actually have, I know you have a letter in your packet from a apartment complex in town that is looking into these. I also have a letter from John Adams at the airport. He is the building superintendent for Manchester Boston Regional Airport, in full support of this because of some of the issues we're having with some of these radio boxes. So this here gives us new technology, better technology at a fraction of the cost to the subscriber. And also, I don't know if you're familiar, our radio boxes, if you look around town, this building has one, the library has one. They all got a big lightning rod antenna on top. The new cellular ones, it's a little small antenna inside, so we're getting rid of that lightning rod. We've worked out a deal with Kingfisher that they are covering the cellular bill, so the subscriber gets no cellular bill. An average radio box costs about $10,000. I have it in the letter from John Adams. He just replaced one. $10,000 before installation and labor. The new boxes cost about $1,500. The letter that you have, I believe Sanborn Road, they paid $9,000 to replace a circuit board. They could replace the entire outfit for $1,500. It's a better service for us. It's a better service for the subscriber. It gives us more control over the fire alarms in town. They can still go to an AES radio box, which does go to a private alarm company, but you have that delay in service.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do those for example, for an apartment building, do the smoke detectors connect to that system and go directly to you guys?
Yeah, what it is, like the building here, you have a fire alarm panel. When the fire alarm goes off, it sets off the horn strobes, whether it be a pole station, smoke detector, sprinkler head goes off, the fire alarm goes off. There's a transmitter here in the building that sends a radio signal to our receiver next door, and it sets off a receiver in our dispatch center. They dispatch the apparatus. This will do the same exact thing.
But faster?
It's just faster and more reliable. Some of the businesses we have up by the airport that have had these radio boxes for 20 years have not had an issue. Now we're putting 4-story apartment buildings between them and us. We're blocking that signal. The only way the radio box works is line of sight. So if they can't see our antenna here, the radio boxes have issue. That's where 30 Sanborn Road, 1 Airport Road, I have a list of other people that are interested in this. They're having issues with these, so we're looking at getting something more reliable and cost effective, getting us with new technology. But as soon as the alarm goes off here, like when we test these alarms, I'll have my dispatch center on the phone. When you pull that pull station on my phone, you'll hear it go off instantly in our dispatch center. There is no delay.
Is there a particular cell phone carrier that they work off of?
They work off top 4 major carriers, whichever signal is largest. It's constantly checking for the signal.
Wonderful.
And whichever 4 that it's connected to the strongest, it connects to. But every 30 minutes, it's checking for which signal is strongest.
Oh, good.
And then we also have, that's why we have the internet. It's also going to be plugged into the internet. So if something happens to cellular signal, it has internet backup. So you actually have 5 different paths for that fire alarm to get into us.
That's good to hear, considering there's certain parts of town where cell service may not be good for one carrier compared to another carrier. So That's good to hear that
These
you'll
are things
always
that
have
we've
that
worked out
signal.
with Kingfisher, and these are deals that they have with the top 4 carriers. And like I said, they're going to foot the bill, but they worked out all the logistics with the top 4 cellular carriers. And then you'll just need an internet connection as well for the system.
And I think this will be good to hear for the business community that we're trying to find ways to save them money as well.
Correct. If it's okay, I'd like to give you the letter from the airport.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Any other questions?
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else in the audience wish to comment? Seeing none, I'll accept the motion to close the public comment.
So moved.
Motion from Dan, second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show us the affirmative. 5-0. What do we want to do?
Mr. Chair, I'll move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby approves ordinance 2026-13, amending the Londonderry Fire Department rules and regulations as indicated.
I have a motion from Dan.
Second.
Second from Sean. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. 5-0. Up next, receive public input, discuss and approve the renovations to the General Assistance Guidelines. Ms. Hilden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item is simply to update the town's general assistance guidelines to include the changes that were made in the 2026 legislative session by House Bill 348, mostly pertaining to which municipality assumes financial responsibility for people who apply for general assistance in that community when it comes to determining residency for anything beyond temporary emergency assistance.
Any questions from the council? I'll accept the motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion from Ted, second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show for the affirmative. Any from the public wish to comment? Seeing none, I will accept the motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion from Sean,
Second.
second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show for the affirmative. Back to us. What do we want to do?
So I move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby adopts the revised Town of Londonderry General Assistance Guidelines as presented.
I have a motion
Second.
from Sean, second from Dan. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show for the affirmative. 5-0. Up next, receive public input and discuss proposed changes to Pettingill Road TIF district. Mr. Mulholland.
Yes, so we're proposing to add 4 properties, 4 Carroll Way, 148 Harvey Road, 10 Navigator Road, and 11 Navigator Road. The TIF district has to be contiguous. They all have to be attaching to one another. Simple way to say it. The key part of this is adding 10 Navigator Road. 10 Navigator Road is owned by the Londonderry Housing and Redevelopment Authority. We would like to be able to use TIF funds to be able to make improvements to that building. It's an older building. It was obviously back to the World War II days when they built the Air Force Base there. That is presently leased out to Enterprise Mobility, and as you know, we are the largest rental fleet in the state through the rental cars that are here, and this will allow them to actually bring more cars in. The building needs improvements for windows and things like that. They pay taxes on that building, even though it's a government-owned building. So the improvements we make to that will increase the value of that property, which will increase the property taxes they'll have to pay. And they have to guarantee additional revenue by bringing additional vehicles in to bring in motor vehicle revenue, which will go to our general fund to offset property taxes. So we've been working with LHR Ray on this. Dan Root, if you want to come up as well. And I've outlined the amount of money, obviously, the town would be able to bring back in for those improvements that are made to do that. And it's 7 years. Year 7 is our break-even time. As you can see, we're looking at a total of $70 million in revenues that offset property taxes, and we have, the largest rental fleet in the state. So that's what was being proposed here, to be able to do that.
Does council have any questions?
And we currently own the building, correct?
LHRA does,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't necessarily for this
Yeah.
until I heard all the details. And after understanding the benefit to the community and the taxpayers, I changed my tune. So I have nothing else to say.
Okay. I will accept the motion to open public hearing.
So moved.
Motion from Sean,
Second.
second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Anyone from the public wish to discuss the Pettingill Road TIF district? Seeing none, I will accept the motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion from Sean,
Second.
second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. 5-0. What do we want to do?
We don't have to take any action. This just moves on.
Yeah, we can't because.
That's right.
Yeah, it requires 15 days, so.
Yep.
That's right. So that's right. We can't.
September 14th.
Yep. We'll be taking this up on September 14th.
But are there
Thank
any
you.
issues with it or any concerns?
Yeah, is there anything?
Anything else you need for
Nope.
information?
Thank you, sir.
Great.
Appreciate it. All right. New business. We have a presentation from Londonderry Trailways regarding rail trail projects. Sandy and Bob. Good evening.
And now for something completely different. There's no action that we're asking from the council tonight. We were just doing this as a courtesy so that you knew what was going on. We'll make it as brief as possible. Next slide, please.
You have a remote right there, if you want to do it.
Yeah, so we were established in 2000. We're a 501c3 nonprofit. There's 7 of us on the board, and our mission is to really make Londonderry more walkable, bikeable, safer, connect neighborhoods, schools, and just make it more pedestrian friendly.
One of the reasons we're doing just this little bit of background is there's a lot of new people in town who may not be aware of who we are. So I think everything that was read in that lovely proclamation, thank you for that recognition, is what's in the opening slides. So we just wanted you to know the depth. There's been many different board of directors over the 25 years. This is the current members, the kind of backgrounds that people have, and we really wanted to mention the dedicated long-term volunteers that you see at the bottom of the slide who are in every week doing something somewhere. And beyond those, there's many other volunteers that come once in a while that are too numerous to count, and many, many people making donations. Many, many citizens, hundreds of citizens making donations over the years.
Yeah, so basically most people know us for the rail trail. That's the most obvious trail that we have in town, but we also engage in other trail activities. We've done some really nice projects with neighborhood connections. Right behind here is the Kings to Laffa, and also the Laffa Loop Trail. That's the newest trail. The first big one was the school pathway back in 2006 that we did.
And this is about making the town more walkable. These are examples of making the town more walkable. So looking forward in the future, when you have especially highly densely populated parts of town where development is happening, you want to be able to make sure people can walk to a store and don't have to get in their car to go 0.2 of a mile. And Gilchrist Road south of 102 comes to mind as an area that's very densely populated, and it would have been nice to if people could have just walked up to Hannaford's or walked up to Home Depot or Staples without having to get in a car safely. Without a place to walk, people won't do it on a busy road. It's a natural, so keep in mind, we'll come to you more often about trying to work on making things walkable.
Yeah, and then also we've worked on trails through the woods. A lot of people know the Adams Pond Trail. And then years ago, we did a lot of work in the Musquash and the Kendall Pond Conservation Area.
Yeah, and the reason those last two are grayed out, when the Conservation Commission, different people come on boards over the years, they're running that show themselves. That is much less us and much more the Conservation Commission. And when they call or they text us and they ask for help, we gather up some. So we didn't want to overly take credit. We were in Kendall Pond and Musquash all the time 20 years ago and 15 years ago, but they're running that show well without us. They have a great group of volunteers of their own.
Yeah, so just a couple photos of some of the volunteers and projects up top. That's actually work on the Laffa Loop Trail that was completed a couple of years ago. Down to the right, that's the Adams Pond Trail. That's always in need of maintenance. And then in the pictures on the left, that's the rail trail. And you could see, we've even invested in new equipment where you see someone on a lawnmower there. That looks pretty good.
And across the top, as Bob said, that's the Laffa Loop Trail being built, and there's board of directors out there directing traffic. But I wanted to mention on the upper left, that's Shady Hill. Shady Hill volunteered their time, their personnel, materials to that. So we engage with really wonderful local businesses. On the lower left, you see the Rotary, the Londonderry Rotary, coming out to do some maintenance on the rail trail. So it really is a lot of different people over any course of the year. And then you can see a random tree down across the rail trail. This kind of thing happens all the time in the storms. And so we have a couple of different ways to mobilize. If it's really big, even Bob won't tackle it. We call DPW and they come out and help us out. We try to handle things safely on our own, but when it gets to be up to a certain level, which we don't have to do very often, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You got it.
So now we're going to do a deep dive into the rail trail. And I just put a quote here about parks and playgrounds are the soul of a town. These things really matter to people. People want safe, recreation. And we have so many wonderful volunteer groups like LAFA, like the folks who redid the basketball court, like the soccer fields. These things really matter to people, and a way to walk and recreate when you're not with a ball-oriented sport is a different alternative. It hits a different population than people who play organized sports, and they're all really important.
So really, we embarked on the rail trail in 2010. We paved our first mile in 2013. By 2019, we had 4.5 miles. Way more progress than any other town in the state of New Hampshire. A lot of progress has been made. Between Wyndham, Derry, and Salem, there's 9.5 miles. So you see that little red piece between Derry and Londonderry, that's about a mile. Once that's finished, we're going to have about 15 miles of continuous rail trail in the state of New Hampshire, and that will definitely be a big tipping point for us.
Yeah. Kirsten, is there a pointer on this? Probably doesn't work on the screen. No.
The middle? Is it the middle one?
That's okay. Never mind. I don't think it'll work from. And just to follow up, that red piece in the center between the 4.5 in Londonderry and the 9.5 south of us, that red piece is what we're going to zero in on and talk about. That's thank you for pointing. That's phase 7 in Londonderry. And when you cross over the town line into Derry, that's Derry's last piece, and that's where the infamous tunnel is going. Everybody asks us, where's the tunnel going? Where is it in the big picture? And so right over the Londonderry line, that's the piece where exit 4A comes in and where the tunnel, as far as we know, will be going in. And what you might not be aware of is this whole stretch from the Massachusetts border in Salem up to Manchester and beyond, all the way up into Boscawen and all the way up to Lebanon, is going to be called the Granite State Rail Trail. And we are a key link smack in the middle of that. So it's important that we push on and make progress. So in the next slide, we're going to take just the Londonderry part and dive in and just show you we have 2 pieces left to do. Phase 7 to the south connecting with Derry, and phase 6 to the north connecting with Manchester up really close to the airport. And we numbered these, I think, in 2013 or some long time ago. Yeah. And so we numbered them, and we did them in order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we're going to do 7, and 6 will end up being last, because we couldn't tell that long ago which one was going to go next. So these are some before photos. This is what it looks like when we begin a phase. The top 2 photos shows you examples of we're looking right down where the trail is going to go. You can see they're impassable. They're overgrown. Some of them look better than this, but most of the segments that we take on look like this. And the dirty people across the bottom is, how many trucks did you? I didn't show up that day.
So last fall we did 5 truckloads of trash out of the section between the Stumble Inn and the Derry border, and it's just every segment we've picked up trash, and we turn lemons into lemonade, basically.
They're really significant, like, rehabilitation projects, and it's a dirty job the first time you get out there and take over a segment. And this is what the typical after photo. If you haven't been out there, I really, really encourage you to take a walk. I'm sure most of you probably have, but go out there and feel a little bit of a sense of peace, a little bit of a sense of connection to your community. Watch the faces of the other people smiling. That's my favorite thing to do when I'm on there, is to look at the faces of what other people are doing when they're out there. And that's what this town is really about, that kind of connection. This is just a quick, we won't bore you, but Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission puts out a free counter. I'll let you speak to this one.
Yeah, so they basically provide reports to us on a monthly basis. They put counters at different places along our rail trail and other rail trails, and as you can see, the popularity of people using the rail trail keeps increasing. People use the rail trail all 12 months of the year, 7 days a week. It's just unbelievable. And You know, you can look at the numbers, and you know, we're over 200 people a day are using our rail trail.
And we really thank the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission for their support, because this kind of data helps us when we write grants. When we write grants asking for businesses to engage with us, they want to understand the utilization, and so this kind of data helps us generate funds. And so we're here to basically this one last slide to tell you about Phase 7, the piece between where it ends today near Derry and going actually to the Derry town line. Over on the circle on the right shows you the funding sources. So there's a federal grant that was actually written by the town, by our dear Kirsten over there. She wrote that grant, and it came in for $422,000 for Phase 7. And Londonderry Trailways made a commitment to fundraise $113,000, and there was a warrant article that was passed by the citizens for $105,000. So for a $105,000 investment by the citizens of Londonderry, you get $422 plus another $113. So that's the way we like to do things. We like to take $100,000 and multiply it into $600,000. And we really want to recognize and thank the New Balance Foundation. That is the charitable arm of the company New Balance, who's building a factory in North Londonderry, as you all know, but just for those at home who might not know. And they have a competitive grant process. We've been working with them for a year. They came and did a site visit. There is a lot of paperwork you have to fill out. It's by invitation only, and we were just so happy and thrilled when we were chosen to receive a $50,000 grant, which is part of what we put in the orange, our Trailways commitment of $113,000.
Yeah, I think what's also important is to recognize so many local businesses have contributed. People individually have contributed. There's no donation that's too small. We have ongoing donations of just $10 a month. Every little bit helps, not only for the development of the trails, but also the maintenance. You know, we keep our trail really nice, really clean, really safe. So I can't thank everyone enough for the contributions they've made to keep the ball moving forward, so to speak.
And then just at the bottom, you can see what's been accomplished lately, because sometimes it feels like we hit certain things that take long. And, you know, we did actually hire our own design engineer and got some pre-work done in 2025. There's a prefab bridge that's over Beaver Brook on Phase 7, also completed in 2025. And now the big steps are starting to happen. And this is where we really partner with the town, along with key people that are project managers from the town side, because in order to accept a federal grant, the town has to be at part of the table. They're not going to give us $422,000. They're going to give it to the town. So CMA engineers, very experienced in rail trails, have been hired earlier this year. They're surveying right now. There's flags out there. They're generating final design, et cetera, et cetera. So the ball is rolling on Phase 7.
Yeah, so everyone says, when is it going to get done? Our best estimate right now is 2028 to get our connection to Derry. Hopefully they can do the same in 2028 as well. That's all I can say on that.
The federal process is heavy. The federal process has a lot of steps extra steps you have to take versus when we do the projects without federal money, and so steps mean time. So 2028 we expect to be done. We're hearing that Derry is thinking the same thing, 2028? Yeah.
They're working on it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no promises. Anyways, that's it. Thank you.
Any questions?
I have a few questions.
Good.
For the connection to Derry, where you cross 28 over to Seasons Lane, will you guys be having a crossing signal like what you have in the north end of town?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do. It's called a pedestrian hybrid beacon, and actually we've already gotten, we've done pre-engineering on it, and we've gotten state approval from the DOT on that.
Wonderful, good.
Yeah.
And then what do you guys do with all the railroad tracks that are, and all the steel that's left behind? Is that technically ownership of the railways, ownership of the town? Who owns that steel still?
So the only area where there were rail steel left over was in the Cohas section, which
Yeah,
is
the
in
north end, yeah.
North Londonderry, and that was owned by the state of New Hampshire, and they were in an agreement with another company to do a salvage on that years ago. And then there's a
But it still hasn't happened. I still see it
you'll
up
see
there.
a few pieces there. It's going to just stay there.
Okay.
Yep.
They salvaged it, and that's the state's call.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you haven't found any down in the Phase 7 area?
Nope.
And then, I guess, what are we looking at for Phase 6, and what kind of timing are we looking at for that?
You got
For
that
Lynn,
one.
I'll start with that one. So this is the most, Phase 6 up near the airport is the most complicated section because it involves several federal agencies. So TSA has a say because it's security, FAA has a say because it's an airport, and the the Manchester airport itself has they all have an important role to play. So that's a lot of agencies, and that's a lot of time.
Does the route go technically outside of the airport fencing, or
Just along the outside of the
Just along
fence,
the
but
outside.
it's still their property.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still under their jurisdiction, might be the more accurate way to say it. They have a lot, to say. So it's going to take a little bit longer. It's probably going to get broken into two pieces, where you go from where it ends today up to the Aviation Museum. Will be like a section, and then from the Aviation Museum up to the Manchester Town Line will be another section. And getting to the Aviation Museum is what we really want to do because that's safe parking. They're very excited about the rail trail coming to them, and they have said where they want to share their parking lot. They're really wonderful to work with. So we want to provide safe parking on that end.
And if I heard you correctly, our route connects up going northwest, and does it technically go into Goffstown in that direction and up towards Lebanon that way, or how does it get up
So
to?
when you go from the Aviation Museum, you go up Navigator Road, and then that will be the Londonderry Manchester line, right?
Right, but I guess I meant you guys had said earlier it goes through other towns throughout the rest of the state.
Yeah, so it goes up through Manchester.
Mm-hmm.
You can currently ride it all the way to Queen City Ave, I think it is.
Yeah.
And then Manchester's going to go straight up to Concord, and then it veers off.
Gotcha.
The Northern Rail Trail already exists. So where it's not done is Northern Manchester into Concord.
Okay.
There's grassroots groups and actual towns and cities working on it. It's called the Northern Rail Trail from Boscawen up to Lebanon, and it already exists.
Wonderful. I've been on another trail in Goffstown, and
Yes, that's a different
that one is not as nice as our trails, and as well as the trails through Derry and Wyndham. Certainly our trails are by far nicer. So, well done. That's all I had.
Well, after he's done.
All set.
Sean, go ahead. I'd just like to say it reminded me of when you showed the pictures of the rail trail, the water part is my favorite part up by the airport, seeing all the turtles and things like that. But the question I have is the inner neighborhood trails. When you'd mentioned them and you'd mentioned it'd be nice if people could walk up to a Hannaford or Home Depot and things like that. Are there any plans to expand that? Because I mean, what we have now is great, but and I like how that it keeps people off the road, gives them a safe, beautiful place to walk, get in between places. I think the work you've done so far is really great on that. I think that doesn't get enough publicity versus the rail trail's big and beautiful, and that is the feature thing, but is there plans to expand that or to do something? And if there isn't, maybe think about that?
Years ago, we used to be, I'm a little embarrassed, I don't remember what it's called. What is it called when you're a committee that gives input to new design? What is it called? Thank you. My husband used to be on the planning board. Design review. So Trailways used to be officially on the design review process, where when a development was coming into town, we gave input and we came and spoke to the planning board. We didn't get anywhere, and we we just put our effort and our time and our talent on where we can make headway. And when we can't make headway, we go, see ya, and we go do where we can make headway. So I think you bring up a good point, Sean. I think we should probably re-engage in that process, in the design review process, because it really should be on, in my opinion, on a developer to add either through impact fees or through actual specific requests to their development. in my opinion.
Now that you say that, that does outline the challenge on expanding that. Okay, now I fully understand. Thank you.
Deb.
Sandy, thank you. I've always been a big cheerleader, as you know. Been there cleaning tires on that. What is that? What was that? Remember, we had all those tires. We had 2 containers full of tires.
Independence Drive.
And I like what you're bringing forward. It's aligning with what the Green Team is doing, along with Beautify Londonderry, conservation, recreation, and I thought I might as well include you. It's August 6th. We're having a meeting here at 7 o'clock, and basically bringing up something that was on my goals, which was pocket parks, nature parks, connectability. And I know when people think pocket parks, they're thinking playgrounds, but that's not what it is. It's a connectivity between neighborhoods, that land that the town owns that could be used to gather or to do whatever. So I would hope that the Trailways would want to come in with our bigger group and look at this. We've got the town manager had the GIS guy give us a map, so we know exactly kind of what we're looking at and where we want to go and where the low fruit is first, and the easier fruit. And one of them is from the LAFA, right, going behind here, behind the Grange, across the street, behind the church, by the meeting house, ending up down towards Max as a nice snowshoe, nice rail trail, walking trail, connecting those 2 areas so people can walk that, park at the municipal strip, park at the library, take that walk, and not have to worry about taking their lives in their hands on Mammoth Road. Also, it saves the taxpayers money because we don't have to put in sidewalks, maintain them, have the liability of it, and things like that.
Nothing wrong with sidewalks, though.
No,
in densely populated
we're just not there
areas.
yet.
in densely populated areas, that's where they belong, in my opinion. But send us the invitation. We'd love to hear more.
I just
Okay.
added you to my list of people.
I had one more question.
Ted, go ahead.
For your counter that had been done by Southern New Hampshire Commission, how do they perform that with pedestrian walkers and bikers and rollerbladers and different locations that people may actually access?
They have an electronic machine that they set up, and I know they explained it to me once, and I can't explain it to you again, but I know they have a way of
not double counting,
not having duplicates.
Okay.
Yeah. So they're
Do they set up different
they're pretty
machines at different
savvy at it
spots and
with the machines? Yeah.
Okay. Because I know, like, some people may park by the bus station. Some people may park at North School. So
you have to go past the counter to be
Yeah,
counted.
Right, so in other words, usage could be even higher.
Right.
is what you're-
Yeah.
So usage could be even higher because they put it, let's say, near Verani Way, and if you're only walking between North School and Coca-Cola, then you're not getting counted.
Right.
Right,
Mm-hmm.
that you have to pass in front of it. But I thought it counted anyways, we'll have to talk
Yeah,
about
but they do move it around though.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Southern New Hampshire Planning has invited us to come to one of their meetings coming up.
September 23rd, we're going to be doing a tour of the rail trail to all of the commission members all over the state because it's their 60th anniversary for the Planning Commission.
And so they've asked us to do a walking tour. Bob's going to lead it, of a section of the rail trail and talk about it from a planning perspective.
Yep.
Yeah. But we'll get ourselves a little more educated on the counting part. Let you know how that works.
Dan?
All right.
I just want to say thank you for all the hard work you guys put into this because maintaining those trails is a lot of work. I've used the Northern Rail Trail and Londonderry Rail Trail. You can see it's cut back, it's maintained, and that takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of volunteers. And I just want to say thank you for everything you guys do. It's not. It's hard to. It's a lot of work just to get it ready, but to continue maintaining it is the key. And you guys do a great job with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other?
The town manager asked me, like, what do you guys do about maintenance when we first had a meeting many months ago? And I said, so far, the maintenance of the rail trail has been within the scope that we can handle. But we can foresee that things are going to happen where we're going to need a little bit more expertise than Bob has. And, it's really nice to know that we're going to have, engineers or DPW if something comes up. We'll always be fundraising. We'll always be trying to, make it happen. But sometimes we need to rely on the expertise that only town staff can bring that we don't have on our board.
Well, and certainly potentially phase 6.
Yeah, and a real big thanks to Dave Wally and John Trottier. I mean, those two guys work with me really closely on maintenance and the development of the trail. And there's many other town members like Kirsten and people in the planning department. But it is really a team effort.
Yeah, 100%.
Any other questions?
I was just going through and making sure, in the 10-year highway plan, the rail trail part from Londonderry to Derry, I know there's a lot of changes in that plan, but it was still included in there, so that's good to know we're getting state funds for that too.
Anything else? Well, I want to thank you both for what you do.
All right.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Before you go any further, I just want to say something.
Yeah.
I want to apologize to everybody for losing my cool. It gets very frustrating when you don't get answers and you don't understand why things are happening. And it was unprofessional to yell and just be a jerk. But it is so frustrating, and I'm a very passionate person, and I just cannot control my frustration. And so for that, I do apologize to the audience.
Up next, discuss and schedule a public hearing for September 14th regarding the application for Purpose Energy. Mr. Mulholland.
Yes, so we have an application from Purpose Energy as indicated in the packet there in regards to the commercial industrial tax credit. This is a two-part process, or at least two-part process. Here is to have a presentation by the applicant and what they're requesting in terms of that exemption. And then there's a public hearing, which we have, with the council scheduled it for September 14th of this year to take public input and then act on it at that particular time.
Welcome,
Thank you.
sir.
Hi, Sean O'Neill, Head Up Development for Purpose Energy. Apologize for adding to the proliferation of Sean's in the room. Just in a future hearing, I can give you kind of our slick PowerPoint and give you a little sense of visuals of what we're doing. But let me explain first of all, the Southern New Hampshire Green Energy Campus is going to be over off of North Wentworth at the terminus of North Wentworth over by Stonyfield and behind Calpine. Hopefully most Londonderry residents won't know it's there, except the ones who want to get rid of organic waste, which is what we're going to be processing there. So the facility is going to be two components. One is a depackaging facility, meaning a facility that takes grocery waste that is gone by or it's expired, et cetera, which is currently a lot of it goes to landfills, and it's taking up New Hampshire landfill space. If you follow the news, your landfills are running out of space. They're incredibly taxed. I think they have 5 years left. There's expansions going on, but there's a huge taxpayer cost and environmental cost associated with new landfills. We'll be taking that waste, taking it out of its packages, turning it into a slurry that goes into anaerobic digesters. What's an anaerobic digester? Sounds complicated. It's just a big stomach. It works just like your stomach. It digests the food just like your stomach. It makes gas just like your stomach. And we turn that gas into renewable natural gas, and we put it into your gas line. So this facility is going to, of every 100 tons that comes in, less than a ton will go out. So this is going to be converting that material into clean water, fertilizer solids, which are basically the spent bugs that ate the food, and biogas that we put into your gas line. We have to clean it up to the standard of Liberty's gas line. So we work with Liberty and inject into the gas line, and molecularly this gas is exactly the same as the gas that's already there. It's methane. That's the core of the project. It doesn't pencil yet. Which is part of, I'm trying to put the pieces together, of which the abatement is a component, right? It's a pretty critical component to making this work. These are incredibly expensive, and they're hard to put together. Purpose Energy's built 3 of these projects in Vermont. We just opened one in Ohio that we built for Dan and Yogurt, processes their their waste. We built one for Cabot Cheese in Vermont and for Ben & Jerry's. So we work with food waste. It's what we do. What are the benefits to the town? I can think of at least 6 major ones. 25 to 30 jobs, which are going to be generally high skilled. These are high tech operations, all the pieces of them. Taxes that will ramp up after the abatement, right? Your abatements are, you have a reduced level and they ramp up. So you'll eventually get full taxes. I think a reduction in cost to all the people of New Hampshire because they're all affected by what's happening with the landfills and the impact of the new ones. We will be an asset to that industrial part of Londonderry because lots of companies struggle with how to treat their wastewater. The city of Manchester is clamping down on the nitrogen and phosphorus that goes into that plant. More and more companies are going to need wastewater treatment. And so if you want an additional food plant or more jobs that come with that in that area, folks would look at a digester plant and go, oh, we want to be there. So we're an asset to the industrial growth. A private wastewater plant, a lot of towns would love to have that because it's I think of it as public infrastructure, but private cost. And then we'll be adding enough gas to serve the gas needs of about 5,000 New Hampshire homes. So it's a non-trivial amount of gas in an area that's sometimes gas constrained. Then lastly, and Sean and I are working on a plan for this, we've had the utility committee, Martha Smith and others have visited our digesters in Vermont and are excited, I think, about this project. And one of the things we've agreed with them is that we'll have a receptacle to take local organic waste. We have to put in some rules to make sure it stays organic. We can't take general trash, but we'll take organic waste from this community that would otherwise go to landfills, and we'll build the space for it, we'll manage it, we'll haul it off and process it. And we think that will be another asset to the town. I would add that there's sort of no comparable tax burden that you might get from other applicants for this, in the sense that we don't have kids there. They're going to be educated, need to be educated. We don't need a lot of emergency services for residents, right? We're pretty much a net add to your roles. When Sean and I were discussing this, he goes, "You're just gravy because I don't need, you're not taking other resources from us." So, but the way your abatement is structured, the way a lot of towns do, which is it starts, I think it's 50% or something, and then it ramps up. That's what we need to make our project pencil. It's really hard to make these work. So with that, and again, I can give you a full dog and pony presentation of what it's going to look like, but I've tried to summarize what we're doing and the benefits.
Any questions?
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, Deb.
2 pages.
Go.
I'm sorry. And it might be redundant, but I feel I have to do my due diligence.
Please do.
So which tier did you want? Would you prefer? Let me put
Well,
it
we want the highest tier, right? The deepest subsidy.
Okay.
So I think that's one, right?
Okay. So what specific new businesses are expected to come to Londonderry because of your facility? Like, what kind of businesses do you think may come? I mean, because we can't predict the future, but
We can't.
Which ones could possibly come because you're coming here?
So the original impetus for this site was Stonyfield, because
They're already here.
I know they're already here, there may be a future in which we're taking their wastewater. It was one of the original plans, but that's why we're in that site. So we have had other companies like the Cabots of the world, cheese companies. We still have some dairy in New England that have actually sought spots in industrial parks near us. So I can't tell you like, oh, we're talking to so and so about locating there, but
I'm just asking questions.
No, it's a good question, and I'm not offended at all. And you keep them coming.
Because I just think that that's important. I mean, I'm not against this. I think it's a wonderful thing. I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I just want to protect and make sure everything is copacetic. So
I'll add that there's and I can't name them, but there's a meat processing company in New Hampshire that's looking for our support because they may need us and they're not going to locate in Londonderry, but they need us to process their waste so that they can stay in New Hampshire.
Right. So it would be good if you could you don't have to tell the names of them, but say there's a potential of getting X amount, 2 or 3 businesses because you're here, to add to that area that's empty up there that we'd love to fill.
Exactly. I mean, I wish we're not in the recruitment effort, but I will tell you the
I'm
kind.
just throwing it out out there?
No, it's a very good one, and I'll try to put together. I mean, the best thing I could do is give you a list of our clients and the types of folks that work with us, and that will give you an idea.
Deb, I will say, one of the biggest users of these types of plants are actually breweries.
Yes.
And I believe you guys actually built a big one up in Burlington, Vermont, to
The old
work
Magic
with
Hat.
Magic Hat.
Yeah.
And so all the breweries that are in the area right now, instead of just send their waste off of who knows where,
Right,
could
so
then
that's
be
the
trucking it potentially to your site, potentially, if you can make deals with those facilities.
Yeah, and there's a real retention piece to that. I appreciate you bringing that up because we help keep waste costs down for people because sometimes they're trucking it out of state, they're trucking it long distances, and they have to pay what they call it a tipping fee. Their tipping fee is much higher. They can come locally to us cheap.
Okay.
So we help preserve those jobs if those companies are marginal.
So I'd like a little bit more detail on the jobs.
Gotcha.
You said 25 to 30 new jobs.
Yes.
Now, these are brand new jobs, not
Brand new.
people moving from someplace else. So I'd like to know the exact type of so out of those 25 jobs, the types, the salaries. So in other words, 5% is upper management, the rest are workers. The 5% at upper management, they're making, 90 to 100,000. The lower end is, 20, 30,000. I have no idea what people make in that industry.
Right.
But it would be good to have a concept to see if, that we even can have, if you're saying, 20 people you need of lower workers, it might be difficult to find because we're finding that across the board. I go to a lot of the chamber meetings, and the less paying jobs
Hard to fill.
are very hard to fill, and that
Yes.
could be a huge problem.
Yes.
So that's something that I would like to know more about. Do you want me to just kind of go through this?
Yeah, and I would like to provide a supplement to this because I may not have everything right to hand.
That's
but
fine.
yeah.
That's fine. It's a process, right?
Yeah.
What is the expected full asset value after completion, and how confident are you guys in the 22 million evaluation estimate?
I'm so bad at understanding how assessments are done because they vary by state. I deal with them in lots of states, but I don't. Each state treats real property and personal property differently. So I worked with an assessor who's out of Concord, who helped me understand a little bit how it would be done. I can tell you we spend more than that, but we're not necessarily assessed on the cost to move dirt around or to, not every piece of it is
Right. No, I understand.
But I'm hopeful. Put it this way: I'm hopeful it stays that low. I'm worried the assessment comes in higher and I got to pay you more taxes.
No, that's a good thing.
I have no doubt that we'll reach the level that's on there.
Okay. Well, you already said how I wanted some details on how residents would be able to drop off food waste. And all of that food waste won't be outside. It would be going inside, correct? You're not going to...
It goes in a bin.
You open it up and put it in, because I'm thinking rats.
No, so we'll have a caged enclosure because, I don't know, I live out in the middle of nowhere and I got raccoons and everything getting into stuff.
When there's a lot of people, you don't want rats.
No, so this will be in a contained space and a bin that gets emptied every day. So it's not going to be sitting out there.
Okay. And will there be some sort of funding for this? Who's going to are you going to maintain it, is what I'm trying to say. Is it just going to be put there and forgotten about? Or, because everything starts off pretty, you know that, and then it
So
sometimes
we are
gets-
going to have, and Sean has helped me think through a little bit. He suggests the town can help us with some enforcement on anti-dumping, right? The town already has the necessary, I think, laws and fines in place for that. We'll probably have a camera up. We need to make sure people aren't just bringing general trash there. And we can't promise, if we have a collective action problem and the system breaks down, we may not be able to keep it going. But our commitment is, as long as we have a clean waste stream, we will run that at our cost, because it doesn't make money for us. The waste, we have to charge to take the waste that we process. We'll take the towns for free. We'll run it, manage it as a piece of public benefit. So it doesn't need a funding stream. It needs us to make a commitment.
Right. It's a good relationship,
Yeah.
good partner. So then the next question is, what odor control, spill prevention, and wastewater management systems will be installed, and what will their failure rates be?
So everything comes in enclosed. When it goes onto the tipping floor where it gets depackaged, that's enclosed, so a door shuts and everything's inside. All the wastewater processing is inside enclosed tanks. The biosolids that come out are also enclosed. And that when they leave the site, they're enclosed.
So do you guys have emergency processes if something, like an accident? You never know what's
a
going to
whole, boy, I could show you the book we had to file with for our solid waste permit. We have a whole plan of for all that stuff and
For containment and stuff?
emergency response stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll just add one more thing. The utility committee went to our Vermont plant, and they can tell you. I mean, it doesn't smell.
And so for me,
Yeah.
I applaud you. You have a great Vermont plan. I'm not worried about Vermont. I'm worried about Londonderry.
I just mean they went as an example, right? So they saw that it
Well,
didn't smell.
May not happen there. Could happen here. How many trucks per day will enter and exit the site, and what routes will they be taking, and at what times of day?
Right. So
What
we,
days of the week? I should have added that.
as part of this, we had to do a full traffic study. And so that's all filed with town planning. I can't give you the exact numbers off the top of my head, but I'm going to give you my best
Ballpark's
guess.
great.
And I
Basically
can
for
give
the
you the traffic
person.
study too. It's somewhere in the 30 range. They can't, it would make no sense for them to come the way no one wants to come, which is right up Harvey. They got to come down from the airport area. So they're going to come off Pettingill. And relative to the high traffic you got from FedEx and the other stuff, we're just a very tiny drop in the bucket. So the key way that traffic is evaluated is according to what they call LOS, right? Level of service. You probably know this from other people who presented to you. I think we don't change. I think there's one intersection where we change the LOS from, and the LOS is done as A, B, or C, just like your report card. We change one LOS based on our work, and I think it's because it adds 1 second to the time traffic stops, and that was enough to shift the LOS. But the big message here is we have marginal to no impact on traffic.
Okay, well, I already did that one. I'm so sorry. All right. I was just looking for some more financial models, but that you said will be coming, so I'm not going to panic about that. What is the annual estimate insurance billing revenue Londonderry would receive?
I don't know what insurance billing revenue is.
Okay. How will the town, these are questions, by the way, people, residents, they all come from like different people that have asked me to ask you.
I love
So
it.
I'm just doing my job.
This is excellent. I expect this kind of thing.
Okay. How will the town verify ongoing public benefit for future expansion periods? So I guess that's part of the thing you need to do is show ongoing benefits to the community. So are you going to donate to like the rail trail or something, or the green team, or help my farmer's market? I don't know.
Well, we'll take the farmer's market waste.
There you go.
All the things that I've listed, those 6 things can all be quantified.
Okay.
So, and if you want us to report on them, we can.
All right. If the facility is damaged, how quickly can operations be restored before things start really stinking? This is what they ask me. I'm
No,
sorry.
it's fine. Don't. So damaged. It's hard to imagine what would damage a tank, but what can happen to digesters? It's actually never happened to ours, but they can do what's called pickle. They get overly acidified and they go down. We've literally never had that happen in 15 years of Magic Hat's never been down, the Magic Hat plant. But you have to drain the tank. That's all fully enclosed. You have trucks come and they drain it. We just can't bring any waste in. So the general public wouldn't notice if our plant was down. We just have to drain it and reactivate it.
Okay. What is the projected, I don't know if this is for you or Sean, or the finance guy, what is the projected annual tax payment once the exemptions end? if you should get one of the, I mean, this is what they asked me,
No,
Sean.
that's obviously, again, a good question, but we won't know that. It'll depend on the tax rate at that particular time and what the actual assessed value of the structure is at that time. They make any additions to it, increase in value of commercial industrial property, which you know is not as much as residential properties. It'll all depend on that particular time.
It's,
And
I
the
need to go
second
look at the
part-
schedule, but it's over a couple $100,000, unfortunately.
No, fortunately. That means you're doing good. What guarantees that the existence of your company will remain in Londonderry after the tax relief period?
Oh my goodness, we will have sunk so much money. No, it's a good question, but we will have planted so much money in Londonderry, and we will have contracts that obligate us to operate, or we're in big trouble. So we will make commitments to people who are part of the waste system, people you don't want to cross. So we will have to be here.
All right, and so then I feel like I'm on dating game. Can you confirm that construction has not begun? Has begun? No construction has begun per RSA 72:83.
No construction has begun.
Okay, I got two. I'm sorry.
It's fine. Don't apologize. This is like you're being a good city council person.
I'm trying. Which companies will send waste to the facility and what volumes are expected? We already answered that. What permits are needed from NHDES and what is the status of each of them?
Okay, so
And then
that's
I'm
a good.
done.
That's a really good question. So we need a alteration of terrain permit. We got it. We need a solid waste permit. That's the biggest one. It's took us months and months and months, but it should come out any day. We need an air quality permit. We got that. We need, and the DES requires all the other permits. So we got our wetlands permit. We have a modest impact on wetlands that we've mitigated. And I can give you a longer report on all those permits.
So those were the questions I had received from individuals that asked me to ask you, even though I know there's a public hearing.
No, but I'd like to give you my card and make sure that I send you, and that maybe I'll just send you all the follow-up.
Okay, you can always get me through Sean.
Great, okay.
Any other questions? Dan?
Just listening to your presentation, you say everything's enclosed, except when you're looking at the receiving the organics from as a drop-off in a drop-off container. Is that going to be enclosed?
It'll look like a steel container that you typically see where you dump your trash. It'll be enclosed. It'll have a lid. We need people to be able to get in and out of it. It's a benefit. This is not part of our normal operation. It's a benefit we're trying to provide, and we'll have to do our best to keep vermin out of it, and by emptying it a lot.
So we got this from our town manager today,
Mhm.
a proposal that you're working on with him.
Yes.
And it says Purpose Energy and its partner, Recycle Works, will commit to managing that drop-off container so long as it receives only organic and not general trash.
Right.
My concern is what happens if people put general trash in there. Is that going to be a burden on the Londonderry taxpayer now that we're going to have to clean that up?
So what I'm suggesting is, happens a couple times, we'll manage it. Sean has suggested we might be able to get help with city enforcement because you have the ability to sort of track a license plate or whatever. We'll have a camera and find somebody, and we're hoping that helps. And signs will say you're on candid camera or whatever they need to say, so that people know they're on notice. If it becomes the short answer to your question is it's a burden for us, and if it just keeps happening to such a point that there's 90% solid waste, non-organic waste, and we have to separate it and everything, we can't commit to managing a facility that isn't for organic waste. So we're going to do our level best and all commercial, best efforts to manage an organic waste facility and work with the town to enforce that. If it becomes a giant trash dump, we might not be able to sustain that
Shut it
bargain.
down, right?
Well, I just bring that up because I know we have a facility down on West Road, and we have attendants down there all the time, and people put stuff where they're not supposed to. We had a container just for metal, and people were putting stuff in there that they shouldn't. And now we have to have all the metal outside, and it has to be gone through. So that's time consuming, and I don't want the town of Londonderry absorbing any of the cost here.
No,
and I know you said that.
I appreciate that.
We need the council to formally establish a fine structure. I don't know if I'm looking into establishing a fine structure for this, but
I assume you
those
have
are my
fines for
concerns.
dumping, an anti-dumping fine.
Yeah, there's a state statute actually covers illegal dumping.
Yep.
So that's, they won't, if they specify what's allowed to be there and people with things that are not supposed to be, it's illegal dumping. It's going to be on their private property anyway, so.
Right.
But we can enforce that statute, which has been in effect for a long time.
Thank you. That's it.
Any other questions? All right, so we will schedule this for a public hearing on September 14th. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all for your
Yep.
service.
Thank you.
Up next, discuss and approve the transfer of funds from Recreation Department Capital Reserve Fund to the General Fund. Mr. Salidas.
Good evening. We've had some problems with the West Road irrigation. Everything is good except what's not good, and that's some of the pipe that needs to be replaced. The foot valve needs to be replaced, a new system so the foot valve can be changed without having two old guys go out in a little rowboat and try to lift up this big thing and change it without getting drenched. Unfortunately, it's fairly expensive. The bigger problem would happen if we didn't fix this and we had a really hot spell, we would lose the fields. So this is why it's being asked for. This is beyond the capabilities of, this is Kevin Foley, who's on the Rec Commission, who's like the smartest guy I know and always helps us. Sid and I have always had this relationship of doing things together, and we get to the point where we don't know what to do, and the next step of what we do is we call Kevin.
Well, thank you, Kevin.
Kevin has saved the town a lot of money over the years. So we're asking for this money out of the capital reserve. Recreation is asking. The cost is a little over $22,000, and after this is spent, we'll have a little more than $34,000 in the capital reserve. Kevin can answer all the difficult questions that I can't.
Any questions?
I got a statement, though.
Go.
What's our location that this is going again?
I couldn't hear you.
What's the location where it's going again?
Oh, at the pump house at West Road. There's a little, down by the watering hole by Field 3. If you go down to Field 3, instead of going up to the field, you go down to the left. That's where the do we call it a pond now? Or?
Yeah, it's a pond. It used to be Continental's Pond for wash and gravel before they donated that property to us. So we draw water out of the pond, which is, let's see, kind of pain in the neck. Very hard to draw water into a pump. The high school runs into the same problems we're having. Being the system's 25 years old now, we're having a lot of problems. And not only do we have to fix this problem, we need to make it easier for the next generation people to work on it. Right now, we're literally going out in a boat trying to reach over and pick up this 100-pound line with a 40-pound valve on it. And So we have to do the check valves occasionally. You know, in 25 years we've done it like 6 times, but twice in the last. Well, we did it in the fall. We just did it in the spring. Just did it again. So, got to make that easier to do. And we provide our own water. Like the school district has to buy water from Pinachuk. So the fact that we're spending $25,000 really doesn't cost that
Savings.
much when you look at buying water. So there's really some repairs to make it much easier to do. And then there's a discharge line that's steel that goes out to the fields, and that's rotted as well. And we've already had to replace that at the Field 6 pump house. So just trying to look to get everything working and make it easier for the next set of people to work on.
Yeah.
I'm all set. I'm just going to move that I'll make a motion.
I'm fine with the motion. I just want to say, these guys don't come to us often, and when they
No.
do, it's very small amounts
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
they are the most efficient and effective department that the town has. And they give a lot of pleasure to a lot of people, and they do a lot of positive things in this town, and they don't get recognized for it as a committee. And I think that this is just something a no-brainer to do because, again, they are the most efficient people you ever want to meet. Sorry.
All right.
Dan.
I'll move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby authorizes the withdrawal request and directs the town treasurer to disperse up to $22,125.97 from the Recreational Department Capital Reserve Fund to pay for repairs related to the West Road Fields pump house system.
I have a motion from Dan,
Second.
second from Deb. And
Discussion further?
Yes, discussion.
Will this have any interference with the fields and all the sports and activities that are on them? What kind of timing are we looking at?
No. No, the pump house is away. It doesn't affect the fields at all. The only time the fields are affected is when something breaks on the fields.
Okay.
This is well away from the fields. So the damage will come is if we can't get water on the fields, then it becomes,
The grass won't be good.
it's not a good place for little kids to be running around.
Right, I just wanted to make sure if any of the pipes had to go out to the fields from what the work's happening, so.
Now, it should be, maybe after our generation is gone, things may break, but right now, knock on wood.
When are you looking to have the work be done?
They can actually come out Thursday if this gets approved tonight.
Okay. I will say, I'm really impressed with the pricing for this. I was expecting all this work to be way more money, so I think you guys got quite a deal here.
Your requests are always great, so happy to approve.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show us the affirmative.
Thank
you both for all your help.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Up next, discuss and approve the transfer of funds from the Fire Equipment Capital Reserve Fund for defibrillators. Who's taking this one, Mr. Mahalo? Is this? Chief, welcome. Phil, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay.
So good evening, Jim Young, your fire chief. The background on this is, if we remember back, there was funding placed into the Fire Equipment Capital Reserve Fund for the purpose of purchasing the new Zoll cardiac monitors / defibrillators. We were very fortunate to negotiate a 5-year lease program with 0% financing over the entirety of the 5-year lease. So this is requesting that funding be taken from that capital reserve fund for which it was designated for to make the first of 5 payments for that purchase.
Any questions? No?
Want a motion?
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
I'll move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby authorizes the withdrawal request and directs the town treasurer to disperse up to $112,475.93 from the Fire Department Capital Reserve Fund for the first payment to Zoll Medical Corporation for the replacement of the Zoll cardiac monitor defibrillation.
A motion from Dan, second from Sean. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative, 3-0. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Old business. Next, discuss the easement for cul-de-sac at Ashley Drive. Mr. Mulholland.
Yes, so we received a new draft agreement, or easement, I should say, from Mr. Haywood, 11 Ashley Drive. And as you indicated, we had that discussion about bicycles and other types of pedestrian-type vehicles that could be used in there, and they do not want that to occur there. So that's what they propose. That's what you have in front of you at this particular time, and it's up to you to take action if you wish with that proposed easement. You have a number of options. One of those is to do, you still have that layout petition in front of you, request to do that. You could accept that easement, or I suppose you could take no action at all on that if you chose to. Those are the options as I see them that are in front of you.
We also heard from a resident tonight that asked us that hold off, that the property was under contract, and asked us to hold off on the decision.
Correct.
Until the new property owner.
Mr. Chair, I mean, I look at it, and if you're going to have a new property owner, they might have different ideas what they want.
Attorney Johnston's here also.
So.
Sure, well, absolutely. Absolutely here. I'll recognize you. Good evening, sir. Yeah.
Hi, Matt Johnson, legal counsel for the Haywoods.
Yeah.
With regard to the sale of the property, I think that's very speculative right now. The property could sell in a week. It might not sell for months. The Haywoods might decide not to sell. I don't think it would make sense to hold this whole thing up on the potential of maybe a sale and maybe a different owner. I don't think it really matters who the owner is. There's an existing easement as the property stands right now. What we're seeking to do with the proposed easement is clarify the terms because of what the limited easement as noted on the plan of record says. So we're trying to clarify that so the town and the owner of the property where the easement lies understand, and that there's an understanding with actual details of rights and obligations of the parties, which seems to be what was likely intended 40 or 50 years ago when the easement was actually granted. There just wasn't the paperwork recorded at the registry. So we're trying to do that now, and I don't think it matters who the owner is, and I don't think it makes sense to wait to see if maybe there's another owner along the way. The easement runs with the property, so it will stay intact no matter who the owner is, unless and until Ashley Drive is extended.
Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Back to us.
Well, I mean, it's eliminating bicycles, Mr. Chair, which
I'm in favor of holding off, so
I'm in favor of that too.
I'm good with that. Yeah.
If I could address the bicycle issue?
Sure. I'll let you say your piece. I'll let you just, yeah, please. Go ahead. Yeah.
And I know that in your packet of materials, you have a copy of the plan. I wasn't at the last meeting, but it wasn't clear based on the conversation. I did view the meeting afterwards online, and it didn't seem clear to me if all of the town council members were aware of the actual layout of this cul-de-sac.
I think we were aware.
Yeah.
I think we were
Yeah,
aware.
we're all aware
I'll
of
speak for, I think they were aware.
Okay.
Can everyone agree we're aware?
Yeah.
I think we were aware.
Okay, that it's not a typical circle.
Yes.
It's more like a driveway
Yep.
that goes across the Haywoods' private property. Certainly, if you're riding a bicycle on a road or a skateboard, you could turn around in the roadway.
Right.
You don't have to traverse across someone's property simply to turn around.
Right.
So the language that was in the proposed easement, although it eliminates recreational use as I defined it, it eliminates that without permission of the owner, whether that's the Haywoods or anybody else. Just for clarification. So
Okay. Anything else? I want to bring it back to the council and just.
You need a,
Okay, go ahead.
need a motion or something to hold off on this, or what do you want to do?
We do need a motion, or if we're going to hold off, I don't think we need a.
Yeah, we don't need one if we're going to hold on. It's just, what do we want to do?
What do we want to do? I'm good with holding off.
Yeah.
I don't want to speak for you, Danny. You?
No, I mean, I said.
Deb, how do you feel?
I'm fine holding
Okay.
off.
What?
Do you mind? Do you want? How was your opinion? Do you want to hold off or?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Sean.
Yeah.
Okay, so all four of us is a consensus that we would like to hold off. Thank you.
Can
All
I get
right.
some clarification? Is that continued for a certain amount of time, or what do you mean hold
Nope,
off?
we're going to hold off for now.
We don't have an easement.
The existing easement.
Yeah.
So it just stays as is?
Up next, discuss and authorize the intermunicipal agreement with the town of Litchfield for emergency medical and fire dispatch. Chief Young.
Hello again.
Yes, hello again. So thank you for the opportunity to come back a couple of weeks later and revisit this topic. What I would like to do tonight with authorization is to go through the PowerPoint presentation again to address the key points and reinforce the topics that we discussed last time. So just a brief recap on how things progressed. Back in April, we were approached by Litchfield to discuss the possibility of entering into an intermunicipal agreement to provide both ambulance services as well as dispatch services to their town. During May, I drafted a formal intermunicipal agreement proposal, a draft proposal, and provided that to Litchfield. Additional meetings with representatives from both towns, being our town manager, myself, and the town administrator from Litchfield and Chief Nickel from Litchfield, met to have further discussions and sort of what that may look like from both sides. In July, the Board of Selectmen in Litchfield, in public session, authorized moving forward with our proposal by unanimous vote of 5-0. And then in later July, an updated draft regarding the terms and conditions was provided to Litchfield for further consideration, revision, etc. And we've arrived at a final draft at this point. That final draft has been provided in your packet. It was provided a couple of weeks ago. Hopefully you've all had the opportunity to review that. So to recap the advantages of this enhanced partnership, and it truly is a partnership between the two towns with benefits for both sides. We've had a long-standing relationship with Litchfield through mutual aid for many, many years. In fact, back in the 1980s, we did provide their dispatch services. And I'm convinced from my perspective, had we operated an ambulance at that time, we would be providing Litchfield ambulance service right now. At the time, we did not operate an ambulance, so they decided to consolidate both services over to Hudson, who did run an ambulance at that time. We have served as their backup communications center for over 20 years, so much of the infrastructure within dispatch that we would need to utilize to be able to provide their dispatch services is already there. That's another key point. I think it's also very interesting to think back in this time frame in the 1980s and 90s and into, I believe, even the early 2000s, our town of Londonderry did not have an ambulance. And our neighbors were kind enough, our neighbors in Derry were kind enough to provide that ambulance service to us. And I think our citizens were very pleased that they didn't ask us to pay $1 million plus to provide that service. They helped us out as good neighbors until we were able to take on that service ourselves. That is what we're trying to do here, is be good neighbors. Provide a service to another community that also has major benefits for us providing that service. It's time to pay that forward, because for many years we were in the same situation. The increased staffing will enhance the available resources for both towns. Without getting too much into the weeds, Litchfield has a unique service deployment model for a fire department that does not run a transporting ambulance service. they run a paramedic level first response system, which is going to work really nicely with our system. There's further opportunities to join up with training opportunities, to regionalize other services, et cetera, down the road. It's a great partnership. It has all kinds of potential. I'm excited about it, and I think it will only become stronger as we move forward.
On that note, earlier it was brought up the response times to Litchfield, and I think it's worth clarifying that response times to Litchfield is not from when we get dispatched and there's an emergency responder on scene to provide aid. Like the chief said, the town of Litchfield's providing aid with their paramedic on their fire truck, their paramedics on their fire truck. They're sending first responders, getting there in a timely manner to start triage, and we are then coming over and finishing the piece of emergency management. So I don't want it to seem like it was proposed earlier that someone from Litchfield calls 911 and no one's getting there for 17 minutes to help. That's not the case at all. That would be irresponsible. That's not the case at all, and that's not how it's going to work. And Chief Nickel is here if you'd like to ask him questions about how his department operates when it comes to emergency calls, how fast they get where they get in their community. But it's worth mentioning that because, again, that was said earlier and made it seem as though this would provide emergency relief in an 18-minute period to someone, and that's not the case.
Well, we will be able to demonstrate that we can increase our department staffing by 4 firefighter EMTs and an additional telecommunications operator, and those folks will remain available to the Londonderry residents and serve the Londonderry residents 83% of the time statistically. This will enhance the safety and well-being of our staff as well as the citizens and visitors to each of our communities. So within the communications division, the proposed 3-year agreement would begin on January 1st of 2027. It would add 1 full-time telecommunications operator to our staff. In year 1, the revenue that was within the IMA is $47,580, and it increases by 7.5% in year 2, and then another 7.5% in year 3 to the figures you see there. That assessment model is comparable to the communities of Pelham and Hampstead, which we already serve. The biggest difference here is we are proposing that with the new revenue source, we actually add staffing this time. In the past, we took on additional responsibilities to bring in more revenue to the town, but we didn't give our folks more staffing to help out. We just asked more of them. And that is something I want to get away from.
And I think it's worth noting with the dispatch position that it's not 83% of the time. It would be 100% of the time when there's 2 dispatchers working. Because right now, we have 2 dispatchers Monday through Friday from 8 to 4. This would allow us to have 2 dispatchers for 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's just an added bonus to London. That's an added benefit to Londonderry. It's not going to detract by bringing on Litchfield the coverage for the town of Londonderry. As it stands right now, we have 1 dispatcher dispatching 3 towns. By having 2, not only does it benefit Litchfield, but it benefits Londonderry because they're not leaving the dispatch center and just going to Litchfield. They're able to handle multiples. And to put that in perspective, there's 1 dispatch center in the state of New Hampshire that has 3 full-time dispatchers, and that's Nashua. Beyond that, Concord, Keene, who dispatch for 10, 12 communities, have 2 dispatchers working all the time. So by looking at what dispatch provides, this is a net positive for the town of Londonderry all the time.
And building off of that, we do increase the workload for the TCOs. It is minimum for the return on the investment. Combining fire and EMS calls in the town of Litchfield will increase the call volume of the calls that come in, approximately 900 calls per year, which averages out to 2.47 calls per day annually. Within the operations division, again, it would be a 3-year intermunicipal agreement that would begin at the same time on January 1st of 2027. The revenue coming in combined with the IMA assessment model and the patient revenue, which we'll discuss in just a little bit, would add 4 full-time firefighter EMTs. We hope to see AEMTs or paramedics apply. We're willing to accept any position that is willing to apply because it will staff additional ambulances. We just don't know what the candidate pool will look like at this time. The assessment revenue in year 1 originally was proposed at $200,000, so I want to be very clear about that. It was requested to negotiate that down to $175,000 in year one at the request of Litchfield. That took a full analysis to look at that and make sure that it worked for our municipality, which it did. It transfers the $25,000 from year one to year three. It is still the same amount of funding over the 3-year agreement. As many of us are aware, Litchfield has a tax cap. They have limitations they have to work within. And this is what worked for both communities, is to reduce year one by $25,000 and transfer that $25,000 into year three, where they have more time to plan for those incremental increases over time. The assessment model, how it was calculated, it's comparable, although stronger than the surrounding communities. The examples would be the current Hudson contract, where they provide the service to Litchfield at this time, and also Derry, who serves both the communities of Auburn and Chester. It was based off the average of those agreements with a significant escalator, a 50% escalator on top of that, to make sure that we're accounting for all of our costs within our town. It increases the workload for our operations staff by approximately 620 emergency responses annually, and that averages out to be about 1.7 responses per day. The patient insurance reimbursement, which comes from the insurance companies. When we transport a patient, we bill the insurance and they reimburse us. That would provide the largest source of revenue for this proposed project. We do take into account approximately a 10% no transport rate or percentage, because not everybody that calls an ambulance we respond to and assess or treat is actually transported. And we need to transport to be able to get revenue for that service. So we do deduct approximately 10% of the call volume to compensate for those non-transports, which will not receive reimbursement. And it's very important to note that the calculations we have here are based on historical billing rates, which are very low. A lot of work has been done, credit to the Fire Department Administration and Deputy Chief LeBlanc, in securing all of the ambulance contracts in line with the revised RSAs, the current RSAs that allow us to bill at 3.25 times the Medicare rates. What that is in plain language is more money in reimbursements for the town of Londonderry. We only have 6 months of data right now because those were implemented January 1st. They're already showing the results. We expect the performance to improve even more. So by averaging out between the historical billing rates and what Hudson reported as actual collections in year 2025, that is where we come up with the combined ambulance reimbursements and the assessment funding to total $605,309 total revenue.
Chief, one quick question.
Sure.
Your 10% of responses not resulting in transport, is that someone who has a medical need that your firefighter, EMTs are able to get back to a healthy point that we do not need to transport them?
At times. One example would be a car accident. Somebody may witness a car accident, they call 911, we respond. They make the determination, the patient, as long as they're of sound judgment, they can make the determination they do not want to be transported to the hospital.
They would have a family member drive them somewhere if need be? Or...
Potentially, or they may not seek treatment at all. If
Right.
they're over the age of 18 and can make that informed decision themselves, they're by right can do that. We
Or
can't
say if someone gets
kidnap them.
cut on their property, you're able to address that situation, but they don't need to be
Absolutely.
transported.
Yep. There's times where we may assess they're not transported. We may provide some minor treatment in the field and they don't feel they need to be transported. It's a whole process. It has to be informed consent, a refusal form signed by the patient or their guardian if they're a minor. There's a whole process. But going through that, yes, we have to provide that service. There's a cost associated with it, but there's no return by way of insurance reimbursement because we didn't physically transport.
No, that's good for us and for everyone at home. Thank you.
And it's worth noting the paramedics, AEMTs and EMTs of Litchfield, many times in this situation will be able to handle this before we're probably even on scene. So we would get turned around, they would tell us over the radio. And this happens actually fairly frequently at the airport because the airport has a fire department there who is primarily for the airport, but when there are medical calls in the terminal, the parking garage, anywhere that's on Londonderry property, they will send a truck over with EMS personnel, and a lot of times they will end up canceling us before we get anywhere near the airport because those people don't need to go to the hospital. So
I see, like the sick person calls in for the airport.
correct,
Those kind of
and
situations.
so it's just worth noting that we won't be driving all the way to Litchfield to then turn around and drive back for no reason. Litchfield, again, has competent personnel who have the authority to make those decisions prior to our arrival, and will probably do so in a lot of these cases.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
As soon as they make that determination and they cancel us because they are in charge of their own service area, they make that determination, our ambulance is then immediately available and in service for another response that may be within Litchfield, likely within our town. So the year one cost to provide services, the firefighter paramedic wages total $276,581. It is important to note that we base this off of a step 4 firefighter paramedic. That is a paramedic that would be coming in with a lot of previous experience and come in higher on the pay scale. In all likelihood, are we going to see that? Probably not. So this is estimating high. You'll see that the hiring costs, the method was to calculate that high and then have the revenue estimated low, so that we are going to actually overperform what we're presenting to you tonight. The 4 firefighter paramedic benefits, we're demonstrating we can cover both their salaries and wages and their benefits within this assessment model. It's calculated to be at $216,392. That accounts for all health and dental based on an average of all the plans that are offered, a single, a plus one, as well as the family plans. That also covers their retirement contributions and FICA, all of the associated additional costs that go into hiring a person to serve this role. The TCO wages for the one additional TCO added to the staff would be $59,571. Again, that's somebody coming in with experience higher up on the wage scale. It also includes, we took the full health family plan, the full cost of a family plan, because this is one person and we want to overestimate what it's going to cost, if anything, to hire somebody. So this is a family health plan, dental insurance, FICA, retirement, again, all included here. And the benefits for that position total $51,601 estimated. So the total cost estimated to add these 5 people, all salaries, wages, benefits included, is $604,146. Subtract that from the total new revenue projected of $605,309, it results in a small net gain. Some folks in my discussions have said that's a very small margin of error, where it's just about level funding itself and there's not a lot of cushion there. It's intended to do that. We want to demonstrate we're covering our costs. We're not in the business of making a profit. We're a municipality, not a private for-profit company. And again, I want to reinforce the fact that we are estimating hiring costs to be higher than we anticipate and revenue to be lower. And we do think this is going to overperform, and that margin of error will be much greater than what you see on the screen here. We were sort of establishing the floor, and it's only going to go up from here.
Chief, were these numbers also taking into account overtime and sick time?
Overtime and sick time is going to be addressed through the overperforming assessment model. There will be some minimal overtime, sick time, vacation time, especially early on, will be very low, because you're talking about new employees who have to gain some seniority before they're entitled to those increased vacation, personal days, et cetera, et cetera.
Right, but I see, one person who's out, all of a sudden that $1,100 goes away.
Could you just explain your
The $1,100 in net gain, if someone's out, you have to then pull someone in from for overtime.
Correct.
And that'll probably almost negate that $1,100.
And that is the reason why we are going to see the escalations each year within the assessment model. 7.5% is a substantial increase to continue to build off of that. Insurance reimbursement rates will also climb marginally as set by federal standards, Medicaid, year over year. The potential for additional revenue will continue to increase. We will be able to cover overtime cost, training cost, all of those additional things. We will work within the budget that we're allocated, and we're not asking for that budget to increase.
Another item here was equipment per firefighter included into these costs as well?
The way that we address that, it's not only the funding coming in, it is also the timing of the funding. And if you just entertain me for a minute, I'll explain. It's another positive and unique thing where our fiscal year runs from July to June, where Litchfield operates on a calendar year budget. So in year one, we're going to see a full assessment paid in January. That's revenue coming in our fiscal year 27, which has to be used in 27, not carry on to another year. Therefore, we're only having 6 months of an impact on that assessment fee. There's 6 months additional funding there, if you will, to cover all of those one-time costs like equipping firefighters, et cetera. And they're one-time cost. It's startup cost. It doesn't recur year after year. In year two, the payment would come in and cover the full fiscal year moving on down the line.
And I think when it comes to equipment, we have to understand too that that equipment is to outfit those firefighters, but should this contract, and I know this has come up, after 3 years go away, that equipment is still ours. And that equipment can still be used for the members that are currently hired for Londonderry Fire for Londonderry also. That equipment doesn't go away. It doesn't lose its usefulness. We're not just going to throw it away because, say the contract doesn't go through. I think the other thing to note with this, and I'm going to say this because 2 weeks ago, and you weren't here, Ted, we talked about me being the hiring officer. If I could hire 4 firefighter paramedics with 5 years of experience, I would be ecstatic, right? But the reality is that if you look back at the people I've hired over the last 5, 6, 7, 10 years, that's not what we're getting coming through the door. So that though rightfully presented because we want to give you the highest possible cost, the reality is we're probably not going to see anywhere close to that because that's not what the fire service is showing in any department when it comes to hiring.
I have one last question here on costs. I don't know if you have another slide here on maintenance of the vehicles or not, or if you've taken into account maintenance and wear and tear of further miles on our vehicles traveling into Litchfield. My apologies.
We certainly did take that into consideration. It's important, from my perspective, not to ask Litchfield to fund a full ambulance. We're not asking for new trucks. We're going to utilize the equipment we already have in a greater capacity. There will be increased wear and tear and fuel consumption and things like that because of the increased call volume. A separate part from patient reimbursement, there's also a mileage reimbursement through the insurance companies when you provide transport. The more calls you do, the more mileage you're able to bill for, and that's what covers your overhead cost of fuel, wear and tear, maintenance, even long-term capital replacement. All of those are calculated in at the federal level to come up with what they believe is a reimbursable cost to the cost of doing business. So by doing more calls and adding up the miles, it is important to note it is only per loaded mile. And what I mean by that is you can't bill from the time you leave the station till you get on scene. A patient has to be in the truck. That is what is considered reimbursable mileage. But at every mile we transport from the scene to a receiving facility, a hospital, is billable under the insurance company.
Similar to how you do your taxes when it comes to business miles, right? Similar to that.
Is it a individual that's still with us or an individual, or does it matter?
Is your question if the person is deceased?
Yes.
If the
Trying to be
person-
nice.
If the person is deceased, they still bill the insurance company if they carry insurance, yes. Unfortunately, that is part of our business. It does happen, but it is still reimbursable if the patient is deceased. It does not mean that we cannot collect on that.
And the miles as well?
The mileage as well, yes.
Okay.
Any other questions before I move on to the next slide?
We're good.
As far as deployment of the new staffing, there are options available, and we will continuously evaluate how we can best provide the most efficient care. Some of that will be discussions with the local labor union and how we can deploy that staffing model within the current collective bargaining agreement. Those are important. We're willing to work collaboratively with one another to figure out the best way to make that happen. Regardless of the decision that's made and how we deploy the new staffing, we will be able to staff additional ambulances more frequently. That is the end goal here. You'll notice in 2025 calendar year, we calculated or ran our stats and 52.84% of our calls are overlapping. That means while one call is occurring, another one is occurring. That is a significant amount. And right now, If we lose a call to mutual aid or a mutual aid entity comes over and transports a patient, they get all of the insurance reimbursement, we get none. We are only able to collect revenue if we're physically transporting patients. And that is what this entire assessment is aimed to do, is increase the amount of time that additional ambulances are staffed for both our community and the community of Litchfield that we are willing to take on that increased call volume and demand for. Any other questions on that as far as?
Are we expected to be bringing on another ambulance as well?
A physical ambulance?
Yes.
No, we're not. So right now, we currently have 4 ambulances in our fleet. We have a brand new one we took delivery of recently. We have one that we expect to take delivery of at the end of this month, which was a remount of the box on a new chassis.
Remember you speaking about that,
Yep. And then we have 2 more that were just authorized recently by the town council that we're putting on order that will replace 2 current ones. At that time, we'll have a fleet in approximately 2 years. We'll have a fleet of 4 very new, very modern, up-to-date ambulances.
Mhm.
And we plan to retain 1 ambulance of the older models that's in the best condition as a mechanical reserve. So when we do have an ambulance that goes out for service or may be gone for an extended period of time, we have another one to replace it. And that way we can maintain a full fleet of 4 ambulances as often as we possibly.
You're not anticipating to move up to 5?
It would be 5, but we're retaining 1. We're going to have 4.
I guess I meant staffing of 5.
Staffing, no.
Okay.
1, the 4 would be staffed by a combination of increased staffing and the cross-staffing model we currently use. And the 5th one would be purely a mechanical spare. It would be there to place into service if one goes out for mechanical repair.
Has there been an analysis done about what we can do with staffing a 5th ambulance?
Staffing a 5th ambulance?
And the revenue sources from that and being able
We
to
have
help
not.
more people in town?
We have not extended out that far because we're just trying to make incremental progress towards our end goals. And to run 5 ambulances is quite.
Yeah,
quite a ways
that
away.
would require staffing increases to 16.
Right, I just wasn't sure if what we were looking at for staffing, if it could actually be done with 5 ambulances or not.
It certainly could be with the appropriate amount of funding and staffing to be able to accomplish.
Now, what it is worth noting, though, by adding a 5th mechanical reserve, one, if there's callback, right, and we put page up for callback when people come in, there's an ambulance that in theory could be utilized.
staffed.
Now, the other piece of this is, with our ambulance aging, we have had times where we've had multiple ambulances out of service. And when you have multiple ambulances out of service and you only have 4 in a fleet, now you only have 2 gaining revenue. If you have 5 in a fleet and 2 go out, you have 3 gaining revenue. So by adding that, you are able to capture more revenue should things go out of service. So the physical piece, even though it's not fully staffed all the time, still allows for more revenue gain when things mechanically break. And as you know, that happens even with new ambulances and technology being
Of
what
course.
it is in vehicles. So.
And as long as, I guess, that 5th one could still be operable and drivable and not just being taken apart for parts.
Correct.
Any other questions before we move forward?
I actually had one question going back to what you guys were talking about earlier about the other towns that we service and with our the calls that come in. How often are they experiencing simultaneous calls from the other towns along with Londonderry right now? So the calls from Pelham and Hampstead, and as well with Londonderry right now. How often are we getting simultaneous calls from, 2 other towns, 3 other towns, all at the same time, with only having such a limited workforce right now?
So Ted, if I understand your question, you're asking about the other contract communities that we currently work with?
Yes.
So the 2 communities that we currently contract with would be Hampstead and Pelham,
Correct.
both of which are dispatch-only services.
Correct.
So
how often are we getting dispatch calls that are simultaneous from those communities as well as Londonderry?
Yeah, so our simultaneous call volume that we talk about, the chief put up that statistic 52.8% of the time, is for just the Londonderry Fire Department, where we have
Correct.
multiple calls.
And that's most of the time what we usually get our factoids about is just
exactly.
Londonderry, but
So-
wondering about our workload that we're experiencing from the other communities as well?
It's a great question. And when we have, when you look at a dispatch center versus when we present our simultaneous call volume in for Londonderry, our simultaneous call volume in Londonderry equates to resources being used, an ambulance, a fire truck, a paramedic fly car that are going to a scene that are then tied up for a period of time. That time percentage is what we present as our simultaneous call volume. When we look at what a dispatcher is, we look at their utilization. So it's not actually what the percentage of time that there's calls on the board, because in reality, there's calls on the board where the dispatcher is not necessarily actively engaged in the incident. They have to obviously take the call, they have to process the information, put it into the computer, dispatch out the units, then they wait for the units to get on scene, and then there's a downtime, there's a period of downtime where the units are on scene, and there may be other calls that they're taking to dispatch out other communities.
Correct.
I don't have that specific number off the top of my head.
Right. I'm just worried, are we not servicing our contract communities enough if we're getting simultaneous calls for them at the same time that another call is coming in?
It's a great question. It's a great point. What I would emphasize is that the communities that we currently contract with for dispatch services are wildly satisfied with the amazing work that our men and women in our fire alarm office do. And we routinely receive accolades from both communities regarding how well our dispatchers perform. At the end of the day, they do a great job in there, and it's a very immediate job where they have a very short period of time to process and get a call out, and they do a fantastic job with it. And I think that adding Litchfield's call volume to their call volume, in addition to, as the chief spoke about, adding another dispatcher, is going to actually help that utilization time come down. Because right now they're doing 3 communities. We didn't add an additional staffer to complete what we did with those contract communities. With this proposal, the fire chief's recommending we bring on an additional staff person.
Right.
So we'll actually lower their utilization, but still gain revenue from it. Hope
And
that
I do
helps
remember
answer your
from the
question.
reports that our staff in the dispatch center were certainly getting quite overworked as it was. So
They're
I think
definitely they do a fantastic job. They're definitely busy, but certainly there are ebbs and flows as the days go on.
Of course.
It's hard to predict when emergency calls are going to happen, but
it can be a taxing position to be able to sit there all day and be able to take these calls.
And
so-
adding one dispatcher is multiplies higher than adding, a firefighter on an ambulance. From a standpoint, again, like Bruce said, the downtime. By having 2 people, you can have 2 people, one dispatching for 2 communities, one dispatching for 2 communities. That's better than what we're currently doing right now, where you have one dispatching for 3. So by adding one, you're actually lessening the load for the dispatch center.
Yep. And also different towns require different levels of service from our dispatchers. So depending on the town and depending on the structure of how they want their call dispatched and what information they want and how they want it tracked, depends on the amount of work that the dispatcher has. But we're very confident that the level of service that Litchfield is looking for as it relates to their dispatch process is very much in line with how we're already doing it for Londonderry as well as Pelham and Hampstead. So it's actually going to help our dispatchers because they're going to be monitoring the same resource. It's a Londonderry ambulance that they were already monitoring before. They're just going to send it over to Litchfield now.
No, I take it right now Litchfield doesn't have any dispatchers. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so a call would come in, it would go into our dispatch center, and then it would get relayed out to their fire station and to their radios.
So how it works right now, because their contract with the town of Hudson, is somebody calls 911 in the town of Litchfield. It goes to Concord. They process the call, determine what it is. Then they drop it to when I say drop it, they transfer it to Hudson Fire Dispatch for medical and for fires. Their telecommunications operator will answer the call, get the information, put the information in the computer. Then they send it out as a page over the radio through cell phones, etc. Say that there's a call. And then they keep track of where the apparatus goes, what their response times are, stuff like that. By taking over this contract with Litchfield for us, all that happens is on January 1st, they're going to take the calls that go from New Hampshire 911 to Hudson, and they switch them over to Londonderry. And it's a very seamless process. We'll do all the work in the background where we, GIS all of their addresses. We'll have all their streets in our database, all their hydrants, everything. All that gets done behind the scenes so that on day one, the dispatchers can type in the address and hit dispatch, and everything they need comes up.
And ironically, a number of years ago, past town administrations and fire department administrations looked at taking over Candia, and they invested a fair amount of money into the radio infrastructure for Candia. We've been able to now utilize that radio infrastructure that's been paid for already by the taxpayers in the town a number of years ago for a contract that never went into effect to use towards Litchfield. So there's very minimal to no lift fee.
And Candy would be a lot further away.
And Candia was a lot further away, and I can tell you that the contract was far less advantageous. Well, it wasn't advantageous at all for the town of Londonderry. It was just another dispatch service for no additional personnel. But point being is we've already spent the money on that infrastructure a long time ago and it's done nothing. So now it'll be able to be utilized for Litchfield.
And I think it's also important to note that, as the chief indicated, we're already Litchfield's backup communications center. So in the event that Hudson's dispatch center goes down, we're considered their secondary PSAP. So as soon as they can't get a hold of Hudson, it comes over to us anyways. So we already have all of those processes and policies and such built in. We already have that working relationship with Litchfield. It's as simple as our dispatcher just going over their radio and giving them the information that we get. So it's a very seamless transition as it relates to that portion of it.
Anything else? Continue on, sir.
Thank you. So the path forward, after a full assessment and looking at things from all different angles, we've determined that our department is capable and willing to undertake this increased service demand. And the reason we're willing to do that is the return on the investment is greater than the sacrifice of increasing the demand on our services. The demand is very modest. The return is substantial to increase the safety of the citizens as well as the members of the department by adding additional staff. Litchfield will receive an outstanding quality service through a sustainable assessment model. Their costs are more predictable, and we've made sure to account for our costs to make sure that what they're contributing in the assessments combined with ambulance reimbursements will cover the cost of providing this service. Our town will receive the increased staff that's fully funded by new sources of revenue and accounts for all of their wages and salaries and benefits as we demonstrated, and a large majority of the time their services will be committed to our community. Statistically, 20 hours out of every day they will be serving the community of Londonderry, and Litchfield, when they have calls, will provide the service when it's available. And again, that has no impact to the tax rate. We are doing this all through new sources of revenue. That's the proposal, without increasing the tax rate to the citizens. That's a unusual opportunity, and an opportunity that I hope you strongly consider. Before I try to address any more questions that you may have, I just wanted to make a few more points, if you'd be willing to allow me to do
Absolutely.
that. Thank you. I just want to reiterate again, this was a very long process. A lot of thought went into this. I wasn't the only one that participated in this. I thank everyone on the department that contributed their thoughts, ideas, historical perspective of when we looked at this in the past, long before I arrived here in this town. So I appreciate all of that, and I appreciate the ability to look at it from all aspects and make sure that we were presenting something that works not just for Litchfield, but also for our community as well. Now, Litchfield is not asking us to retain an ambulance and keep it in service for them all day long, every day. If that was the request, I would be much more open to talking about more money, covering overhead costs, et cetera, all the things that go along with running an ambulance service. I would support that fully. We already foot the bill for all of that. Whether we take on another community or only provide service to Londonderry, we have the ambulances, we have the licenses, we have the insurance, we have all of that right now. We're not asking to increase any of that. We bear all of that cost. What we want to do is take what we are already paying for and utilize it in a greater extent, which will result in more revenue coming into our department for a minimal increase in service demand. That's the entire goal. The other goal, of course, is to add staffing to be able to account for that increased service demand, which historically we haven't done. We've taken on more responsibility and just asked our folks to do more with the same. That's what I would like to get away from, and that's why you have this proposal to bring more staffing in to address that increase in service demand. But actually, it's going to benefit our community even more than the community who's providing that source of new revenue. So it's a very, very much a positive thing for our town. As department heads, we've been tasked, myself and other department heads in this town, by the council, by the town manager, to investigate alternatives to get to end goals. Look at alternative sources of revenue was a big one. Think outside the box. We've heard that repeatedly. Be creative. That's exactly what we have done here. Is we have tried to look at things from a different perspective and figure out there is an end goal. It's difficult to get to by asking only the taxpayers to fund our objectives. How can we have skin in the game and really contribute to that end goal? And that's what we're providing you tonight, is a proposal with new revenue and a path forward to get closer to our end goals. The reports, the data, the general consensus of my many conversations with the town council, citizens, I don't think I've met a person yet that said that the fire department doesn't need more staffing. I think we all agree on that. All the reports say it, the conversations, it's reiterated there. The problem is we've identified that deficiency, but there's no plan on how to address that deficiency. That's what I'm hoping you trust me at the department administration and all members of our department to do, is do that work behind the scenes, do our research, do our homework. I hope we've demonstrated that to you, and we've brought a real plan before you tonight as a proposal and a path to move forward. As far as vetting this plan and taking everything into consideration, in my opinion, there's no better way to do that than to live and experience that. And I have done that for the past 28 years in my career in the fire service. For 18 years of that, I was an employee under a system that contracted to 4 other communities in addition to the one I worked in. We assessed the other towns. It was a 100 square mile radius that we covered in 5 total towns. So I'm elated that we're only looking at 2/3 the size of that land mass and only 2 communities to take into consideration. I don't view that as a challenge. And we have way more resources in this department than I did in my previous department. So there's much more opportunities to be able to provide that service. I've lived this. I have a lot of experience with it. And I can confidently say I would not bring this proposal before you tonight and ask for your authorization to allow us to implement it if I didn't strongly believe in what we were telling you we can do with it. And the final thing that I wanted to bring up is many times when we talk about providing ambulance service, it's all about the revenue. And I understand that. We have to look at it like a business in many aspects. What gets lost is it's a public service for the better good of the communities. I don't want to lose sight of that. That's what it's all about, is getting the highest level of pre-hospital care out to the citizens who need it. And we have the opportunity to do that for ourselves in a better capacity, and we have the opportunity to provide it to our neighbors through this responsible assessment model. We should not pass on this opportunity. Litchfield is willing to place their trust in us as a reputable organization who has a history of providing outstanding service. I am flattered, I hope you are too, that they look at us in such a light like that, and that we're able to provide them service, and they would trust that service for their community to come from us. And it would not be possible without the people and the professionals that work in our organization that are out there providing this care every single day. At this time, finished my presentation. I would be happy to address any more questions that you may have. And I would just one more time like to thank all members of the department for contributing to getting this to the point where we can present it to you tonight.
Sean, you had a question?
Yeah. So I just had a couple risks looking through this. I'd just like you to address for me. So, the margin when you look at it's razor thin the department's own numbers show about 1,162 in net benefit in year one on over 600,000 of new costs, which is very minimal. Any hiccup in overtime benefits or collections, wipes that out. I guess what would you say to that?
I do believe I've already addressed that, where we specifically designed this to show worst case scenario, for lack of better term, or the floor to be expected. It will overperform what we're projecting here. The hiring costs, again, will be less than anticipated, and the revenue will be more than anticipated. And that is how that margin of error will be greater. I intentionally presented that to show you a very small margin, that we're accounting for our costs, but we're not attempting to go make a profit off of our neighbor. This is about providing a service. When it all comes out in the wash, we will overperform from what we're presenting you tonight, and that's how we will account for that thin margin, if you will.
The biggest cost is hiring, and in this proposal, we have the cost to hire a paramedic at step 4, which is the higher end of their pay scale. Out of the last 20 people we hired, we've not hired a paramedic at step 4. And I would put my youngest son, Carter, who's sitting hopefully he's in bed right now, on the line, that we're not going to hire 4 paramedics who have 4 years worth of service in New Hampshire, because that's the reality. And that's not that they don't want to come here. They're just not out there. We've had to send our members to paramedic school. Hiring cost is the biggest cost. He put it at the highest it could be. And I would, again, bring my 7-year-old in here to tell you that we're probably not hiring 4 people at step 4 that are paramedics. It's just the reality of the New Hampshire Fire Service.
Okay, so next, so most of the revenue depends on insurance collections, so about 60% of projected year one revenue, and that's the least predictable piece. Is there something to address that?
Going back again, it's about historical perspective. We have to look at trends in call volume. They increase every year. They're not dropping. So we do expect the calls to be more than we even presented here. The more calls we do, the more insurance reimbursement we'll see from that. It's impossible to predict with certain accuracy how many times cars are going to bump into each other and people are going to trip on the sidewalk. There's just no way to put an absolute numerical value on those things. So we look at historical trends. We see trends moving up with call volume. We see ambulance insurance rates and mileage reimbursements increasing. All of those things point towards the net positive, and we expect, again, as we move forward, the revenue will continue to increase, and it will increase at a pace at or exceeding the town's cost as they escalate with increasing labor costs, et cetera, et cetera.
So in looking at historical trends, one of the big things that's been in this community when I've looked at the historical data is the amount collected versus what we have to end up writing off. And there's sometimes a risk of some of this revenue, especially this being a key piece of the revenue for this, of being written off. Did you look back at and I'm not asking for this right now, but it'd be kind of neat to see the past 3 years of just write-off versus collected. But did you take a look at that data?
Absolutely. Every time that I ever propose anything that is tied to ambulance reimbursement, it is about the historical data of what we actually collect, not what we bill, because there is a big discrepancy there. So the facts and figures that we have presented tonight are all based on the money that we've actually seen come in and trends related to that, not what we actually bill. If we could base that on what we actually bill, which is several $1 million every year, the numbers would look obviously much more favorable from my perspective. But I want you to get a realistic picture of what we're dealing with, not any false information based on those types of statistics.
And I can speak to this, Sean, and I can speak to this because the chief wasn't here when I had to go through the process of applying for and getting the contracts for the new ambulance billing as required by the state. And I don't have them in front of me, and shame on me for not bringing them, but we presented them to you, and the dollars we bring in based on the new state's required billing is higher than the old system, right? But we only have 6 months worth of data because that just started in January, so it's hard to use that projection. But just based on what they're requiring us to charge, we're going to be bringing in more money, right? And hopefully we'll have soon quality data as the year goes on to show what we've taken in from January under this new system. And thankfully, we were able, even though some of those contracts didn't go into didn't get signed until post January 1, they were backdated to January 1, so we didn't lose out on that from that point.
And I think it's also important to recognize that those historical data points that we're using are for Londonderry, right?
Okay.
And the payer population within Litchfield is different. Londonderry has an interstate which has cars going up and down it, which is a transient population. We have an airport. There's a much larger basis of transient population that may or may not have insurance, whereas Litchfield is a very nice bedroom community that has, a different payer mix. So we anticipate that payer mix will actually overperform in comparison to Londonderry's historicals.
Okay. When looking through these, there were 2 town fees plus the insurance estimate to get to the number of 584,000. Or the number actually, when I added it up, got to 584,000. It actually cited in here is 605,309. Am I calculating that wrong?
No, and that was a question we already had, and I didn't mean to cause any type of confusion there. So if you just do the simple arithmetic of the numbers in the presentation, you'll come to that number.
Yeah.
The final estimate that we calculated, the 605 and change, was taking Hudson's actuals and then our actuals and finding the average between those two, accounting for that 10% adjustment for no transports, and we end up at that final number. So it's not simple arithmetic. There were other calculations involved with that. Hopefully that answers your question and explains that. But there was a formula behind how we arrived to that number. The numbers were not pulled out of thin air.
Okay. And so staffing of this is probably the biggest exposure to taxpayers. So we really had an overtime crisis in 2024. The end of that ended up being we don't have a fire chief. We didn't have a town manager. If these 4 new hires aren't trained and on the job by January 1st, this gap gets covered with overtime, which will increase what this is going to be. The same budget line that's already stretched is, might get worse. Any thoughts on that potentially?
The budget line actually, Sean, thankfully to yourself and other members last year in
better than 2024.
Well, much better than 2024.
Yeah.
The numbers we proposed to you last year were the real numbers for overtime, and it did well this year for us. And to be honest with you, it did well, and it did what we thought it would do. So it was stretched. You're absolutely correct, and all the things you said are correct. But last year, through some contention, as you remember, we worked very hard to get an overtime dollar that was appropriate for the staffing, right? And so the line isn't stretched. I think the line is appropriate, and I think the line, as the chief stated, based on the fact that they operate in a calendar year and we operate in a fiscal year, so we're getting 6 months worth, can sustain the overtime that comes with the new hires starting, right, until our fiscal year begins.
So on the back end of that, so the EMS, the termination is 6 months, but on the dispatch, it's 12. So if we would end this agreement, does that makes it a little bit less of a run? Like 6 months is a pretty slim runway. Is that because we're just going to internalize those with the increased need? How?
As far as the discrepancy between the two, I would like to negotiate a 6-month clause in both contracts. That might have been just an oversight on my part, and I do apologize for that. We want the opportunity, if it's not working for either side, I don't expect it to be that way, but if it's evaluated and it's not working for either side, we need some notification and plan to move forward, and that's why we are requiring that either side gives a 6-month notice of termination of the contract.
And that language is currently in their current contract, so would not be new language to them. That is different.
Well, another thing that's not in there is that the payments aren't guaranteed for all 3 years, which is troubling to me, the way I read the contract. Am I reading that correctly?
They would be guaranteed for it's a 3-year agreement. There is the ability to withdraw on either side with 6 months' notice. And then we would expect that to be prorated for the 6 months within that current year. But the agreed upon terms are guaranteed for the life of the agreement.
But so worst case scenario though, they get in the agreement, they decide, let's say day 2, I doubt that's going to happen, but day 2 they literally withdraw 6 months later, and now we've got all this spin up with no penalty. That seems like a big risk to me, in a possibility when negotiating a contract, and I'd like to see some terms to make the risk a little lower. The comparable towns are cited. Do we have their actual rate schedules? And I only have 3 more after this. I'm sorry for the time. I just want to make sure we get this right.
The rate schedules or the assessment models, so what they're charging the communities?
Yeah.
Yes, so we have both Derry's contract and Hudson's current contract with Litchfield in hand with those actual numbers.
Okay.
The current signed agreements, yes.
And then when I'm thinking of dispatch priority, it's going to have to stay based on need, not town. So once we take into account Litchfield, and I know you've said this, but we have enough staff to take on Litchfield's calls without quietly eroding. We're making sure that we have enough staff that we're going to comfortably do that, because I guess that's one of my bigger concerns is just.
Are you asking dispatch, Sean, or total?
Total.
Okay, because you had mentioned you'd started with dispatch.
I did.
So dispatch is providing less work on our dispatchers by adding this, because there'll be more people in there. So you'll have 4 towns and you'll have 2 people for 12 hours a day. So yes, in the overnights, but typically the overnights tend to be less call volume. Again, don't hang your hat on that because we know things happen at night. But when you have 2 people in there, let's just say for those 12 hours, they each take 2 towns. Right now, you have 2 people in there for 8 hours taking those, and then that other person is now taking all 3 at once. So you're splitting it. So it actually benefits the dispatchers and the town because they're doing less work more of the time, right? If we look at it strictly on those numbers. I'll let you speak to the firefighting side of it.
Could you just repeat your question in relation to the firefighting side?
No problem. I just want to make sure that our capacity stays, that we're addressing the needs of Londonderry. I mean, we're taking on 13,000 people in Litchfield. We're taking on we're already a large community with 42 square miles. I think with Litchfield it goes to about 57. So my biggest concern of all this isn't even the ones and zeros. It's not, we're going to make money on this or we're going to pay for extra firefighters. It's, are we going to be able to keep the capacity for this community in the way that it's been served, consistently and very well for, decades now. I want to make sure that doesn't drop down, because for me, that's the most important part of this.
And that was absolutely taken into consideration. Not only does it does not decrease, the benefit is it increases. So just plain simple terms right now, we dedicate staffing to 1 ambulance around the clock. We have the paramedic fly car, which operates and helps assist with the cross-staffing models in the outstations. By taking on this additional staffing, or adding the staffing and taking on the increased service demand, we will actually be able to staff a 2nd ambulance on a regular basis. But that 2nd ambulance now is going to be dedicated to the town of Londonderry for approximately 20 hours out of every day. So we end up in a better end situation than we currently are without taking on additional responsibilities and service demand. If we stay as we are right now with our current staffing model and don't add any, we remain at staffing 1 dedicated ambulance around the clock.
And then last question.
Councilor Faber, also
Sure.
to add on to your point there, because I think it's an excellent point. If we were the town of Londonderry and we were looking at a 400 plus call increase to our community, we would be having a discussion about adding more manpower,
Yeah.
right? Because you all up there would be talking about that as, if we were looking at a very large apartment complex or something that was going to bring in a significant amount of people into our town, and we were going to be estimating that our call volume was going to increase by 400.
Yep.
In this particular case, this is kind of the best of both worlds, because yes, we are saying our call volume is going to go up, but we're also saying that we already can can bring in the revenue to offset those costs. So the cost of the taxpayer is going to be net zero, but the Londonderry taxpayer gets the benefit of, if we have 2 Londonderry calls and it takes our first ambulance and our second ambulance, and all of our fire trucks are out and we don't have the ability to staff another ambulance, Litchfield's, the way the contract is written, Litchfield is allowing us to then call mutual aid to bring in and to backfill that contractual obligation. So I think your point is excellently stated. We're not asking to increase the service demand and to decrease the service to the town of Londonderry. We're asking to use this revenue to help us enhance to Londonderry while also providing to our neighbors.
That's precisely what I was thinking of, because I know we hear often, and I don't agree with this math, but if we add a 100-unit apartment thing, we're going to have to build 3 fire stations to have 4 firefighters. We're adding 13,000 people. That's if we added a 13,000-unit apartment building in here, we'd have people screaming about the cost of what services are going to go up.
Right.
So I'm trying to make sure that this balances out and really make sure. So
excellent thing that you have all recognized, because we've gotten your support over the years from this, is a lot of high acuity patient care can occur on the side of the road, in somebody's residence, in a bathroom. Not to toot our own horn, but we're pretty good at what we do. And we bring the emergency room to your home, right? And so the same can be said for Litchfield. They're going to first response and provide that high level of paramedic level care while they wait for an ambulance to come from Londonderry. And we applied that model with the paramedic fly car a few years ago, where, hey, if all the ambulances are tied up, we can send this medic car and start care. I think John Farrell said it. You want to get somebody to a defibrillator within 4 minutes. Well, the way you do that is with quick response vehicles. And I think this plan also accounts for those too.
Our friends in the back room from Litchfield said their population is like 8,500, just so we're...
Okay.
Well, I mean, that's...
I'm estimating.
I know,
yeah.
but,
Just last question, and I appreciate my patience from my colleagues. So the legal review on this doesn't seem to be done, because both agreements are still drafts. There's some duplicated section numbers. There's some mismatched addresses. The notice period we talked about. I mean, how are we going to be able to see a final version of this document? That's be a concern of mine.
Do you want me to
Do you
answer
have any
that for
input
you?
on that, Town Manager?
What's that?
So we just had a discussion about our legal expenses. I wanted to make sure that we're going to move forward in this before I expended additional funds to do that. So.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's, we're asking for the authorization to allow us to move forward with entering into this agreement and executing that. And I can assure you that further discussions need to be had, not to change the content of it, but to make sure that all the I's are dotted, T's are crossed, et cetera. There's a reason that says draft. There is a little bit more work and cleaning up of those documents to do. Conceptually, we've presented to you what we are intending to move forward with, and we will continue to work on finalizing the draft and making those changes to make sure everything's consistent, in line with what we discussed.
Mr. Chair. Now, we are very much an aging community, and I'm sure Litchfield is as well. I see multiple times a day there's staffing recalls, or all 4 ambulances are out at the same time already right now. What happens when we are completely busy and we can't send anyone to Litchfield? Who's then servicing Litchfield at that point in time?
So Bruce just spoke to that. In the agreement, we would call mutual aid.
And that would either be Hudson or Manchester?
It would be
Hudson, Merrimack,
Hudson or
Bedford,
Merrimack,
Pelham.
Bedford, depending on where in Litchfield it is, right? It's
Yeah.
based off of geographical location. So, like, we wouldn't call mutual aid for Hudson to go all the way up to Litchfield by the executive on Brown Ave, right?
Right.
We'd call Bedford, or that's, how their mutual aid agreement would be laid out. It'd
Gotcha.
be no different than us calling mutual aid now to come to our own community.
Okay.
And that's all laid out at within our dispatch center, Litchfield would dictate to us, hey, if you're not available, here are the ambulances in order that we want, depending on where it is in our town.
Right,
It's
we would
all-
just be losing that revenue source. We wouldn't be able to service those citizens.
Yep.
And that's, we would lose the revenue for that call, but we would not lose the fixed expense that Litchfield is paying to us by way of an assessment. Regardless of whether we're not available or are available, that money will stay the same. It's our responsibility to make sure we do what we can to remain as available as often as possible to provide that service to them.
Right.
So
And
the fixed payments don't change, sorry, but we would not get revenue for transports that we do not perform with our own
Correct.
ambulance.
And that's also assuming that we executed on the contract and we have those personnel, and we've already tied that ambulance up at perhaps a Londonderry call. So we're potentially already bringing in the revenue from that call. We're just not getting it from Litchfield. So, but it increases the capacity of the system, which is really the intent of the agreement.
Right, I just know I see daily we're going to the Baldwin, or we're going to the American Assisted Living, or we have multiple calls either on 102 or 93 at the same time. And this is where I was bringing up earlier of, if there was the analysis done of having people to actually staff a 5th ambulance, as this was an item I had spoken about months ago, that we need to be able to service everyone within our town, and if we're going to be taking on another town, to be able to make sure that we can get to people before it is too late.
And we did discuss at the last meeting, some of the questions were raised to the town of Litchfield. Their demographics are quite a bit different from ours. They don't have an interstate. They don't have urgent care facilities. They don't have assisted living facilities. All of those things that drive our call volume up quite a bit, they don't have. And that's reflected in the statistics that we showed you, where their call volume is quite minimal for their.
Are there multiple 55-plus communities? 8 of them? How big are those communities?
We don't have to.
How many units would you say are in those communities?
It varies in size. We have some small communities that only have maybe 20 units, and we have a couple that have probably 50, 60 units. But they're not a majority of our calls. I mean, basically our calls are town-wide. A lot of people associate a 55 and older and think that you're gonna have a lot of calls there. It's not really any different. It's just an older population living in a community.
Okay, that's all I had right now.
All right. Deb?
Could you just state your name for the record?
Oh, sure.
Sorry.
My name is Doug Nickel, the Litchfield Fire Chief.
Thank you. So we said that we have, Litchfield has a population of around 85, right? Londonderry, in my estimation, even though on the books, according to the census, it says 27, almost 28, I think we're around 30 by now with all the building, and it hasn't just caught up yet. And Londonderry does have the 2 exits. It has the major highway. It has the airport. It has 102. We have 3, maybe 4 nursing facilities in town. This is in our benefit. I'm saying, we have all these calls like intensified. I can't imagine a town that small with no access to the highway, no real major like 102 going through it. Very few and small 55 pluses, and there is I don't believe there are any nursing facilities there. There's no hospital. There's no any of that pressure that we get over there. So that's a positive, I think, for this. The other thing is, Phil, when you were talking about the differences between, and I'm an idiot when it comes to this, step 4 to step 1 to step 2.
I was going to be like,
No,
I apologize.
me. No, me. I just don't.
Yes.
It's not my world.
Uh-huh.
But it would be good if you could explain the actual dollar amounts. Like, step 1 is, I don't know, X amount of money. Step 2, step 3.
Give me a
so you
couple
can see
minutes.
the difference in the cost, because I think that would help people understand that thing that you laid out, with the profit. I think that that's kind of an important thing. And I do want to reiterate in the contracts, I think Cheatham said it. As long as we put in there and are upfront to the employees that this could just be a 3-year gig, which I'm hoping it's not. But you know what I'm saying? I think if we're upfront with people and they take that job, you know, knowing that this is only 3 years, or could be only 3 years, you know, that kind of, it's not blindsiding them, which is what I had spoke about last week or last council meeting. The other thing is, I think that people might be questioning is, because you said they were a lower level, how much is that training going to cost? That's the only other variable I think that wasn't mentioned to get them to move forward.
Well, so in the state of New Hampshire, to get hired, you have to have firefighter 1 and you have to have EMT, right? In order to get hired at a basis. Most of the firefighters we are hiring have firefighter 1 and firefighter 2. Firefighter 2 is the highest level entry qualification training you can get, right?
Okay.
And your EMS certification already. So they're already coming in the door with the baseline training. Unlike law enforcement where they, and I believe in their contract it's set up this way, they have like an entry level position and then they have like it's like a non-trained position within their contract and then they send them to the police academy.
Okay.
We don't do that.
Okay, so the steps are purely time or seniority or
They're
experience?
They're time. And so I have that
Okay.
right here to answer your question.
Okay, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
A step 4 firefighter paramedic, it makes $30 currently in the contract makes $30.57 an hour. A step 1 firefighter paramedic, so let's just say we got a paramedic who has not worked anywhere in a fire service coming at step 1, they would come in at $26.85. The evaluation you saw was based off of the $30.57. The reality is we're hiring firefighters at step 1, or for instance, a firefighter we hired today who came to us from another community, he started at step 2, but a step 1 firefighter is $22.93 versus $30.57, which is what the chief evaluated up there.
I just think those numbers
That's
and
based
that
off the union
is important.
contract.
Phil, did you say 26 or 22? I thought you said 26.85 for step 1.
No, $22.93 is a step 1 firefighter. A step 1 firefighter paramedic is $26.85.
That's a big difference.
That's the difference in holding that paramedic certification because that education and time frame takes a long time to get, and it's a much higher level of education. So to break that back down, a step 1 firefighter is $22.93. Let's just say we bring in and we've hired a few firefighters from other communities who have 1 or 2 years. Maybe they come in at step 2 firefighter or step 3. That's $24.93. Or a step 3 firefighter is $26.43. We hire a step 1 firefighter paramedic, that's $26.85. Again, the evaluation was based off of $30.57 an
Right,
hour.
so it's like $8 to $10, right? Variation in there. And I mean, it sounds like nothing, but
When you
over
add it-
time,
when you add it up,
it adds
Add that
up.
up over time,
But
it
I
is.
just kind of wanted to put that number out so we all knew what it was and the residents know what it is. But I do think comparing towns is huge because we are, you know, to me, we're almost a city to the way we function. And, you know, Litchfield is still that lazy, lucky guys, that lazy little.
But Deb, they have Mel's Funway, we don't.
I do have Mel's Fun.
Sean, I know that.
That's cool.
Well, but it's still a nice, lazy
I know what you're
town.
saying.
I mean,
It's a
I would
beautiful
assume that the
bedroom
traffic level that is nothing compared to what we
And
experience.
you drive through it and it is a farming community still. You look at it and there's still it's a large farming community.
So I'm just thinking, you know, like if this was us funding Hudson, like helping Hudson, like I would be concerned because Lowell Road's a nightmare. That whole it's traffic. It's you know, they've got all the high density and stuff just like us. We couldn't. To me, I would be apprehensive if it was Hudson. But this is a nice, easy community, and I don't know. I'm for this because I know our needs are growing, and we need to have these guys trained to your level over the next couple of years as we continue to grow. We know that our population in the next 5 years is probably going to be 32, 33,000 easily, maybe 33, somewhere in there, and that's a lot. That is a real lot. So we have to think of everything we can do to staff you guys.
I can say as one member of the department who's been here just under 20 years. When I came to this department as a firefighter paramedic, you know, we had recently, within 10 years or so, started our own ambulance. And when I started with the department, we were growing. We were, our ambulance service was still fresh and new, and and to look where it is today, and to look at how humbling it is to have a community approach us and to ask to share in what we've grown and what we've built. It's very humbling, and it's a testament to all of you and people who have sat in your seats before. The investment in our organization, and I can confidently sit here and tell you that we are one of the more premier, probably from where I sit, the most premier fire and EMS agency in the state of New Hampshire, and our firefighters and paramedics provide unbelievable care, some of the highest level of care in the state of New Hampshire, and we're proud of that. And I think that this is an excellent collaboration between our two communities that will have mutual benefits to both communities moving forward.
You good, Deb?
I'm good.
Ted, go ahead.
I guess going back to the staffing and salaries, did you guys have projections what it would be of hiring a step 1 or step 2 compared to the step 4?
Like the dollars?
Yes.
So again, a step 1, if so, based on our hiring over the last few years, we're usually hiring step 1 or step 2 firefighters.
Right.
Right.
But I guess did you do these calculations out with the step 1 or step 2 compared to the step 4?
I did not physically do that. My whole intention of this was setting sort of worst case scenario for you, and anything different from what we proposed is only in a positive light for our town, not a negative.
Right, I guess I'm just trying to look at the reality. If we're hiring step 1 or step 2, I'd rather see the reality compared to the worst case scenario.
We can certainly do that for you, based on what we've seen for hiring within the department.
Right. I mean, I'd like to see the reality of, the shift is a 12-hour shift, right?
A regular tour on a battalion is 24 hours.
24 hours, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. But as the chief stated, some of that timing of work comes down to union negotiations, so.
So, that $30 an hour person compared to the $26.85 person, that's a savings of $90 a day for that shift.
Correct.
That starts to add up after a while.
It does quite a bit. And just for a quick reference off the top of my head, variances between step to step is like about between $4,000 and $5,000 per step. So if you're looking at reducing that by a couple of steps, that's $10,000 per person. It could be $40,000 less than what we proposed here.
Right.
If we get a candidate that comes in that doesn't have a family plan, realistically, what's happened in many cases recently, we're hiring very young people who stay on their parents' insurance until their mid-20s. There's almost $50,000 in savings right there. So I just want to show that there's so much potential for this to be better than what it looks like, but I wanted you to be able to see if all the stars aligned and it was a perfect world and we hired experienced paramedics that all had families, that's what it's going to look like. But in reality, it's probably going to look much more favorable for us.
I think if we could potentially see those numbers, I think it would be helpful
We
to
cannot
see what
accurately predict exactly what the candidate
No, of
pulls
course
from.
not. But it would be nice to see what
We could
our
certainly
potential
break it
realities
down
are.
from like a firefighter step 1 or a firefighter step 2 or a firefighter paramedic step 1. It could be played out that way.
Dan, do you have anything?
Go ahead, Ron.
Go ahead, Dan.
No, I'll wait. You got a list. I don't have a list.
Well, so I'll start off by saying that I want us to be a good neighbor, okay? Litchfield's been good to us. We want to be good neighbors. But I think as the chair and as a member of the town council, we have to protect our Londonderry taxpayers, okay? So I think I'm not trying to make a profit off of Litchfield, but I think that there's not enough money in the current agreement that I see from my experience of looking at the numbers to cover all of our expenses. I'm concerned that in the end of the contract, like say in years 2 and 3, we're going to be subsidizing this contract as the taxpayers here in Londonderry. I spent a lot of time with Hudson officials, with their chair and with some other people there, and they're currently subsidizing Litchfield. The amount they get isn't enough to cover the expenses, so their taxpayers are currently subsidizing Litchfield. I am not opposed to this agreement at all. I would just like to see more money in it so that Londonderry taxpayer is protected, or some kind of equation in the thing that says that if we get to a point where X happens, Y is initiated so that we're protected. I don't want to get to a point where the Londonderry taxpayers are coming to us and saying, why are we subsidizing this deal that you said was going to be great for us? I drive through Litchfield every day. It is a wonderful community. It's beautiful. But they're also growing. You know, they've got a gas station going in now. You know, they've got new pizza restaurants. They've got a whole bunch of new developments in their area. So, who's to say in the next 3 years they don't have, urgent care come to their community or something of that sort. I just would like to see us protected. I think it's great. I want to work with our neighbor. I personally just feel like we need to protect the taxpayer. And I don't think there's enough in this to do it for us to make sure we can protect the taxpayer and make sure that we don't subsidize it in the end. That's where I'm at. Did you want to add anything, Dan?
Yeah. So, I don't know how many of you sat down with the chief. I actually went down, sat down with our chief, got numbers, see what kind of call volume Litchfield was had for Hudson. And I found it interesting that it's actually pretty low compared to what Chief is predicting. I heard that the numbers don't work. I haven't had anybody show me the numbers don't work. What I do look at is Hudson's contract right now. Yeah, I guess for them, they probably are subsidizing it because they're a lot lower than what we would be. So I think I look at the entire thing and people say, well, shouldn't this be on a warrant article since we're hiring people? When we took on the airport, that wasn't a warrant article. The council made that decision. The council went along with having the fire department dispatch for 2 other communities. And I know I've listened tonight, the concern about dispatch. We're putting them on more strain on dispatch. When this was done for the other communities, that money should have gone to the fire department, not in the general fund. Should have gone to the fire department to hire personnel that you need. That was a mistake. So, I listened to comments about, you guys have been asked to look outside the box. And prior to you coming here, Chief, they did look outside the box. They came in, I wasn't on the council at the time. They came in and they said, we can secure 2 fire trucks now at this price for down the road. That's thinking out of the box. We all know that Londonderry Fire Department needs staffing. You look at that MRI report, it will tell you we need staffing. We need staffing on dispatch. So we're going for a safer grant now, where if we get it down the road, and Chairman Dunn, you voted against it because you had a good point. It's going to be a big hit for the taxpayers down the road. I look at this, and I've done my homework as a business person. I look at it and go, does this make sense? Yeah, we're only going to get $1,000 some odd dollars. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it does, because we're actually hiring 4 extra firefighters, which are going to be on an ambulance, and they'll be used in this community 80% of the time. Only 20% probably going to Litchfield. We're going to have a dispatcher, not money going into the general fund. We're going to hire a dispatcher to help dispatch. So when I was in there this morning, I happened to stop in at the fire station. I happened to see an ambulance going up Mammoth Road onto Litchfield Road. When I was in there, they told me that we had an ambulance go to Litchfield. I'm like, why do we have an ambulance going to Litchfield? Oh, RSI. We had an RSI there. And I guess you guys had another one in Derry today or something?
We did. That's correct.
And I'm like, what's an RSI? Tell me. Educate me. All right? So Phil explained it. You know, he says basically, Dan, we are trained to be able to put a tube down somebody's throat so they can breathe.
Paralyze them and put a tube down their throat. I just want to.
So I went
We
my.
give the medication to go to sleep.
Yeah,
too.
let's.
It-
Yeah.
Well, I know there's a lot to it because
So
Like in an operating room, we put you to sleep, we give you medications, we put a tube in your throat.
we have to get certain licensing from the state
I'll
to be
sleep
able to do
better,
it.
thank
So-
you.
Correct, Sean.
We don't just take people off the side of the road and
So
paralyze them.
so basically, I went home and I said to my wife, who's a nurse, and I said, you know, I didn't know our fire department did RSI. She goes, they do? She goes, that's very technical. You know, you need really good training to do this. And she went into the whole thing about the medication and everything else, how you do it and all that. And I have to tell you how impressed I am with our fire department. And if I was in Litchfield, I'd want those men and women over there too, taking care of my people. So the more I looked at it, and the more I crunched the numbers, and I know there's not a lot there, $1,000 some odd dollars, but I also look at what the fire chief did and his staff. When he first came here, and I talked to him about this, he was quick to say, I don't know if this is going to work. Now, his predecessor had already had people on his staff look at this as well. Chief Young didn't want to look at those numbers. I want to be independent. I want to go in and look at my own numbers. And they both came up pretty much that, yeah, Londonderry can do this. And it will benefit Londonderry. So I think this is a good thing. I know that it was the same concern when we took on the airport. We had to hire 25 people, and they said, oh my goodness, what happens in 3 years if this contract gets, canceled and they go with somebody else? Everybody was told, we're hiring you, and at the end of 3 years, you might be gone. I've seen the decrease at the airport from when we originally took it. We had a lot more staff, a lot more personnel up there. With time, because airlines have, left and everything else, the numbers have come down. We've never laid off anybody. What we've done is we've looked at people like Bruce has got 20 years, and he's leaving. So you don't fill that position. You move the person in and slide them down.
Not that I'm aware of any.
Got too many investments.
But you have through attrition, people leave.
I'll sleep better.
So,
I don't have enough gray hair yet.
Give it time.
so the more I look at this, I think this is something we should pursue. You know, it'd be nice if we had taken the money originally from Hampstead, and put that towards staffing. But this, with Litchfield, we are going to add a dispatcher. We're going to help them. We're going to add 4 more people on our fire department, which is huge, which we need. And it's not like Litchfield is saying, all right, we're going to give you this money. We want you to staff this ambulance, leave it parked here at our fire station. Nope, it's going to stay in Londonderry, and it's going to be out here helping our residents. That's my 2 cents.
Ron,
Yeah.
before you go, I just want to, excuse me, make a comment on what you were saying about Hudson. So Hudson realized that they undercharged Litchfield, and basically, yeah, they don't want us to take it because they want it back, because they know they're going to make money on it. And I'm sorry, they made a mistake. That's not my problem. That's Hudson's problem. And the other thing is, we have a 6-month, did you say 6 months or 9 months out?
6 months.
6 months, if it's not working and we don't see those numbers be where we need them to be at, guess what? We can walk away.
Okay.
So I just wanted to reiterate to answer what you were saying or address what you were saying.
Can I make a statement?
Absolutely.
Oh,
So
I shouldn't have
to
said that.
address the subsidy that you whoever brought up about Hudson, that we're subsidizing, I'm sorry. Prior to me becoming the fire chief, there was a 10-year period where Hudson never went and redid a contract with us. So for over a 10-year period, we were at a fixed rate with Hudson. And then when I became fire chief, Hudson realized that they had never redone our contract. So we were, in fact, doing well off of Hudson because they weren't charging us a lot. So back in 2023, we came up with a new 3-year contract, but because of our tax cap, they couldn't really bring the price up. So just to throw some numbers out, we were in the 67,000 range back in the 2020s. Then we jumped in 2023 to like 74,000 for ambulance service. And we're now up to $121,000 this year. So yes, there was they weren't making a lot of money, but we've been slowly making up for it. And now we're talking about a 64% increase for us to go from where we are right now to a service with Londonderry. So you won't be subsidizing the town of Litchfield because we've been making huge forward steps in what we're paying for our ambulance service. I just wanted to make sure you guys were aware of that.
Okay.
Chairman Dunn, I'd like to say one thing too.
Please.
And I don't know if I'm speaking as a deputy fire chief or Phil, who lives at 3 King John Drive, but I'm going to say this: I've lived in this town since 1993. I went to South School. I went to the middle school. I went to the high school. I owned a house on Reed Street. I own a house on King John Drive. I have friends whose parents live in this town. Ted's parents live in this town, and I've known Ted's parents since I was little. Ted and I have lived here almost the same amount of time. I have parents and their parents of my children's friends that live in this town. I wouldn't look into doing something if it was detrimental to our town, because I've invested far too much of my life in the town of Londonderry to do something because it's something, all right? And I've said this all along. We're not going to do something that doesn't benefit us. And I'm speaking for me because, I'm going to retire at some point in the near future. I have a lot invested in this community. I've been through every step of it. I've played on every soccer sports team that this town has. My kids do the same thing, right? I'm not going to sit up here and do something that's detrimental to the people I care about, the people I grew up with and their families that still live here, right? That we still go on calls to, I wouldn't do that. Wouldn't do that to them. So I'm going to speak as Phil LeBlanc from 3 King John Drive, who's lived in this town since 1993, that I would never do something that is not of benefit to this community, because I've had far too much invested in it, and I'm not leaving anytime soon, because like Carter, who's at bed because it's 11 o'clock, doesn't graduate for another 10 years. So I just want to make
And
that
Phil,
statement.
I am in no way implying that you are.
I know, Rob.
I am
know,
just, I'm taking a different look at it.
Sure.
That's all. I'm not
Sure.
implying that at all. You guys do wonderful work, and I know that your heart is in it. That is not where I'm coming from.
I just
Okay,
want,
so
I just want
you
it
know
to
that
be known
that is
the-
not
the
that is not my
investments,
intention.
The decision
Yeah.
that we made, and when he came to me and asked
Yeah.
me about this, was done with the understanding that this is only for the benefit of this community and the people that live here and the men and women that work here. Because honestly, if it's a benefit for our community but not for the men and women who work here, it's also not a benefit. Because they also have families in this town, right?
Yeah.
And in Litchfield, for that matter. So,
And Phil, you know that I support you guys. All right. I'm just looking at it from a different lens. I put a lot of time into this, look into it. I'm one counselor up here looking at it a different way. So I think decisions like this are normally sent to the voters. We don't have that opportunity here. Thus, I think maybe the best method to move forward tonight would be to schedule a public hearing on September 14th so that we can hear from the public, because we haven't heard from the public. You know, I've heard from people in the residents come to me and talk to me at Old Home Day, and everybody coming up to talk to me and calling me on the phone. I must have had over 20 firefighters call me. I think we need to hear from the public. You know, if the public says they want it, let's give them time for all parties to come in also and review the numbers and look at maybe there is a little bit more money we can put towards it. Because I'm not opposed to it. I don't want to vote no. I'm looking at it as with an eye for the numbers and saying that I just see a hole here. I see a problem here. You know, I've heard from many residents, especially at a home day. I don't know, must have talked to over 50 people. Many of them were taxpayers that never heard of this until Saturday. They were on vacation, out of town, whatever, knew nothing about this. And whatever side they were on, they were like, I'd like to know more about it. So maybe it's in our best interest to have a public hearing on this, let the public weigh in, hear from everybody. It gives us time to discuss with Litchfield if there's any room to put some more money in the contract, whatever, to make us all feel happy. Like I said, I'm one counselor. I'm just suggesting that. Old Home Day was it was a great event, but so many people approached me that never heard of this and they wanted more information. They had concerns about it. Some of them were in favor of it. I talked to, several people that, were trying to convince me otherwise. So I just think maybe as a council, if we hear from more people and give it time to massage some of the numbers, maybe it works. I'm one person, just suggested maybe we give it time to do a little more research and get everyone on board, because I do not want to vote no on this. I want to support Litchfield. I want to be a good neighbor. I want to support the fire department. I just have concerns that I see in there, and that's where I'm at.
I mean, I guess on that front, I mean, I've received calls all day. I'll say fundamentally, like, this is awesome. Like, we can get more firefighters. We can address the needs of this community. We can, expand our service with more minimal cost to the taxpayers, looking at the numbers. My gut feeling right now is like, I'm slightly on the yes side, but sometimes when you approve a deal, and you approve a deal that could affect this community for 10 years plus, you want to be enthusiastically like, yeah. Like I said, I'm like thinking in my head what to do. You've answered our questions really well. I guess I would like to see them go back to the table of Litchfield, make this a little better, and come back to us and give us an opportunity at the public hearing, because all day long on the phone, there's people who also they want to weigh in on this, and it's like split. on what I'm hearing, and I don't like that. I'd rather have the community enthusiastically embrace this, have no heartburn, because the problem is, even if it works out on paper, when half the community has heartburn in 3 years, if something goes wrong, that's going to turn into 75% of why the hell did you do this? I'd rather have everybody feel good and be on board and have numbers that feel that way and feel good.
Chairman Dunn, may I
Absolutely,
make
please.
a couple of comments? I just wanted to address one particular comment
Yeah,
for
please.
you about the fear of subsidizing this contract with Londonderry tax dollars. I just want you to know from my mouth that a great deal of thought went into preventing that from happening. I am a very fiscally conservative person, and I always take that into consideration, that it has to benefit the community, who is the host community, if you will, who is handling or responsible for all of the overhead, the staffing, the licensure, et cetera, et cetera. So a great deal of thought went into preventing that from happening, and that's why you have escalators both within the intermunicipal agreement as well as the ones we have less control over, but they still are escalators within the ambulance billing, as those will increase over time to cover the cost of government, as we're all aware, continues to increase with contracts and the cost of goods and services, et cetera. So all that is thought about to protect the taxpayers from subsidizing this contract over a long period of time. And again, we will historically look at call volumes. If there happens to be a large increase in population in the town of Litchfield, we look at that, and we have the option to withdraw or renegotiate that contract to be able to account for those additional costs. I know Litchfield will sit at the table with us and have those discussions. I would like some guidance from the council as to exactly what you're looking for. As I hear, make it a little better. What is better? Please define that. Because what we've looked at already is showing that this covers the expenses. So now we're getting into that portion of profit, which is not being a responsible good neighbor. But we have demonstrated through data and showing that more than likely this is going to be better than what we've proposed in a net positive for our community. So to just say make it a little better, I have no idea what that means.
And I think that's completely fair. I'm trying to think of the mechanism for it, but for me personally, I mean, if it's okay with everybody else, I'd look through it, dig deep, and go, what could I think could be better, and give you very exact specifics, if that would be preferable, if that's the kind of guidance you want, because I think it's completely unfair to go make it better. I'm just trying to do it in a mechanism that works, that doesn't feel too disruptive to what everybody's doing, but I'd have no issue with that if that's what you'd like.
I just don't want to think about something from my perspective and it's totally opposite what you're looking for, and we're both working in opposite directions. That's a waste of everybody's time.
And when we're presenting something that is a net positive and you're looking for better, and this is just, like you said, you
Better's
have
a
to dig
nebulous
into
word.
it. What is that when we're already presenting you something that is better, right? And you can say, and the chief explained very clearly the reason for the subsidies, and I'm going to say it. Shame on Hudson for going 10 years without renegotiating a contract. That's their fault. We don't operate that way. We haven't operated that way with our contracts with Hampstead and Pelham, and I can show you all of our contracts with them. We don't operate that way. So if that's your concern, that's their fiscal mismanagement, not ours. That's how it is.
Mr.
Sorry,
Chair,
that's
I think coming back and presenting some of the numbers that maybe we had spoken about earlier about the step one and step twos, and what those expenses would be against our modeling right now, and seeing where does that have us land. I think that might maybe present a different picture for the other counselors. So,
And I believe one of the counselors mentioned something about a concern about a nursing home or an urgent care or something like that, something that would have some type of substantial call volume impact on the Litchfield ambulance contract. Would there be, are you looking for like some language where if something like that was proposed, that it would have to come forward, I guess to the chief's point, like is quarterly or, bi-monthly business reviews where we present all the information, calls to Litchfield, is that something that you're looking for? Like, are you looking for us to show a way that to you and also to the taxpayers that this is a net deal to Londonderry, or, because I think, to the chief's point, you know, if we don't want to make it so that we're harming Litchfield at our our revenue expense, right? We want to be a good neighbor. We want to give them the service that our neighbors are asking for, but we also want to do it that's both responsible to Londonderry but responsible to Litchfield. So I think we're looking for some tangible things that would help enhance the contract for the board's concerns, but also making sure that we're working within the confines of making a successful deal.
I think I can answer that. So when me and John Farrell negotiated the contract with the proposed mental hospital facility, one of the giant concerns on that was call volume, and worried about if that was going to overwhelm this community with service needs far beyond what we were going to get. And so the call volume makes sense, although this is a very specific type of call. So I'm trying to walk through and think about how that would work, because we were looking then at a combination between police and fire calls, where we're not dealing with police calls at all, and yours are of a different nature. So something towards that degree, I was more preferable to that. Where that deal fell apart at the end is when they pulled back completely away from call volume and go, we're going to give you a lump sum of money, take it. Then I'm like, okay, that doesn't significantly cover this community. So that gives you kind of an idea of an instance of what I was thinking at that time when I was looking at a deal.
And I think to that point that you just mentioned, this deal, in reality, cover your ears. The risk to Londonderry is fairly minimal because, and I know we don't want to talk about this, but let's say we get to end of year one of the contract and it's just not favorable for the town of Londonderry. God forbid. We would lay off 4 firefighters and a dispatcher, right? We're just talking hypotheticals here.
Yeah.
But that doesn't really harm Londonderry as bad as it harms Litchfield, because Litchfield would then be left with
Nothing.
who do they go to? Do they go back to Hudson? Well, so really, we're in a very favorable negotiation period, but also we don't want to be unfair, right? And so it's kind of this, like, we're trying to make it so that it's favorable to Londonderry, but also we don't want to go so far the other way that it's unfavorable to one community. And at the end of the day, I as I've spoken with all of you privately, I understand the concern of making sure that we're protecting the citizens of Londonderry. And that's why we've gone into such great detail of making sure that the costs are high and the revenues are modest, so that we can show that even in what we consider to be a worst case scenario, it's still favorable to Londonderry.
So to that point, and I'll use this as an example, and I'll try not to get too deep in it, because again, we're negotiating a deal. So when I think about deals like this, the one thing I think that they would want, that I think is favorable to both sides to provide, is security in the deal. So the ability to get out of this in 6 months, well, that's nice in its flexibility. I don't know that benefits either side. In the end of the day, we've got 5 people that we've got to tell, well, sorry, and they've got to go on the search and the hunt again. I think to have a better financial solid deal with more security gives them the benefit of, they're not going to be, because I don't think you want to be sitting here a year from now going, shoot, what am I going to do now? But it's solid. It makes that deal solid on our side. And those are the kind of give and takes in deals that you.
I think the thing that's lost here, though, because you just said it, you want there to be financial security. The majority of the security that comes in this deal is the service we provide them. It's not the money. Because if they're not going to walk away after 3 years, if we're providing them a good service, right? So the security is in what we provide in service. That's it. It's a service-based. If we're talking business, it's a service-based contract. We are providing a service to them. They are paying us for it. If we provide poor service, they walk away after 3 years. It's incumbent on us to give the taxpayers of Litchfield what we give the taxpayers of Londonderry, which is excellent service. And after 3 years, if we're giving them excellent service, then we renegotiate again. And maybe after 3 years, we can't come to a number that is, but the service is what keeps this contract, not the dollars. As long as the dollars cover the costs, so that we're not subsidizing, to Ron's point,
The service is what drives this.
I
For
think
both
that
towns.
the last thing I'll add, and just to try to give you more specifics, because I think that was a super fair question. I too had talked to people in Hudson that work in on the select board and on the budget committee and other people, and people I know good enough relationship to come to my house. I'm sure they're not just making up stuff to me. I want to see this deal get closer to them. I know these two said that Hudson was ready to walk away from the deal. That's not what they really said to me about the deal. They said that they looked at ours and they were comparing between ours and theirs, and they said, ours looked better for Litchfield. So they've been comparing this for a while. So I guess from what their deal is, I'd like to see it get a little closer to that in the end of the day. That would be another good general guidance.
So you're talking money.
Yeah.
It's all about the money for him.
Can we ever have
That's what it is. I just want to make sure that that's what your people
Deb,
no, it's not
understand.
all about the money.
Deb, it's about protecting the taxpayer. So if we can put something in the contract.
Don't even go there, Ron, with the legal stuff. You're not protecting the taxpayer there, but you're protecting them here. Pick and choose.
We not go off the rails.
Deb.
Sean, just shut your mouth for a second. You know what?
Deb.
Here's the deal. Do not talk to me. Yes. Oh, I didn't go to kindergarten. I went right to first grade. Anyway, go ahead.
No, I think
And that'll
also.
show respect.
No, I think also. To Sean's point, if we could put some kind of thing in the contract that would, I guess. I'm not looking to make a profit, as you guys say. That's not what we're looking to do. I'm looking to protect the taxpayer. So even if there was like a thing in there where, hey, we made this much money, well, we do this. If we're this much under, we do this. Like just something that protects us.
You need to define that. You can't just say that.
I think Sean did a good job of defining it.
He didn't. He just said, basically what he said is we want to do what Hudson did, which was more money, get to the same level as them. That's more money. So if that's what you're looking for, just actually say to these people up front and straight, you know what? We want the same dollar for our services that Hudson's getting.
But Deb, didn't I say that in my statement? I understand. So.
Right, and I know that the selectman over there wants it. He's a developer. I know who you're talking about. I watch their meetings. I cover their meetings. So I just think we should be honest with everybody. You want the public come in? Give the public all the information right now. They're looking for the same deal that Hudson was offering you.
Go ahead.
That's what they want here. So
I'll
if
wait
you
for it
want
to be
Londonderry
done.
service, just ask for that amount of money with them.
Deb, can we have a conversation without
I did. I'm going to the bathroom.
Okay.
Whatever.
I saw your hand. I saw Dan's first.
I think what I would like, Chief, is that I know you've said 600 some odd calls is what you're looking at.
Yeah, it was based on 620.
620. Maybe have something in the contract that says if we get to a point of X, let's say, just for discussion, 680, we need to revisit.
Well, and I think on the other end of that is if we're falling below too many calls and we're not making the revenue end of it to justify the men and women. I think
Mission-based might be better than time-based. I think that was a good point there. Just to reiterate, it's not all about the money. In the end of the day, we talked about several conditions that aren't money related. It's just trying to make sure that this is something that works for the taxpayers of our community, who we are responsible for first and foremost, and we do want to be a good partner to Litchfield on top of it. There's a lot of factors in that.
I think Bruce brought up a good point earlier of if we could have quarterly updates upon the call volume and the potential insurance payback for the calls. I think that would be helpful for us going forward, obviously starting in January. I think that would be helpful for us to know and seeing that this is a good financial plan for us going forward, that we did make a good decision, if that's able to be done.
It's in the agreement already.
Thank you.
I'm very familiar with that process too. We did it annually, but of course we could set it to whatever frequency that the council desires for
We have
updates.
it quarterly in the agreement.
Perfect. A couple of concerns that I have, again, if I may speak,
Please,
I'll
this is
try
why
to
we're
keep
here.
it brief. The town of Litchfield does need an ambulance service come January 1, so that is part of this entire discussion. And by words, I forget which councilor it was, I apologize, there were already concerns from the council about the timeline between now and the process that we need to undertake to hire people, make sure they're on staff January 1, et cetera. When the longer this gets delayed, the decision gets delayed on it, the shorter that timeline becomes. So we would like to make progress on this as soon as possible. Again, I will say that we tried to address the concerns of the citizens. I know I addressed the concerns, many of the concerns that you brought up, not necessarily with public input directly, but thinking from their perspective as a taxpayer, which I like to do when I formulate these proposals and take everything into consideration. I just wanted you to have that information. I would always caution too about an entity that tells you something is such a bad deal, but then wants to talk you out of taking it from them. That's a very legitimate concern, and I just want to raise that
I would
point here
also,
tonight.
and I would also mention that sometimes there are people who price themselves out of things for a reason because they don't want to do it anymore. That happens all the time. So there could be evaluations that looked great, and that could be because they knew that there's a tax cap and they could price themselves out of something.
So let me ask my question again to the council, to anybody. I don't want to vote no on this. I want to vote yes. I think you guys are wonderful. You guys do a great job. All right. I think we should have a public hearing on this on September 14th, hear from the public. In the meantime, we work on a few things here and there to try to do a few things to tweak it a little bit so it has a better presentation and, more protection for the taxpayer. It could just be some kind of variable in there that if we get to this point, we do this. If we get to this point, we do this. Just something there that protects the taxpayer so we don't ever have to subsidize it. And I don't see the harm in hearing from public and hearing from other people. And there was a lot of people that approached me that said they knew nothing about this. They were out of town on vacation, whatever, and knew nothing about this, and they wanted to weigh in, and they haven't had an opportunity.
Mr. Chair,
Please.
would the board entertain providing the fire department and town administration with a vote on the perspective of moving forward with the agreement, with the idea of a public hearing on the actual legalese of the contract? Because I think what I've heard from all of you tonight and then speaking with you individually is the premise behind the idea is good. The idea of collecting revenue and hiring more firefighters, it's got all the different pieces, but I think what we're within, and we talked about business, is we're also a municipality and we do our business in public. And so I think that we need to give our neighbors, yes, we're willing to walk down this road with you, but as the chief indicated, it's the end of August. We're talking about a public hearing in September. They have their budget. We have a tremendous amount of work to do from now until December 31st.
And to Ted's point, if we push this too far and we get into the hiring past January 1st, then yes, there's going to be cost affected in the current budget that we are going to eat because we push this down the road too far. Because I can hire people in 8 weeks but we're also coming into Christmas and New Year's and Thanksgiving, and that all comes into play with it because there are factors in the hiring process that are outside of our control. So just keep that in mind. September 14th turns into October 1st on a contract, and now we're 2 months out from so.
You can hold a special meeting.
I also think that your point, Mr. Chair, is an excellent one, that, it's important to receive public input, and you're correct. I know that myself as a taxpayer, I've entrusted each one of you with my vote to represent the constituencies of this community. And I think that the idea of walking this down the road between us and Litchfield over the next couple of months, while we massage all the minutia of the deals, the details, if you will, is an important one that kind of happens, you know, as all the parties come together. But I think what we really need to know is, you know, do we have the council's support to invest in this partnership? Because if it's not a favorable partnership, or the council doesn't see the value in this moving forward, then I think the best thing is to not, you know, for us to let Litchfield find an alternative. Because I think if we truly want to be the neighbor that I know we are, we've got a lot of work to do between now and December 31st, and I think that's the premise of our. We're not trying to rush by any means, but we want to make sure we have the right amount of time.
I think those are fair comments, and I think with full intention, you know, we intend to take action on the next meeting, because we know this is one, we're bad if we go any farther than that. It's bad for them if they go any farther than that. It does put us in a best and final offer type scenario, but the biggest heartburn about this entire thing, and I feel like as a council we're drifting towards this pattern, and I do not like it, spending large expenditures that involve staff without going to the ballot. I know the timing of this is why. I know it's a good deal, and I know it's why, but what would alleviate some of that for me is at least giving the public an opportunity to speak in a public hearing.
Solution, maybe? You can have a special public hearing, which would be nice, because, look, we're doing this now. This room was filled. People who wanted to say stuff, they left because it's so late.
Yep.
So you could, next week, next Monday, have a public meeting just for this, so that would satisfy you guys. Then you could make your decision either that night or the next meeting. And I think that at least pushes it along quicker, and it doesn't drag these guys over here over and over again, and it just puts it to bed. And
That's a good suggestion. The timing doesn't work for having a meeting next week. Our manager's on vacation, and I'm not here. So, but I think we can.
Well, Kristen
How
can
much
run the
notice
meeting.
do we need for a public hearing?
24 hours.
24 hours?
Yeah. You do it
Why
this
can't we do it this week?
Because 2 days certainly
We
isn't
need to
enough.
give. We need to give
yeah.
time to put some things in the contract and work it out. And I don't know about you, but
Yeah,
anything rushed just seems like it's a bad mistake
thing.
in the end.
That's why I didn't know if it.
Yeah.
I was just talking off the cuff,
Yeah.
but I didn't know if it was possible for the council to give approval for the negotiation of the contract, knowing that.
I think unfortunately, if you push it back the way you were talking about pushing it back, you were really pushing up against spending taxpayers' dollars out of the current contract for this, should you vote it in, when there's not supposed to be that. But that's a decision that you can make.
And then I will say, and well unfortunate, this has started since April, and I've been saying on all these negotiated things that are put in front of us, that it's better to involve us early so we don't get into these situations. There's been a lot of work on this, and I think we could have had some of the same input we provided you tonight months ago, and that could have happened, and I'm not blaming anyone on that, but I'm saying we are where we are, and I think we do need that extra time to make sure that we get the little last details right, that we have the public involvement so that we feel good about this is a community decision, not just a council decision.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment on that as well.
Ted, and then you have Ted.
You were saying earlier about salaries. Do you know what a full year salary is for a step one, step two? Is it about 64?
Pull it back up. Give me 1 second, Ted.
Because I divided the 4 salary positions by 4, and it got to like 69,000. If that was the top rate.
Ballpark, yeah.
Is it like about 64 for the step 2-ish?
We're using 42 or 48 hours. Or 40.
I was just dividing it by 4 for the number of people.
Oh, I got you. You took the total amount of
The
salaries.
276, 581 divided by 4 came to like 69,000. Just wondering about our step 2-ish people, if it's about 64-ish.
So what step, Ted?
Step 2?
Step 2, firefighter, paramedic.
Firefighter, paramedic. Because
Step
if
2,
we're going to be
firefighter,
having them
paramedic is,
potentially using the ambulance, they got to be a
Yeah.
paramedic, right?
No, EMTs, advanced EMTs.
Okay.
So
But a step 2 firefighter paramedic is $61,719.84.
Oh, okay, even better.
Sir. Yeah, I just want to comment on that. This has been going on for a while. I've been keeping the council informed of that. Even as early as this morning, I asked you if you had any questions or concerns, wanted to do anything different. No, we're all set. We're all set. And then here tonight we have all these questions. So I find that troubling when I hear that, when you say that publicly, after repeated meetings, opportunities to ask, hey, listen, what about this? What about that? I even asked you, Chairman Dunn, I said, you told me the numbers don't work. How do they not work? What information can I give you? Tell me how it doesn't work. And then I hear these comments publicly. I find that troubling. That's not how this relationship is supposed to work. We're supposed to be working together. If you have issues or concern, tell us. We'll get you the information that you need. But again, as early as this morning, we had this once again. This seems to be recurring on a frequent basis, and I don't understand why.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this morning in the office with you. I don't have these guys here. I don't have these guys here. I don't have the public here to take into account with stuff. The only thing I have is what's said to us in an office, and that's it. This was happening in April. It wasn't happening this morning. You frequently say, oh, we talked to you in the morning, so therefore you've had all the heads up you need on a month-long contract negotiation. That is not significant, it's not good enough, and you can keep saying that over and over and over again, but every single time this comes up, we're gonna have changes, you're gonna give that speech, and people are gonna be frustrated, you're gonna tell us about how the staff time was wasted, all the lawyer bills to get us to this point.
You're absolutely right. You're saying it for me.
Councilor Faber, I'm going to say this. I'm going to reiterate what Bruce said, which is we, as a taxpayer, we elect you to make decisions for us on a whole. But we also get paid to be professionals and subject matter experts in this. And at times it does not feel as though there is a trust there, that what we're telling you is the truth, right? So I'm just saying that to you as somebody who sits here, who pours hours and hours and hours into this, to then hear that we didn't involve you early enough or that this doesn't make sense. And I get it. You have a heavy weight on your shoulders. The whole town of Londonderry, they voted for you to make those decisions. But from our standpoint, that's the consensus.
I'm glad you said that, and I want to address to you. None of that's remotely accurate to you, to Chief Young, to anyone else here in that aspect. This isn't just a process about firefighters. We've got to take into account the whole town and every aspect of that town. It's also an aspect of the relationship between us and the town manager and how things have been functioning. It has nothing to do with you or faith in you for this job or anything else or any of the other staff on hand. And I want to make that absolutely crystal clear, and I mean that.
Yeah, but as a taxpayer, because I do pay taxes and I vote, part of the democratic process is voting for people to trust them to make decisions. And clearly this town trusts you all. That's why you're sitting there. They trust you all. And so this is an upward stream of trust that starts from the lowest taxpayer voting for you, up through us department heads who you have hired, and the town manager who you have hired, up to you to make these decisions. And to turn them around and go back, it just seems like
it's not. It's just asking to know about stuff earlier so we can help along in the process. Because if we're going to have a criticism and it comes to you in month 8, it's not fair to you. It's not fair to the people negotiating. Maybe it's a simple thing we would have just thought about, and we go, have you thought of this? And you're like, no, totally. And it makes it go in so much of a better direction.
But heavy is the head that wears the crown, unfortunately.
Can I finish, please? Sorry. We talk about transparency. We talk about being open and in front of everybody. But if we are, then we should know, we should at least have some kind of, and maybe we don't need to, because we can't be involved in everything. We're like, you're good, you got it, I don't even need to know, just run forward. But a little bit of oversight sometimes, even 5%, 10%, makes all the difference, and it prevents this situation from happening again. That's all I'm saying.
Chairman Dunn, I wasn't finished.
Oh, please, go ahead.
So, status reports were sent out on April 18th, April 28th, May 19th, June 26th. So the status reports, the documents, and if you had those questions, you could have done like Councilor Bouchard had, and you could have gone to them and asked them, but you didn't do that either. So I'm a little concerned about that. You keep bringing that up when we are willing to provide you the information that if you have those questions, to ask us, and we will get that information, but you have not been doing that. So you want to blame that on the relationship with the manager, you need to look at yourself in the mirror, sir, and find out why that is the case. And you can smile all you want about that, but that's simply what it is. You've known about this for a long time. I'm still talking, if you don't mind.
I asked him if I could speak.
Yeah, let me finish.
You should pick up this book too.
We were told we didn't need it.
Well, perhaps you could teach the rest of us about that book,
Guys.
sir. Yeah. Anyway, so you've been provided information for a long period of time, and you've been given that opportunity to ask those questions, and you've never done any of those things. When you go to these meetings, you say nothing, almost nothing, which that's not how it's supposed to work. Look, I don't understand this. Can you explain this to me? Can you provide more information? And you're not doing that. You wait till we get here. This is our second meeting on it, and now we're getting some sort of mixed match information that you want us to somehow figure out, which I still don't know what it is. They were supposed to negotiate with these folks from Litchfield, and it's still unclear to me. I am done, sir.
Okay, good, sir.
It's precisely that kind of behavior why this relationship is broken down between us and the majority of the council. We're trying to get something done here for the community. I'm not raising my voice, doing all those kind of things, some grand production. In the end of the day, all we're asking for is to be let in on early and know an email that I happen to talk to. And you know, you want to talk about repeated things. I emailed you. In the work world, the I emailed you isn't good enough. If it's a significant deal that could help us as much as this deal done right could, maybe telling us or going, did you make sure you saw this important bit in the 14, 17 other items in there that were there on top of the other emails? Just going, I email you isn't cover. If you're having negotiations with a town, if you're negotiating contracts in our name, then we should be in on it. It makes sense. We're the approving body. There's no reason why you would not include the approving body early.
So step up to the plate, sir. Where have you been? I've given you that opportunity multiple times. You don't show up.
I just want to so Phil, I just want to tell you, this is not anything personal against you from me. It's more or less, I just see it differently than you do. That's all. And I'm just asking for us to do a little more review.
I guess
That's
my
it.
concern, Ron, is that we've given you the facts.
Mhm.
We've given you the facts, data. We've given you data,
Mhm.
right? It's not numbers that we've pulled out of the air. Ted has asked for more data, which we can provide him.
Yep.
We can provide you those. We've given you data, right? But it doesn't seem like you believe the data, or you believe somebody else's data that they've
Nope.
provided you, and that's the roadblock I'm struggling with. If you could
Okay.
provide us with a tangible, this is how I see the data, this is how I'm coming to my conclusion, this is where I'm getting this information from, these are the numbers that I've plugged in, and this is what I'm getting, and it differs from what you're getting, and we can look at those two things together. I'm all for that. But from our end of it, we're providing you data based on contractual numbers, historical costs, negotiated contracts from other communities, dollars per call, Sean, which is how we figure out dispatch contracts, which we did with Hampstead and Pelham also, dollars based on per call dollars. That we're giving you that information, right? The chief is providing you that information, and he's providing you in a manner that gives you the highest cost that this would be if we use the highest numbers. Not the lowest and then, oh, we don't know. He's giving you the highest cost based on the data. So again, if you disagree with it, that's fine. We're allowed to disagree. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what allows us to look at the whole picture. I said that to Deb after the last meeting when she had questions. It's good to ask those questions, but we need other factual data from your side coming back to then look at ours and look at yours and go, where is the discrepancy?
Okay. Deb. Oh, it's Deb first.
I'll be calm and polished and smooth, except not a politician. I know that we get these reports every week, and I check my email all the time, and I read them, and I think there were 4 times that I did not send back to Mr. Mulholland a page of questions on each item that he sent. Either, oh, this is great, could you explain more on this? I don't understand this. Can I have this data? And I get every single thing that I ask for within a day. So what I don't understand is, I did have questions. I sent it to him. He gave me my answers. I got my information. I talked to Phil. I've talked to Bruce. I don't understand how I can do this. You know, the unpolished drama queen, the theatrical person can do this. And this smooth, polished, entitled young man can't seem to find the time to read an email in his counselor emails. And if this is too much work for you, then maybe you should step off. There's a lot of work here. And if you don't want to do the work, there's a lot of work. I stay up late, work Saturdays and Sundays, and I still don't get all the data. But I try my damnedest to make sure that I have everything and I'm ready for these meetings. I wrote 3 pages of questions. I gathered information about things so that I could speak about them. 3 pages. Because so I wouldn't forget while we were talking. That's part of the job. You have to do it. Somebody can't do it for you.
Mr. Chair.
And I just think it's wrong.
Go ahead, Dan, and then Dan, and then.
So, Ron, when I first
I
started on
heard you,
this,
Janet. Please be quiet.
Hey.
Thank you. Don't tell me hey.
No, but come on. We don't.
Well, it's okay for everybody else you shut up, but she's your friend, so you don't shut her up, fellow Republican. Woo-hoo.
Ron.
Go ahead,
I
Dan.
heard you say
Dan.
drama.
So,
Okay.
please,
Please.
I'm trying to speak. So, Ron, when I first started, you always used to say, Dan, you got questions. I always had questions. I've learned that I need to go out and get my questions answered. And you notice tonight, I didn't have a lot of questions because I went out, I spent a lot of time on this. Talked to the chief, one-on-one. Talked with Phil. Talked with Bruce. Talked with people in Hudson. Okay? It takes time. All right? And if I had any questions, also, I go to the town manager and I ask him. Now, you know, whatever issue you have, Councilor Faber, you need to resolve that and try to work with our town manager. I mean, you say, Sean, please. All right. You know, you said we all need to be included. What I find that kind of funny because Deb and I have asked about this whole legal thing to be included, and we don't get included. So this is an issue very important to me. My priority on this whole issue, Londonderry first. All right? That was my first priority. I want to make sure that our people in our community are covered first. The more I dove into this, all right, because there's a lot of work to look into, it takes time. The more I dove into it, I saw that our professionals that we have in Londonderry are going to keep our residents first. And they're, you know, we give them a task of, yes, you're understaffed. You need to come up with some creative ideas. This is an opportunity. Do I think we should have a public hearing? Yeah, I agree. We should have a public hearing. We should hear from the public to see what they have to say. But I don't think we should be holding up the process because some people didn't do their homework. I'm sorry. You should have done your work.
I've done my homework.
You should have gone and looked at it and not listened to, you know, just a couple people telling you this and that. So I think we need to move forward on this. Do I think we should have a public hearing? Yes. But I don't think we should be putting it to the 14th to delay the process so these people in Litchfield can find out. I mean, I'll tell you, if I was sitting there, I'd be going, I have no idea what they're going to do. I have no idea what we're going to do for an ambulance service. They need to prepare themselves. These guys need to prepare if we decide to go that route. So can we do it sooner than the 14th? Ron. I know the town manager is going to be out. Do we need the town manager here to have a public hearing? No, I don't think we do.
I think we're not going to come up with that live here now. We
Yeah.
have to check our schedules and things like
Let's
that.
always check the schedules and nothing gets
That's what
done.
responsible people do.
Dan, if I can get a public hearing in beforehand, I will. I just got to make sure that we can get it scheduled.
You know,
Okay?
Ron, I'll tell you this.
It looks.
This is your typical response all the time, if I can. I have asked questions, and I'm still waiting for answers. Mr. Belinsky gets up here and he says he doesn't get answers. Well, join the crowd, all right? I'm on the council and I don't get the answers, all right? I just get, we'll look into this. We'll look into this. I'll get back to you. Never happens. We're going on midnight and
We're not done.
we're not done. We're not getting anything done,
And we
Councilor.
have a meeting after the meeting.
Mr. Chair. So I've run your numbers again with your step two people, doing some math over here. So it would bring our wages down by about 30,500. And if we actually hire people at the age range that you've been hiring them, that they're usually not taking our health insurance and they're taking the buyout instead, and we're paying them out their retirement money, the deal actually becomes a net gain of about $192,000. Right? So
In year one, Ted?
in year one. So I think that would probably get us a lot closer to what maybe the other counselors might be looking at. So if that gives you guys any more of a factoid for you, if we're actually hiring at the rate that we're looking at, that we have been historically on the lower end of age range and skill.
And you based,
I based it off the
firefighter paramedic too.
Yes.
Correct.
Yep.
Right. Which again, would love it.
Right.
Would love to have it.
And if it was only the
Firefighter,
the
it's gonna be
F2
even-
instead, that would even be a lower salary range.
Much greater.
So Ted, are you saying that within your calculations, you believe this deal works?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Ted.
You make a
Much appreciated.
Well, no, can you repeat that just so I can?
So if we're hiring at the historical age and experience that Phil's been hiring at for the past 2-3 years, at the F2 and F2 paramedic.
Firefighter paramedic rate, which again, if I get firefighter paramedics,
Right.
that's fabulous.
Right, and that's at that
So we're still,
slightly
we're
higher.
still projecting.
All right.
We're still projecting high here.
Right, and most of them have not been taking the health
I-
insurance as
yeah.
well.
Okay.
He's been saying. That's the bigger savings point of this.
So that's enough of a gap, and I guess that's where when I said almost there, and I needed something bigger to make it a good deal. I think that's good. The only aspect of it I don't like is the not having a public hearing. But
all right,
I mean that would get us to a net gain of $192,000.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I'm good.
I'm sending my 12-year-old to paramedic
I
school,
would
but
make
I
the
got a
motion
few more
quickly
years
before we
before I
change
can get
it.
out of there. So I'm
Mr.
working
Chair,
on it.
I'll move that
hire
the
him for
Londonderry
6
Town.
years, so.
Mr. Chair, I'll move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby authorizes the town manager to enter into an intermunicipal agreement with the town of Litchfield for the Londonderry Fire Department to provide transporting ambulance services in addition to EMS and fire dispatch services beginning on January 1, 2027 for a 3-year period. Further, I authorize the town manager to take all steps necessary to effectuate the agreement.
I'll second it.
I have a motion from Dan and a second from Sean. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. I want to appreciate all the discussion. So thank you guys very much. Litchfield, welcome. And please just know that we had serious concerns and it was not personal. Like, I felt like you guys were taking it personally.
Ron, I think the great thing about human beings is we're allowed to disagree and not be disagreeable, right? It's the truth.
So.
It's the truth, right?
Yeah.
I think when we become disagreeable, other things happen, and we don't want to see that. So,
And I think the discussion was well worth it, even though we're here till midnight. We got the end deal that we all feel comfortable with.
And this particular topic, in addition to all the other topics that we converse about, I just wanted to say personally, I appreciate the conversations that I've had with each and every one of you, and thank you so much for considering it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just to make it a little lighter mood, I just want to let everybody know that I learned a lesson tonight, and at least something positive came out of this. I will be conservative moving forward, but not that conservative.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you bearing with us, and welcome to the community.
Well worth it. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'm willing to push this to the next meeting if you guys want, because I did send you the next item up for discussion is the town manager's job description. I know I sent it late.
Yep.
And it's late into the night. I'm willing to push it off if you guys are okay with it. If you guys-
Yeah.
I know we're getting. That's why I'm trying to get to him quickly.
Yep.
Are you guys good if I just move that to the
Yes.
next meeting?
Yep.
Okay. All right, we agreed on something. Discuss the town manager's recommendation to engage Braver Angels program to enhance civic discourse. This is something that I think you and I discussed, and I think is
There might be a need.
we did just come to a solution that I think was effective. So maybe we can. There's hope for us, right? I guess I had some questions that I will ask that were from different people, so I won't say who it was, but some people wanted to know. Oh, welcome. Sorry. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for being so patient, staying here till.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome.
You show how
Patience is in the
patient
job
you are.
description.
That's your job description. These meetings that we'll have as a group, do all the meetings have to be public, or can some of them be private?
No, it can be just you five. I think town
Okay.
manager should be there.
Yep.
The moderator from Braver Angels.
Yep.
And I might be there myself.
Yep.
Other than that, nobody else.
Okay.
If you wanted to have a whole bunch of people, you can do that
No,
too.
I was what I was personally thinking is that maybe more, at least for the first meeting or so, or whatever, is to have it where we're just kind of talking each other.
Yeah.
Because another concern was that, due to some ongoing legal issues, and we all argue about the legal stuff, if there was concerns brought up about that and it was mentioned in public, would we violate anything? So that was something else that was brought up.
No, this would be
So,
all private. Just
yeah.
the town council, the town manager, and the moderator, and perhaps myself. I
Yep.
might be there.
Right.
But that would be it.
No attorney, right?
That's
No,
correct.
we're not going to be paying $500. No, just
At
wanted
this
to
time of
make
night, can we
sure.
just be serious, Dan? Like, the sarcasm is
serious.
not needed. Like,
I am
I know, but
serious.
there'd be no attorney. No, there would not be an attorney there.
Just want to make sure.
But this is a great organization. I want to speak very highly of them, that they do good things. And I personally would like to see us at least try to do something with them, because they know what they're doing and they're good people. And I'd be willing to meet with you and figure out how it works, and then
Okay.
figure out with the council. And I know the council has questions too, but I just want to say that I'd be willing to sit with you and meet and figure out a plan forward and all that, so that we can. But go ahead, Deb.
Well, I have no problem meeting with them. But I don't know if this is like part of your protocol or not, but usually, in therapy, if it's a group, a family, what?
Right.
It's my degree. Usually, you meet individually and collectively, and then individually again. Because sometimes there are things that you can't say at the group, but you would say privately. So I don't know, is that how you plan on doing this? Or, if we all agree, is that like, I'm just trying to get an idea of what you're thinking, or is it just this one time we meet with you and we all just have
At this point in time, it'd only be one meeting.
be only one meeting with you?
All five of you.
And how long are these meetings for?
I think it's a 2-hour program. Now, you can go to braverangels.org, and you can do this in a 40-minute session online, managing difficult conversations with colleagues and constituents. So you get a little mix of both of them, and you can do that. Let me do this here. I know that I gave you cards before, and that's when I dropped. I not just.
I have your, I have your card, so you don't have to.
Yeah, I
give
have
to
it
me.
too.
The reason I did that is my contact is on the back.
Well, I have that too. but-
Generic, and it doesn't have the contact, my direct, it's my direct right there.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect.
Awesome.
And I can send you information tomorrow, more about both things,
Mhm.
the thing that, and how to get to them. The Braver Angels, the website is very extensive.
Mhm.
You gotta poke around here and poke around there to find certain things. And I'll make sure I give you instructions on how to find the one to do yourselves. And of course, my throat is going, sitting there all night. Going, and then now, but I'll send you more
Yeah.
information about the whole situation. Yeah.
Sounds great, and I really appreciate you staying this late.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and hopefully you got to see something where at least we worked together.
Yeah.
You see that we had a disagreement.
Right. Yeah.
We worked it out. We I don't know however long the conversation was, but we did work together. So, so
One thing that Deb did that I appreciate very much, you apologize for losing your temper. It can be hard to do.
It is. It's embarrassing. It's
Mhm.
uncomfortable. But, you know, when I'm wrong, and that's all there is to it. But it is very hard to contain your frustration,
Yeah.
especially when it's been going on for like almost 2 years. It hits a point where it's like, you know, I put my head in the oven, but it's electric, so I'll only get a tan. It's like ridiculous.
Well, that's what we're working on. That's why Braver Angels is here.
No. If you just want to speak in the mic so people at home can hear you, that's the we can hear you, but the people at home can't. That's all. But no, I just, I mean, like I said,
Yeah,
I
that's
will
what
reach out
Braver
to you and
Angels
we'll
is
get
all
yeah.
about, is
Oh,
getting
it's
people to be able to discuss things
Right.
civilly and get along.
yeah.
And it's great. It's an awesome organization. And again, I will send you the information tomorrow. I'll do that first thing tomorrow morning. Send you more details about it. I don't really have a lot of time. I brought a whole bunch of information here, but
Yeah.
we'll be here for half an hour, so I don't think
Does-
we want to do that.
Does anybody have any questions directly for Brian?
Did we agree as a council to do it? Yet? I know you and I
I
did.
think.
But I don't know what everybody else thought.
Well, let's do this.
How about if we have a motion, Ron, because we have it right here.
Hold on. Let's have Brian send us the information and review the information, and then I let me see.
I guarantee this, you'll love this. This will be great. I think it'd be a good idea to vote on it now and accept it.
Exactly, because we've been talking about it for a couple of meetings. Could have looked into it.
I don't think this requires a vote. I think a consensus would be good enough
Yeah.
to move this forward, but I think I'm
Okay.
good with that.
And at least
I'm fine with the consensus.
don't want it to waste his
Yeah.
time.
Do we all agree?
Yeah, I'm good with you.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sure.
Great.
Thank you, Brian.
You're welcome. I'll get in touch with you all tomorrow morning. Very
Thank you.
first thing.
Appreciate
No,
it.
not first thing.
No.
Even though I'll be up at 4. But
Oh, no, not quite
Uh-huh.
that early, no.
Well, it is morning now, so.
Yeah, my watch is a little slow, so
Yeah.
it is more. Yeah. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate you spending the time.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'll set the motion to approve the consent items.
So moved.
Motion from Sean,
Second.
second from Dan. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Does
Any
anybody want to
opposed?
see the
Abstain.
minutes before you do that?
We have, isn't that the second topic, sir?
No, it's in the consent items. There's that one and that
Oh, okay.
in there. That's
So that is, I thought that was the second topic, so.
No.
I will-
Consent equals the whole
okay.
list.
I see 1 and 2, so that's what I
No,
said.
I have to abstain.
Okay.
Just saying I abstain.
That's right. Yeah, thank you.
we have to give it back, correct?
Oh.
All right. So I was under the impression we had to take 2 votes. Are we just doing one, or?
Not if it's consent.
We're
If
doing-
it's consent, you
Okay.
approve the whole
All
consent
right.
item in
That's
one.
fine. All right.
You
Again, I
can separate it
abstain.
out and pull it out if you want to take 2
Well, we
votes.
gotta go back this way.
Good.
I'm good.
Pass them on then. All right, so I'll accept the motion to accept both 1 and 2 on the consent items. Motion from Sean.
Second.
Second from Dan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative, 5-0.
Motion to adjourn.
No, no, we're not there yet, Dan.
No?
Liaison reports.
We have from the school side, first day of school is August 31st, and new orientation for students entering kindergarten and first grade is August 28th, and as well August 28th for kids entering sixth grade. I have those dates correct, right, Bob? Thank you. I thought so. I knew it was late, but and I thought that our old home days for the first time going through with our new group went through quite well. I think we only had one hiccup regarding the fireworks, and I think that was more on the vendor side, not on our side. That hopefully we'll be able to.
Yeah, but I guarantee you nobody else saw that.
Nope, only you, I, and the board would
Yep,
know.
it's all
So, maybe we can accomplish that part for next year, as long as they actually read their own contract. And I want to certainly thank everyone who helped out from the board, and hopefully we'll be able to get some new applicants applying, as we had one lady who'll be moving out of town, who'll be leaving the board, and certainly I thought the board and the diverse people that we had on the board was a good group to move it forward. Rick's experience with being on the nonprofits in Nashua that he was on was certainly a big help, wouldn't you say so, Kirsten? And so also thank you, any of you who were able to help out between Tuesday to Saturday this year. I will say having the magician on Tuesday night was a nice new addition by the library. He was quite funny. And certainly I think he had more of the adults laughing than the kids, but he was certainly quite entertaining. Looking forward to having our debrief in, I think, about 2 weeks, and seeing where things went well and where things didn't, and we'll start slowly planning for next year.
Any other liaison reports?
I got an update from Executive Counselor John Stevens on
Sure.
the 10-year plan. He did say while things got pulled out from other communities, everything that was in for Londonderry got kept in, including the, I know you're interested in, Ted, the charging stations. Are still in the 10-year plan. So
Where are those located?
You can look it up on the 10-year. I can show you. After.
Oh, interesting.
But so we have 4 items in the 10-year plan. When it went through, it made it all the way to the governor's desk. Our entire delegation voted for it except one person. And it's going to veto day. So he says it really depends on the results of veto day. He said there's a really good chance that that'll get through and get our community what we need out of that. So. He was real hopeful, and I was thankful for the update.
Any other liaison reports? The town manager's report, and if I could just add, sir, I know it's late, but would you be able to stick around for the non-public?
Absolutely.
Please.
I was going to have Kirsten go over the Old Home Day, but I think it's way too late to do
Yeah.
that. I think after the action
Yeah.
review is complete, that will be the appropriate time.
Yeah,
So
certainly.
on 14th, and I think
Yeah.
that'd be best provided by both Councilor Ted and and Kirsten to do that
Yeah.
together. May make a whole lot more sense.
Mhm.
So we'll hold off on that part. Other than that, I don't have anything else for you.
All right. With that, I will open public comment. Well, thank you for patiently waiting.
Whoops, no, there's no microphone there. Jan Hudaloff, 5 Stony Point Drive. I want to clarify for Deb on what she heard. I said, make a motion. She gets frustrated on things. I get frustrated on the committee, as most of you well know, because I have a parliamentarian background. And I said, stop the drama. And I didn't mean just Deb. I meant all of you. You get into arguments, you go repeat things, you get insulting to each other. It's unnecessary. There's a point where the chair needs to say, I need a motion. I need a decision from all of you. Because otherwise you just let it go on, and there's no need for it. You've heard it before. You just give opportunities to the opposition to keep screaming. I was looking at the town manager, who I know knows about this, and I was hoping he was going to say something because it just went on way too long. The other thing I noticed in the minutes, and I noticed this in a newspaper article, they refer to you as Chairman Dunn. There's an article in the Dairy News where they said Chairman Dunn, but they have town manager Sean Mulholland. So I don't know why they don't put your first name in. But I'm sensitive to it because I used to write articles. I used to be, until I learned tonight, Deb Paul's friend too. As well as some of
It's
the
not
others.
that you're not my friend.
Okay.
It's just frustrating. You
but-
week after week. No, but it's week after week, year after year. I feel like I have done nothing on this board, got nothing accomplished. I feel that I'm left out. I guess this is for the braver angels, but whatever.
Okay, save it and get
it's
rid of
just-
the victim mentality. Stay look forward because we got to make progress, all of you. Okay, for the benefit of Londonderry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else have a comment? Thank you, sir, for staying here.
All right. I've been patient, frustrated, like a lot of other people in this community over the last several months, and hearing that other counselors, and I'm just going to use this from my experience, not what I've experienced now, because we've changed that whole way we operate on the school board, is when I hear colleagues that don't have any information on something that is to be known by 5 counselors or 5 school board members, I have a problem with that. You're all elected by the community of Londonderry. You all have the same power. The chairman is to run the meeting and sign documents. That's it. Any information that comes to this council should be shared with all 5. My voice 7 years ago was taken away by prior people, and it's awful. You do not want to take an elected official's voice away. They put in as much time as anyone. They were elected by the community. You need to make sure everybody gets the information. And that is done by the chair. It is not fair. You're taking their voice away. There should be no committee with the attorney. It should be if somebody from the council wants something or a question to the attorney, it should be a consensus of the board. The chair can go to the attorney and the response can come from the attorney back to you, or you can use your town manager to get that information to all 5 years. Again, I have talked to our attorney twice in 4 years. If we need something done, we ask our superintendent. If it's something to do with our employee, which is a superintendent, we go to our attorney on a consensus of the board. We act as an elected body. You cannot keep it here. You cannot keep secrets. You have to divulge all the information to each and every one of you. It's not fair. I heard Ted say it tonight. He didn't know anything about this or that. I've heard Deb. I've heard Dan. You guys don't want to take their voices away. It's disrespectful, and it's not holding up the oath that you took. You're one of 5. 20%, 20%, 20%, 20%, 20%. To do what you guys just did in a 2.5-hour period with the fire department, you could have done in an hour if you're doing business like this on a day-to-day basis and getting the information. You've got questions, you ask questions, you get prepared for these meetings. Each one should talk. Nobody should talk over one another. It's that simple, guys. You will get so much more done. You will not be here till midnight. You'll be out of here at 9, 10 o'clock at night, back to your families. Please, for the sake of Londonderry, you're affecting all of us. It took us years for what happened to me to get back to a coordinated and a civil body. And every bit of information I get, whether it's a phone call from somebody, and it's gonna involve the board, they will know what I talked about, because I don't want somebody to walk on the street and say, "Oh, Bob's looking into this." Is that fair? No. It's not. We will get so much more done working together. We got together, we've got next door going on. As I spoke at town meeting, we need to do more together. Think outside the box. Look what the fire department just did. Kudos. You guys don't have to like one another. You don't have to have dinner at someone's house, but you got to be civil here. If you've got issues, take it behind closed doors. Please, for the sake of the community. You all deserve that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Anyone else with public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. I will accept a motion to go under non-public RSA 91-A:3 2A.
Mr. Chair.
And we need to do a roll call vote.
Just question, because under non-public it says none.
Doesn't legally have to be. You can go into non-public at any time.
I need a roll call vote.
Aye, Ted Combs.
Aye, Dan Boucher.
Aye, Ron Dunn.
Hi, Sean Faber.
I did call.
Deb Hall.
And for the public rec fund back.
We will not be coming back here. Thank you all for staying this late. We appreciate it.